What's up, Av Geeks and Stole Freaks? Welcome to Lonestar STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. My name is Ryan Dombrowski, and I am so honored to bring the final competition of the 2023 season to you today. Things are gearing up here in Sulphur Springs. We're getting ready to go. We've got light winds from the south. We've got a beautiful turf runway, and we are getting all of our action. If you're here in the crowd, I want to hear a quick round of applause if you're here in Sulphur Springs. Are you ready for some STOL action? Woo! And if you are online, watching us online, I want to hear from you in the chat soon. Before we kick this off, of course, folks, we need to sing the national anthem. So please rise and remove your caps.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Everyone, please give another round of applause to Carissa for that amazing rendition of the national anthem. And we are getting geared up. Folks, I am so excited. We have been working towards this day all season because not only are you going to see a competition today here at Lonestar STOL, it's also going to wrap up the entire season. The entire 2023 National STOL season ends today. I want to walk you through a little bit about what that means. Some of the classes, going to be honest, kind of tied up already. People have been decisive throughout the season, but other classes still, it's anyone's game. It's anyone's race. Here's the way National STOL works. We're going to talk a little bit about how the race course works in a second, but when you see the aircraft flying today, they've all been separated into classes based on their weight and based on their competitive performance in previous National STOL seasons. Points for the championship are awarded by placement within each class. So first place gets 25 points at the end of the day, second place 18, all the way down through 10th place in a class, receiving 1 point. The most consistent competitor of any event also earns an extra bonus point for being extra consistent. The current class standings leading into today in the touring class, Brandon Korn, that's the first one you're going to see. Brandon Korn is in first place, Kurt Leaders in second, and Jeff Abrams in third. Backcountry, Micah Lindstrom, watch this one later today, folks. Jeff Pohl in second place, third place, Austin Clemens. Adventure class, Keith Lang, you're going to see him fly. Brian Steck nipping at his heels, and Luke Spohr right behind him. Sport class, Rick Boardman, followed by Colin Kneva and Justin Tisdale and Nick Ardillo and Joel Milloway, who are all here. And in the unlimited class, Steve Henry, he's got that one locked up, followed by Hal Stockman and Dan Reynolds, who is here. I will break down some of the stories and who can place ahead of each other as we go through the day. But first, as the aircraft taxi to the line for our touring class. Let's cut to a little introduction.
Today's the day. Got up early. Didn't party late with the boys last night, so got some practice in this morning. Airplane's running good. Just got to get it across the line, and there's a chance.
Kind of jumping in there cold. Didn't get to practice much yesterday, so just hope I have a little luck today and give it what I got.
Every landing got better, so that was a good trend. This year the plane was mostly being worked on, so I missed Wayne, I missed Louisiana. Those were the ones I was going to try to make, but should be set for next season.
You flying?
Oh, not bad. It's nose heavy like every Cub. Yeah, just cleaning up brakes and taking off extra weight.
Are back here in Sulphur Springs, and everyone, it's time to kick off the touring class. Let's kick it off now with the touring class. In front of you in the beautiful Cessna 205 from Hearne, Texas, it's Brandon Korn. Give him a round of applause, folks. Now taxiing up in front of you, the beast from the southeast, it's Piperzilla, piloted by Jeff Abrams all the way from Ocala, Florida. Next up in a Cessna 150 Aerobat, it's Trevor Smith from Justin, Texas.
Manned aircraft approaching. Fly at a safe altitude.
In the beautiful red and white mall from Omaha, Nebraska, John McCardle. And in another mall, the blue and white one from Sulphur Springs, Texas, one of your hometown favorites, Mike McClendon. As Mike taxis into position, want to give you a little bit of breakdown about how National STOL works. If you're in the chat or if you're in the crowd, I need to know if you've ever, who's new to National STOL? I want to hear you in the crowd. Who's never seen this before? All right, we got some newbies in the crowd. So here's how National STOL works. You see Brandon Korn on the line in the beautiful 205. This is probably, I think, almost definitely the largest aircraft you're going to see fly today. He's taxiing up to that white line in just a minute while we get ready to go here. Aircraft will taxi up to that white line. They'll get the clearance to go ahead from our air bosses. We have a team of air bosses that control the airspace and provide advisories and make sure everyone is safe. They're over in that red Hartzell tent over there. They will release the competitors from that line, and we measure the distance it takes that aircraft to take off. The aircraft will all fly in a pattern around and come in for a landing. It's a spot landing contest turned up to 11 at that point. You must land at or beyond that white line, and we measure the distance from the white line to where the main wheels of the aircraft stop. In the case of Brandon's aircraft, those are the rear two wheels. And in case of the malls at the back of the pack, it's the front two wheels. If you land before the white line, it's a scratch, and the whole round doesn't count. Whoever has the lowest score in a class wins. So it's basically a spot landing contest combined with airplane golf. Brandon Korn taxiing up to the line now from Hearne, Texas. 1963 Cessna 205. Third generation owner of Korn Collision Center. And he has a passion. Before he was doing all this aviation stuff, he was doing wing sprint cars. Here's Brandon now getting the beast going, digging that tail in, and he's off. That is a massive general aviation aircraft that just took off in less than 125 feet. Piper Zilla on the line. Jeff Abrams at the controls from Ocala, Florida. 58 plus years of flying experience, 3 different airlines flown. He received the Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award, and he's been a flight instructor for over 5 decades. Jeff Abrams now getting ready to go, waiting for release from the air bosses. The Cherokee 180 on the roll. Not what you'd normally think about as a STOL airplane, but Jeff shows us you can do pretty much anything with that thing. Trevor Smith now from Denton, Texas. 1970 Cessna 150, but the checkered tail means something. It means that that plane can go upside down. It's an Aerobat. 150 horsepower Lycoming. He's giving it the beans. The nose wheel is already off. He's off short, somewhere between 150 and 125. Here comes the mall now from Omaha, Nebraska. John McCardle at the controls. It's a Mall M5 235 Charlie model. He's been flying for about a year, newly licensed pilot. He's got about 250 hours total time with 200 hours in a current plane. Look at the tail get up. He's going to time it, slam it down. Also off in that 100 to 125 range. We are going to see quite the race. Mike McClendon, here's one you should cheer for. He's from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Retired as a brigadier general. U.S. Air Force fighter pilot, experienced with the A-7. He's off. There he goes. if you pull a little too soon before the airplane's ready to fly, it does it. Mike McClendon, A7, A10, and F4 pilot. So definitely one to be thankful for. So that is the touring class off and into the sky. You can see Brandon Korn now turning left base to final. Flaps dropped down, getting the aircraft stabilized for approach. Want to say hi to a couple people in our chat. And by the way, if you're in the crowd, nationalstol.com, you can participate in our little web chat as well. I want to thank Kathy Spencer, so nice. She's here in the crowd, but she sent some goodies today to the announcer booth, some oatmeal cookies. I never had oatmeal cookies delivered by a Civil Air Patrol cadet. So, Kathy, thank you for that. Bryant Hall, Cowshark123, Id, that one RC guy. So great to see you all in the chat. Thank you for joining. Most of you were watching the practice yesterday. Here's Brandon now hanging it off the prop. And it was good. A little bit to the right there, getting the brakes locked up for Brandon. He is your current leader in the championship. Brandon, by the way, was the only competitor to attend every 2023 National STOL event, and he has locked up the Touring Class Championship by finishing in the top 3 of every competition. The race for second and third place, though, is between Kurt Leaders, Jeff Abrams, and Warren Grobelar. Here's Piper Zilla now. Good over the line, heavy on the brakes. We saw him literally digging ruts. I think those wheels have been locked up since he touched down in the Cherokee 180. There's Jeff Abrams. Piper Zilla, by the way, it's an aircraft that does not have the shortest distances compared to the others. But consistency is what's keeping Jeff Abrams in the race. John McCardle now. No, I apologize. Trevor Smith now in the 150. Looks nice and stable. Holding it off. It's good over the line. Now he's got to get heavy on the brakes. Look at the wheels just totally locked up. Just digging up the mud here in Sulphur Springs. Around 175 feet or so for landing there. And here come the Mauls. John McCardle out over the lake to your right. And we have some of the initial scores from the first run coming in. Brandon Korn taking off and landing in a combined score of 270 feet. Jeff Abrams and Piper Zilla in a Cherokee 180 combined score of 519. McCardle now holding it off. Good. Getting those brakes as tight as he can. You'll see with the tailwheel aircraft, they need to play that balance between brake pressure and aerodynamic pressures on the tail, keeping the tail down. You don't want to end up with your nose in the mud. That one was called good. Trevor Smith in the Cessna 150. Currently in second place with 310. And Mike McClendon, the retired general, former Warthog pilot, FAA master pilot, flown this aircraft all over the country, to Oshkosh for the big celebration there, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and of course Texas. He's also flown that aircraft to the Bahamas. Behind the power curve now, hanging it off that prop. And a scratch for the general. So that round does not count for him, but he's got 2 more to go. And as they taxi by you folks, definitely cheer for them. They can hear you in the cockpit. There goes Brandon Korn. And as they taxi by, I want to take a moment to thank two of our sponsors that have brought this event to you here in Sulphur Springs. Of course, we couldn't do without our presenting sponsor, American Legend Aircraft. Those aircraft you're going to see compete later today. They're actually built here on the field, and we're going to learn a little bit about the history of these aircraft as well. So thank you again to American Legend Aircraft for that. We also want to thank Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. They've been with us since the beginning, making sure that our competitions are covered. They also cover a few of our competitors. Justin Tisdale, for one. You're going to see him fly a little bit later. So thank you to Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. We really appreciate them and American Legend and all the rest of the folks you're going to hear about today that help make this possible. Here's Brandon Korn now, getting ready to launch. That is insane. That is insane. To put that in perspective, the aircraft that you just saw take off has a maximum takeoff weight of 3,600 pounds, powered by a 300 horsepower engine typically. Here's a 180 horsepower aircraft getting ready to go, Piperzilla. What excites me about Piperzilla is it's an aircraft that you wouldn't normally expect to be doing this sort of competition, and it's just great to see what Jeff can do with it. Another aircraft you wouldn't expect to see in a STOL comp, a 150 Aerobat. That's Trevor Smith. Judges conferring about the distance. If the aircraft settles back down to the runway, we need to measure from the last point that the wheels touched. And sometimes one wheel leaves before the other. John McCardle now putting that tail up, taking a bite. Mike McClendon at the line in the Mall M7 2001 vintage. Pulling a little bit soon, but off shorter than last time. His first takeoff, 211 feet. Waiting for the judges to score it. By the way, just so you know, so the judges along the line there, primarily all pilots in the competition to help keep things fair. There's a tape measure, just so you don't think they're grabbing random numbers. There's a tape measure laid along that side of the field that they can use to sight in an exact measurement based on where the wheels, the tires leave the ground. Also, in terms of the line, you've got our line judge, Lexi, there with the checkered flag. She's been traveling the country with us all year, and she will let us know with the flags whether or not someone has scratched. If it's too close to call, we do have a video feed that we refer to review, and the judges next to me here in the booth. Here's Brandon Korn. Good over the line, but he's going to pay for it. Whoa, big splat. Nice. So Brandon gave up some footage there, coming a little bit safely over the line. And I think he just showed you that STOL flying isn't always about passenger comfort. A little bit longer on that one. His first landing, 148 feet. This one, 167 feet. Jeff Abrams good and heavy on the brakes. Love watching those wheel pants shimmy. Jeff Abrams making a marginal improvement this run. .519 was his first run. This second run, a combined score of .506. No improvement for Brandon on that landing, probably due to the feet he gave up over the line. Here's the 150. Oh, that was very graceful. That was good over the line and graceful for the 150. First round, a combined score of 310. Let's see what it comes in for the gentleman from Justin, Texas. John McCardle getting it balanced. You'll notice that he's got that control surfaces on the back. If you're new to aviation, the very back control surface is called the elevator. And the elevator is what controls the pitch. So you'll hear me say like stick full back or yoke full back. And I always say it with that enthusiasm. That controls the pitch. So if you've got the stick back, let's say, it makes the elevator go up, which makes the nose of the aircraft go up. And the opposite is also true with the, if you push it down, the airplane, or forward, the airplane goes down. In that landing configuration, particularly with the tailwheel aircraft, but also with the nose wheel, because you want as much aerodynamic braking. With the tailwheel aircraft, it's absolutely critical. If you pull full back, it keeps that tail down to offset your braking energy. So you'll see the pilots balance on the wheels, and the pitch control is absolutely critical for that. Good over the line with a bounce. He's got to get it under control. The general fading a little bit to the right. A manual turbo. Thank you to Ray Powell in the chat. Good day, everyone, from Berwick upon Tweed in the UK. Love to have some international viewers here while we're in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Let's look at the current standings as we go into our third round of the touring class. Brandon Korn, 270. Just behind him, John McCardle, 278. In the 150, Mr. Smith with 310 feet. Mike McClendon on the board now with 372. And Jeff Abrams in fifth, 506 feet. There goes Brandon Korn, digging that tail in, holding it up. You'll see he's got to ease the pitch forward, and now he's got to ease those flaps off. Get him going. Just a question that came up. People are wondering what engine is in Brandon Korn's aircraft. It's actually a Continental IO 470, 260 horsepower. I think I said earlier that 205s can have up to 300 horsepower, but this one's a little bit less power. Here's the Cherokee 180, Lycoming 0360 in the front. By the way, Piperzilla, that Cherokee that just flew off the line, was first off the production line in 1965. First one made by Piper that year. Here's the 150, just holding it off, really nursing it there. And what's incredible to me about that is that 150, that's an airplane, not the aerobatic version that you're seeing today. That is an airplane that most people would learn how to fly in. It's a 2-seat trainer aircraft. And if you're going to get involved in aviation, which I hope you are thinking about it while you're sitting in the crowd today or watching online, that's most likely the airplane you're going to start your training in. So really cool to see how capable it is. John McCardle in the mall. That aircraft actually has a manual turbo in the engine, is what I've been told. And what you've seen over the season for John McCardle is him learning how to tune that turbo better and better to improve his scores. Mike McClendon now off the ground. He's been flying since his 17th birthday. Got his glider license the following year. Here comes the 205. That one RC guy says, I don't know. It's shaking the ground. Maybe we'll see that again on this landing from Brandon Korn. And as Brandon comes to the line here, we want to talk a lot about conditions. And there's a big variability in conditions across the entire season. We've had density altitudes in the mountains in Pinedale. Good over the line for Brandon. Just got him locked up. That one he's going to be happy with. Much shorter. Aircraft today, our density altitude currently below zero, negative 300 some odd feet, whereas earlier in the season, we were in Pinedale, Wyoming, and aircraft were operating around 9,000 feet. That density altitude number, the easiest way for me to explain it, I'm not a flight instructor, is that is the altitude based on heat and humidity and the actual altitude of the airport at which your aircraft will act like it's performing at. So we've got a lot of performance right now because it's cooler and we're near sea level here at Sulphur Springs. That is an excellent one for Piperzilla. Look how short that landing was. Previously, best landing for Piperzilla was 216 feet, and we just shortened that up considerably. With 167 feet, that is a huge jump up for Jeff Abrams. Previous best was run 2 with 506, run 3, 455. Here comes the 150. Ooh, right on the end. Lexi says she doesn't know. We're going to have to get it for review. Meanwhile, he stops right around 150 feet. We're going to go to the replay here in the booth. Ooh, it's close. We're going frame by frame, looking for deformation of the wheels against the ground or where they start spinning. And the judges at Race Control have called that a scratch. So a little bit of heartache for Trevor Smith on that one because that was his best takeoff. Actually, not his best takeoff by 2 feet, but it's certainly his best landing, and that would have helped solidify some places. John McCardle in the 1978 Mall, dropping it in like it's hot, keeping that nose exactly where it needs to be, modulating those brakes, tail down, and we need to measure. Looks like Levi Nogues is the judge on that side of the field. You're going to see him fly a very unique airplane later today. And bringing up the rear of the class, Mike McClendon in that 2001 Mall from here in Sulphur Springs. Mike McClendon holding it off. You see that high deck angle, that nose being higher than the tail, using the throttle of the airplane to modulate it in. Scratch is what Lexi's calling it. Bummer for Mike McClendon. That's 2 scratches for the retired general. Hanging it out on the line like that has its risks and its rewards. Let's break down the scores for the touring class here at Lonestar STOL, presented by Hartzell Propeller. Brandon Korn in first place with a combined score of 236. John McCardle, combined score of 278 for second. Trevor Smith in the humble 150 with a combined footage of 310 feet. Mike McClendon in fourth in the Mall, 372 feet. And even though he improved over the course of the class, Jeff Abrams, combined score of 455 feet in fifth place here at Lonestar STOL. That is your touring class. Everyone, let's hear a round of applause for those pilots. Now, I mentioned there were a lot of people that help bring this to you. And as we get ready for the next class, I want to just thank all of the sponsors that have helped make National STOL and Lonestar STOL possible. We mentioned them at the top of the class: Ladd Gardner Insurance and American Legend Aircraft. Big thanks to them. Hartzell Propeller, Sarasota Avionics, USA Trailers Direct, Duke Propeller, Lift Aviation USA, AirTech Coatings, Factory 10 Aerospace Composites, AeroLed, Rugged Radios, FlightHelmet.com, Flight Outfitters, Committee Coffee, Avination, Flying Eyes Optics, Acme Aero, Pappy Aero, and Behringer. We also have some local sponsors to thank. McFarland Aviation actually here, Aviator Paramotor as well. Clemens Insurance, Etos Metal Roof and Wall Systems, Nottingham Sulphur Springs Dodge, Lima Bravo Aviation, Fix and Feed, Garmin, Thrust Flight, City National Bank, Texas Heritage National Bank, Grocery Supply Company, all working together to bring National STOL to you. Thank you so much for your support for our sponsors. Now we're going to go to the field now. We've got Reese Dockhand with Brandon Korn.
3, 2, 1, you're on.
Okay, yeah, we're here with Brandon Korn. You took it. No one was really close to you. You made it to every single National STOL event, but you were almost not making it to this one. Talk us through it.
I had 2 major breakdowns before this event. Thankfully, Niagara Air Parts pulled through, sent me a starter drive. Then I had a backfire. It broke again. they overnighted another part. We got it back together at 11 o'clock yesterday. I was pacing the floor waiting for UPS.
That's incredible. It's a tough, grueling season. What's your plans in 2024?
Well, off season, we're going to do a lot of maintenance and rebuilding, stock up on spare parts, and try to just put a little more spacing in the schedule to make it easier. But we'll be out here next year.
Yeah, you had some great competition out there. You had the mall right behind you. Talk about some of the competition.
John in the mall's come a long ways. At one point, he was 8 feet behind me. I was watching him close, but I was able to pull it together on that last takeoff and landing, so I finally got her dialed in. I had a big weight and balance change for this event due to all the breakdowns, so it was really a lot of adjusting to get comfortable again.
We'll give a shout out to all those people keeping you on the road and in the air.
Thanks for everybody at Corn Collision, and my mom and Ivan are out in the audience, and they drove all the way up to see us, and everybody back at the shop. Thank y'all. We got McFarland Aviation, Search Texas Air Parks. We got Tactical Hearing's been helping us out, so we're getting some sponsors, and we're ready for next year.
All right, we're looking forward to see you in 2024, and back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese, and thank you, Brandon, for that great recap of the class, and what an exciting kickoff to Lone Star STOL that was. We're going to go to the next class shortly, but while we do it, just want to take a moment to say hello to all of you again. If you're joining us remotely, we really appreciate it. We see all the chat. You guys are actually using the YouTube chat to find each other in the crowd here at Sulphur Springs, which is amazing. And yeah, if you have any questions about STOL flying, throw them in that chat. If you're in the crowd and you have questions, you can go to nationalstol.com and get on one of the video chats and throw it on there. Obviously, nothing replaces being here in person, but we're so excited to have viewers from all over the world. And I'm so excited to have all of you in the crowd. Weather today in Sulphur Springs. Right now, wind 12 knots from 233. Altimeter 2983. And it's getting a little more humid. It's 60% at our weather station. Density altitude at negative 325 feet, which is good. The pilots are going to like having that extra performance, that lower density altitude. And they also are going to like having that wind on the nose. The more wind we have for them on the nose, the slower they're going to be flying over the ground, and the easier it is for them to stop. So we are going to kick things off again in just a second, but first, another word from our sponsors. And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas for Lone Star STOL, brought to you by American Legend Aircraft. And it is the 2023 National STOL Championships. We just had the touring class, which just wrapped up. Now we're headed into the rookie class, which is very exciting. But first, I need everyone here to help me, to join me in this. We want here, everyone at National STOL wants to wish a happy 76th birthday to Tom Flannery, who is Tom Wolf's dad. Tom Wolf, one of our National STOL one of the owners of National STOL, wants to make sure his dad has a very happy birthday. So Thomas Flannery, happy 76 years young. Big happy birthday to him. We are gearing up for that rookie class. Is that beautiful RV8, RV4. You got to look at the cowlings. You got to look at the cowlings to be able to tell the difference from this distance. Let's go back to the pits. We got Reese Dockhand with a couple of our competitors. Reese, who you have out there?
A classic battle between the two biggest names in aviation, Cessna and Piper. We got Trevor, Jeff Abrams, Cessna 150, excuse me. Talk about your aircraft.
Cessna 150 Aerobat, just something I learned to fly in. This one's got a little more under the hood. Smallest motor in the class, so we're trying to do more with less. See what we can put down.
That's right. And your second competition in the National STOL Series. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the first one 2 years ago at Gainesville, last minute decision, trying to look like fun, so I ran up there and had a lot of fun there, and now they're back in town, so I thought I would try it again so we can do this year.
An Aerobat and a Piper Zilla. We can't leave you out. Jeff Abrams.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. I proclaim to be the oldest competitor in the contest at age 71. I'm here having a good time, great contest. I've got a small engine, kind of like Trevor here. I've got an 0360 180 horse Cherokee. Everybody else has big 6-cylinder motors, but we like to go out there and do battle with them anyway.
Well, it's a lot of fun at these competitions. Will we see more of you in 2024?
Yeah, I think this is fun. We'll try to do it again next year. I like the camaraderie and just an overall good time. We couldn't ask for better conditions today. We got a little wind right down the runway, makes us look good, lower those numbers.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I did 6 contests this year for National STOL, and looking for a whole bunch more next year, for sure.
Always a crowd favorite. Really great to see these guys out here. And we'll see a lot more of the competition coming right down the road. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese. What an exciting kickoff to the competition. Now let's talk a little bit about the rookie class, which is what you're going to see next. The rookie class is a low pressure way for rookies to get involved in National STOL. And so the really only big thing, if you win the rookie class, you can't be a rookie anymore. So you start here, you get the advice of the various pilots that you're competing with. It's a class that combines a bunch of different aircraft together. So today we're going to see a Carbon Cub flying against a Texas Sport, which is a Legend Cub aircraft, also competing with a very unique aircraft, a Chinook Plus 2. You're going to see a different Chinook a little bit later today. So that's the rookie class. They're all competing for a chance to leave that rookie class and be part of the competition proper. Let's go to the lineup for the rookie class. Right now, we've got Danny Goggins in the Texas Sport by Legend Cub. Here, it was actually built here. This aircraft is one of the first aircraft, actually the second aircraft certified in the United States as a light sport aircraft. I've also just received word that John Caldwell will not be flying in the Cub Crafters SS. Wes Houston, also in the rookie class, in the 2007 Chinook Plus 2. He's from Sanger, Texas. So he's also a Stearman pilot and a Taylorcraft pilot, but flies that Chinook Plus 2, which is a pretty cool thing you're going to see. Talking to him last night around the campfire, and he's only been flying that airplane for about 2 weeks, owned by the Spencer family in Sanger, Texas, and they've given him access to it so he can fly in the competition. He said he's getting used to it. He's learning how to fly it. You'll see when he taxis up to the line, he said one of the things that is unique about it is the seating position. It's very reclined. He said he could maybe take a nap out there. So look forward to that in the rookie class. And also we mentioned Danny Goggins. We're going to actually talk to Danny a little bit later today while some of the other aircraft are flying. This aircraft that he's flying, Scrappy, was the first fuselage built by Legend Aircraft. You'll notice it's got square-tipped wings, which is unique for Legend Aircraft. And like I mentioned, it's the second LSA ever certified in the United States. Danny himself is a retired test pilot for Legend Aircraft, also retired from American Airlines, and currently working as a Citation XLS captain under Part 135. So both, actually, Wes Houston himself, also a Dallas-based airline captain. So we've got some high flight time, high flight hours pilots in the rookie class here. But this is a different kind of flying than they've done before, and that's what the rookie class is here for. I want to go to a comment in the chat that cracked me up. I Love Aviation said, I hope one day an AN2 will join the show. And if you don't know what an AN2 is, you might want to Google that. That would be epic. If anyone has one, bring it in. I'm sure that we could get you in the exhibition class in an AN2. So also noticing in the chat, Katrina is back. Ivan Ofer's here. Ben Houston's here. He says, I vote Wes Houston. I'm guessing the last names have something to do with that. I love that all of you are here in the chat, chatting with us about STOL. Let's talk a little bit just about aviation in general. One thing I wanted to mention is what's great about National STOL is it's an opportunity for people to push their proficiency in a safe way, right? So we talked about how STOL works earlier. Really, like I said, it's just a spot landing competition turned up to 11. And all the skills that you're seeing the pilots perform today, even the unlimited pilots, right? They all start with a base of knowledge that starts when you are in your ab initio, your initial pilot training. So these are all skills that you learn when you learn to fly, and we're just taking those and sharpening them over and over again. So if this seems like something that you would want to do, we want to definitely invite you to help us out on the circuit. You can volunteer, but you could also fly. We'd love to see you. I want to go now out to Reese Dockhand again, who is with Eddie Sanchez. Reese, what's up?
So frantic, working on your car, working on the plane here. What's going on?
It's not unusual when you got a new airplane. You go in the experimental world and you try to create things better and come up with new ideas, and you always run into little problems. So we're still working bugs out of this thing. Right now we got a throttle cable that's sticking inside the housing, so we're trying to lube the throttle cable and get it moving smoother so we can actually add all the power we need to add. Otherwise we won't fly today.
And Eddie, you're no stranger to the competition. Let's talk about your history in the STOL world.
Yeah, I started in STOL drag. That's how I got started in all this with another Highlander, and it just kept wanting more and more power and wanting to do better. So I modified that engine, and then next thing I know, I'm getting a new airplane with double the horsepower. So it's addicting. Coming out here and competing with your friends, and everyone's trying to tweak out a little bit more. So, but that's kind of my history. I got into STOL drag, and then Arkansas, and then this all national STOL. It's all been amazing.
Are we going to see a lot more of you in 2024? Are you preparing for the next season ahead?
That's my goal. I'm definitely looking forward to doing more national STOL because I haven't been that present. I've only been to 3 of these so far, I think. So part of it because I was out of an airplane when I was building this one. So yeah, that's coming. That's on the horizon.
Give a little love and a shout out to the people that keep you on the road and in the air.
Oh man, I'll shout out to Kevin Hoops, Badlands STOL. He's the one that is the primary builder of this airplane. His ingenuity is amazing. He built an incredible airplane, and he's building a new company, Badlands STOL, and they're making great airplanes. I can't wait to see those.
Love to see these pilots pushing the limits to an extreme with the experimental class. A lot more of this action coming down the road. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much for that report, Reese, and we hope that Eddie gets everything fixed and corrected in that aircraft by the time he's set to fly, which is in the unlimited class. So he's got a little bit of time to get it figured out. Here come the 2 rookie class competitors that are going to fly for you all today. You got to make sure to give them some love. They're new to this. They've been working all weekend with the various pilots that are seasoned here in National STOL. Danny Goggins getting over that little hump in the runway that's there because of our broadcast gear. Everyone, give a round of applause for Danny Goggins. from Sulphur Springs, Texas. He's got the doors open so we can hear you. 2011 Texas Sport built by Legend Cub Aircraft. It's going to be fun to watch him fly. We were talking to him yesterday. Danny was mentioning that one of the unique things about Legend Cub, that Texas Sport by Legend Aircraft, is that you can open both sides, both doors. You're basically just sitting in a chair in the sky. Next up, in the very unique Chinook Plus 2, he can hear you too, folks. It's Wes Houston. Love that Chinook Plus 2. Very unique design. That pusher prop gives it an interesting advantage in some ways and different performance characteristics in others. Most notably, when you apply power to a pusher prop, it actually moves the nose of the aircraft kind of opposite how you would expect as a pilot. So that's just something he's got to get used to. He's actually, both of these gentlemen are high-time jet pilots, so they know their way around all these different aircraft. And, you know, I think the fact that Wes has only been flying the airplane for 2 weeks and is getting used to it and is already able to compete in it has been something else. So here we go. Danny Goggins on the line in that red and white American Legend Aircraft Texas Sport. Airboss is getting ready to release him. He's got that Continental O200 purring like a kitten. Trying to get off the ground there. It is a lower horsepower aircraft, kind of designed similar to a vintage J3 Cub, a modern interpretation of that. Now here's the Chinook. Give him a round of applause. I heard some cheers. Do it again. He can hear you. He's off real short in that Chinook Plus 2. That's an airplane with a wingspan of about 32 feet. Average empty weight of that aircraft is only about 500 pounds, but it's not an ultralight. Average cruise speed about 70 miles an hour. Honestly, it's probably not too far off from the Texas Sport that's low on approach to your right now, flown by Danny. And actually, I was mistaken. We've got a transient aircraft that came in on the hard surface there, but it was white, so I just assumed it was Danny's plane. Danny's probably still in the pattern behind the crowd right now. Looks like we've got a Cessna that just came in and landed to check out the competition. They're landing. They landed pretty short, too. So we talked a lot about how National STOL is a great entree into flying competitively, and I think that as I've seen that over the past year, multiple years, but past year in particular, we've really seen a lot of pilots take that next step and compete. And like I said, it's all the same skills. If you're a pilot or a student pilot, these are all the same skills. You want to look at Danny now, slipping it in, cross-controlling the aircraft a little bit to get it to the right position on the glide slope, getting himself lined up. A little bit of throttle there. He's over the line. Got a little bit of bounce to it, but that's fine. Woo! Heavy on the brakes and had the tail come up a bit more than he probably wanted. But definitely a very short and kind of a masterclass on flying an airplane without flaps. When you don't have the flaps on those inboard control surfaces that add drag and add lift, you don't have that to help control your descent. You have to do a slip where, and it looks like I'm on camera right now, where you're kind of cross-controlling the airplane. You're giving aileron in one direction, rudder in the other, and the airplane, the wings just generate less lift. It helps you both a couple of things. You can use that slip maneuver to stay on course when you're landing, but you can also use it to control your descent rate. And I got to tell you, there is nothing more fun flying than doing a good slip in a Piper-type aircraft, Cub-type aircraft, like the one that Danny's flying right now. Check out the Chinook now. Wes Houston, low and to your right. And just saw in the chat, someone said, woo, Chinook. I agree. Here we go. Good over the line. Got that stick full back in his lap. Look at how reclined that position is. And also look at where his feet are. You can see everything he's doing in the cockpit there. Moving those rudder pedals. The visibility, I actually talked to Wes about this last night. He said, you know, when he first got into the aircraft, and that one was called good by the line judges, when he first got into that aircraft, he was a little worried. He's like, I'm a little afraid of heights, so wasn't sure what it's going to be like with all that visibility. But it definitely seems to be working out for him. We got a Diamond that just rolled by on the runway, and here comes Wes. You can hear him pulling up to the announcer's booth. Up over the hump. Rotax 912 purring in the back. Looks like it's got a wood prop. Very purpose-built aircraft. Purpose-built for this type of flying. Jetman _YT says, could I get a shout? Smiley face emoji? You bet, Jetman. Here's to you, Jetman. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, watching the STOL stuff. Cannot thank you enough. Angela Douglas says, can't wait to see them in Pinedale, Rocky Mountain STOL. That's one I have not personally been to yet, and I can't wait to attend. She also says, we love meeting Eddie and his tribe at Arkansas. Danny Goggins on the roll. He's off. We were talking a little bit about what it's like to fly that aircraft, and he made kind of a joke. He said, you know, one of the doors of the Legend AL3 is a airspeed indicator. If it flies up to a certain distance, you know you're going fast enough. And then the other one, if it comes up, it's a bit of a stall indicator. You know you're going too slow. And he's up. Oh, settled back down for Wes. I love that Chinook. It's so weird and so cool. Let's look at the scores thus far. It's actually pretty tight. Maybe you wouldn't have expected that, but the first runs, 379 combined for Danny and 233 feet combined for Wes in the Chinook. So these last takeoffs were much tighter. Danny Goggins with a takeoff of 214 feet and Wes with a takeoff of 200 feet. You see they're coming around. Andreas? I missed that one. It's Andreas. He's from Europe. Watching from Europe. So great to have you. Here's a great slip coming in with Danny Goggins getting it straightened out. And I am joined in the booth right now by none other than Colin Caneva.
Lucky to be in the booth watching Danny on final here, huh?
Yeah, look at that. I was saying it's a master class in slipping. He's good over the line there, Colin, and he's getting it straightened out a little bit. That stick full back, maybe a little gun shy from the last landing. I don't know if you noticed. He got the tail up a little high.
Little high, yeah.
A little on the last landing.
Well, that plane has to have a special plane in your place in your heart because you That's kind of your motif, isn't that what you're kind of the master of the Cubs, aren't you?
I don't know if I could say I'm a master of the Cub, but I'm definitely I enjoy a fine Cub.
You're one to watch. Let's just say that. You're one to watch.
That's too kind. That's too kind. So if people don't know who your voice, you're kind of a big deal. We're going to see you flying a little bit later.
I would say big deal is a huge stretch, but I appreciate that. But yeah, I get to fly the Legend Cub, the Beast mode in the Unlimited, and then I'm flying the Black and Silver Cub in what is that other class? The
you don't even know what neither of us know what class you're in. Let's just go to the.
Oh yes, the rookie class.
No. All right, where are we going here? Colin, where are you on the list? You got a lot of flying to do today. There is Wes now getting it down and stopped somewhere around 150 feet.
That plane right there, I got to sit in that plane yesterday. It feels like you're sitting in a helicopter. It is so cool. The visibility on that. And I didn't actually sit in that plane. I sat in Dan Reynolds, which he makes me call him Sir Dan.
Sure.
But Dan let me sit in his plane, and I have to tell you, that thing has more visibility. It's like sitting in an R-44.
Which is a helicopter.
Which is a helicopter, that's right. That's right.
So I went to the sheet. You're competing in the Sport class in your Carbon Cub today, and then the Unlimited class in Beast mode, which is an American Legend MOAC.
Yep.
Because we're going to watch you compete twice. I think you might be the only competitor doing that this weekend in 2 different classes.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. It's going to be fun. A lot of flying, and they're one after another, so I get to keep my helmet on and unplug and jump into another plane, so it's going to be fun. Ryan, I just walked over here, and I have to tell you, this crowd, what an amazing showing. Sulphur Springs came out to see some airplanes, came out to see some pilots. What an amazing community this is.
And the other thing I would mention in Amazing Community is they've been so supportive of us kind of dropping in, hanging out. Everyone's been so kind, making sure that we, as visitors to the town, have, I don't want to say all our needs met, but just like people being really generous with their time and energy to help host an event like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a community effort, and to see the showing and see all the cars parked in the parking lot, and boy, I tell you what an exciting Saturday. The weather's perfect. When I took off from Nebraska the other morning, it was 18 degrees. By the time I landed here, I had shed 3 layers of clothes, and here we are, and beautiful weather. Wow. They say everything's bigger in Texas.
Here's Wes on the roll in the Chinook, getting that tail up and then back down right away. Oh, that right main just sticking on a little bit too long. Left one was up in the air. His previous best takeoff was 131 feet. I don't think he bested that. His best run may have been his first one.
Really? You know, that's the thing is when you're flying in this, you could pull a little bit too early and that tire drags. It doesn't. If you get up and touch back down at all, that's where your score is. So it's you got to get over those trees, and that's what this whole event is about, is getting pilots proficient in. This is just where where you come and show off your skills, but you learn so much from these fellow aviators that, on Saturday morning when you go out to your flyouts, you're able to hit your spot. You're able to, hopefully go land on some river bars with some folks around here. There's so much fun flying. Danny, that's flying the Cub, took me out yesterday, and we got to go hit some local grass strips. Just an amazing area to fly, but that's you really get your skills honed when you're on this course, and that's one of the most exciting things for new pilots. Think, oh, I could never do this, but you can, because you're utilizing all the skills you've learned when you got your private pilot's license. So, I just hope next year we get this event. We've had more pilots than I think any other event, and wouldn't it be cool next year to have twice this many?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. And I want to go back a second. You were talking about, people getting involved and looking at National STOL and growing the pilot community. Here's Danny now. Look at that. He's just slipping it like he means it. Hold that thought. I want to watch this. I'm watching this guy fly. gave up about 75 feet over the line. So that's going to be a longer one for him. But I want to put that in perspective. He's still down and stopped at around 230, 240 feet, and that's short for general aviation.
That's super short. I mean, think about that. 230 feet. Most driveways are longer than that.
Mine's not.
Yours isn't? Well.
But, okay.
Well, listen, everything's bigger in Texas.
That's true.
I've driven by some of these driveways. I mean, these guys don't have driveways. They have lanes.
Yeah, you drive lane on the way to your house. So Wes is coming in right now, and you were talking about more pilots getting involved. I'm wondering if you had 2 or 3 pieces of advice as someone who's competing in the unlimited class for rookies like these two gentlemen, what advice would you give them?
Well, I think the biggest thing is you just get the initial show jitters out of you. And then if you not focus on the competition, but just focus on flying your airplane, right? I think that the biggest thing is you get kind of nervous, you get a crowd, but if you really just get down to it and fly your speeds, it's not about showing off. It's about just flying your speeds and being a safe pilot. And if you do that, really, then it comes down to honing in on getting really slow, getting that nose up, hitting your mark. And I think that, the biggest barrier, wow, that is such a cool little airplane.
Isn't that cool? I want one so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what I just feel like I feel like that's an airplane that people that you bring to see it, they may go like, I don't know. But it's one of those things like, if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Like people like the average person be like, I don't want to get in that. And then like your pilot friends be like, I need to get in that.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I told Dan yesterday, because you know me, I'm kind of the guy that gives everybody their fair share of crud on the course. And I told Dan yesterday that his airplane was kind of like a moped. You don't want any of your friends to see you riding it, but it sure is hell of fun when you're by yourself. He didn't like that so much, but
well, he's gonna take that anger out on you in the unlimited class later today.
Well, yeah, but I got to tell you is he'll take off. He might take off and land shorter than me, but I will give him more of a ration of crud. That's kind of my role, but. Back to that getting involved is a lot of people ask, what's the barrier to entry? Like, how do I get involved in this? You're already involved if you're flying. You take a 172 out, you're at your local airport, you're burning up the patch in the morning before the fly-in breakfast. Practice hitting your spot and practice getting on the brakes. And once you get really, really proficient at hitting your spot, I mean, the rest is just having fun. The nice thing about all these events is they put you with skilled pilots. It's kind of like the sport of wrestling. You're going against someone about your same weight, about your same skill set. Now it's just show us what you learned, and hopefully you've practiced your fanny off. So, but they get that.
So let's talk about how it ended up for our two rookies, because they were no doubt. I mean, maybe for the last week for Wes, they'd have been flying that airplane for 2 weeks. They practiced their fannies off. Wes took it in the rookie class with a best score of 233 feet. Yeah, that's right. He deserves the applause. He's new to this. Best score for Danny. Interesting, both of them with their best scores on their first runs.
Oh, wow.
Danny Goggins, honestly, pretty impressive for a non-STOL. Like, it's a STOL. A Cub type is a STOL airplane, but this is not like a hopped-up STOL beast like you're going to be flying later. Combined run of 379 feet for Danny Goggins. He deserves a round of applause as well. Everyone, be sure to do that.
Yeah, and think about that, guys. This is your local pilot. So if everybody give a big round of applause for Danny Goggins and let him know you're hearing from him.
So we are going to take a short break, and we're going to come back with more STOL action. Colin, you going to stick around for a few minutes with me?
I am. I'm going to help you out for the next event, or for the next class.
Rock on.
I get to visit with you the whole time.
Oh, man, we're going to have so much fun. All right, we'll be right back for more STOL action here in Sulphur Springs, Texas.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Aero, the ability to fly. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges. We assemble, torque every component to their desired spec. The correct amount of fluid is measured each and every time and poured into the shop. We complete the assembly and recheck all specifications once again. And after a minimum of 50 inspections, the shock is now ready to be lasered. We dyno each completed assembly. We clean and inspect once again. When it is then determined that it is complete, each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas for Lonestar STOL. My name is Ryan Dabrowski. Got the fabulous, the leggy, and vivacious Colin Kaniva sitting next to me. We just saw the rookie class brought to you by Hartzell Propeller and Sarasota Avionics. Let's hear how it went. We got Reese Dockhand out in the pits. Reese, how's it going?
We're on.
And we are here in the paddock with Wes, the pilot of that Chinook, Ryan, and his son, Weston. Let's talk through it. This is your first competition out here. How'd it go for you?
Well, it went great. Apparently, I did okay. I thought I was going to do a little bit better. I think I did a little bit better in practice yesterday, but I'm happy with the performance.
As well you should be, because you are the winner of the rookie class.
Oh, man, yeah.
That means you cannot be competing in the rookie season, but talk about the airplane. Ryan, you're the owner, right?
Yeah, I am. Thanks, Reese. Yeah, it's a 2007 Chinook Plus 2 aircraft. We picked it up about a year ago and started modifications on it, and unfortunately, we only got it out about 2 weeks ago from doing all the work to it, so I have not yet finished my tailwheel endorsement, and so I couldn't fly it, so I asked Wes if he'd put it in this competition for us and fly it, and He sure did. He did a heck of a job of it. We're really proud. Spencer Aviation Services is my company. We own the airplane, and we're really proud of Wes' performance today and all the work that he's done. It's just absolutely awesome to see him come out with a win. So it's fantastic.
Great job, Wes. But we're going to go down to Weston. Are you excited to be in a family of winners?
Yeah.
Excited? Are you going to be a future pilot?
Yeah.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A Southwest pilot.
A Southwest pilot. That's awesome. Going commercial. I'll be sitting in the back, hopefully, to come into all these national events. Now, 2023 is under wraps, but are we going to see more of you guys in 2024?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
We're going to be here.
I'm hooked. This is it's been a lot of fun. It's been a great competition. I've met a lot of fantastic people, and I'm looking forward to coming back next year.
All right. Well, we're excited to see these guys more next year. Back to you, Ryan.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Reese. And it's so great to hear the passion of the family, getting everything going. A couple questions, Colin, came in about the Chinook. Joe Diamond's wondering, tell us the engine on the Chinook. I believe it's a Rotax 912 on that one. Dan Reynolds is different.
Yeah, Dan's is a one-off that he I think if you talk to him about it, he'll tell you it's a Frankenstein. He was putting new cylinders in it just last week and doing some boring and some testing and some machining and but I think that one there is flying the Rotax.
We'll talk about Dan Reynolds' aircraft when we get to him competing against you. Let's go to the lineup for our next class. We are headed into the backcountry class. Up first, Joel Dobson in a 1956 Cessna 172, Scott Sweet in a 1974 Belanca Scout, Jerry Clemens, 2008 Aviat A1C, Micah Lindstrom, 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo model. This camaraderie between these two guys, Micah Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, right? 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo as well. They're both from Malacca, Minnesota. Austin Clemens bringing up the rear of the heat in that 2011 Aviat Husky A1C. So we've got some 170Bs, we've got some Husky A1Cs, and then we got Joel in the 172 and Scott in the Belanca, kind of bringing that class all together. Colin, you fly with these guys all the time. What do you think we should be looking for as we kick this class off in just a few minutes?
Well, first off, I think we need to touch back on the Jeff Pohl and Michael Lindstrom camaraderie, I guess you could call it. I don't know if it's too much camaraderie when they're out here. I would encourage all of you to participate in the awards ceremony afterwards because typically that turns out to be sometimes a wrestling match between the two Minnesota boys. The other thing that I'd watch for in this class is you're going to hear some different sounds coming from a couple of these airplanes. Some of them are running reverse pitch props. So when you hear that different sound, you know, what the heck was that? They're actually changing the pitch right when they land, and it's something to behold. It's pretty cool. I have to believe that those two have been practicing, and I think you're not only going to see some short landings, but you're going to see them stopping immediately.
While we get ready for them to fire up, I just heard in my ear that we actually have a Super Cub pilot that's going to be competing a little bit later. Keith Lang is with Reese Stockhan right now. Reese, are you guys ready to go in the pits with Keith?
3, 2, 1, live. It's always a good time seeing family come out here. It's like a big reunion, right?
It is, absolutely. You guys are like brothers, honestly.
That's what we kind of get out here is the camaraderie, but we still want to win. I saw you practice yesterday. You were looking mighty good.
Well, I was trying. It's I'm getting figured out a little bit tuning here and there. The wind's been favorable, so I've been really enjoying that. So I just gotta take on some competition today, get it a little bit slower. That's what I'm looking for.
Now, salt and pepper. You got pepper here today.
Got pepper today. Yep.
And what can you tell me about these planes and why they're so efficient in the backcountry?
Well, I think the Super Cub is really good because it's basic and simple. That's probably the best thing. It needs to do, Taylor and Piper built these things back in the 40s and 50s, designed them, and they came up with some awesome engineers, and they just took something really simple and made it efficient. And that's what it's got.
And there's a lot of competition. We're all having fun out here, but some of the fun that you get to have at home and at work.
Oh, man, I get to play from control there. So we fly remote, we fly float planes, we fly beavers, we fly Cub.
So they're chatting out there in the pits. We're losing connection a little bit based on all the wizardry of the aircraft around them. But we are getting ready to go here for the backcountry class, Colin. I'm excited to see this one. The first airplane that's going to be taxiing up is Joel Dobson. I think he's ready to go. Introduce Joel to everybody.
Now, Joel Dobson, when he comes by, do we have any veterans in the crowd? Well, thank you very, very much for your service. I'm a fellow veteran myself, and Joel Dobson was a former F-16 pilot. One of the coolest guys you'll ever meet if you get a chance after he competes. Go up and shake his hand. He went from flying really fast to really slow. This plane used to be on a nose wheel. He modified it. It's now a tail wheel airplane, and Joel just flies the pants off it. On the way down here, fully loaded, landed on a sandbar and broke his tail wheel. Got it down here, and we scraped it together, and Joel's been working on it. He's back in action. It wasn't any major damage, but he did bend apart. They got a mechanic to fix it up, sign off on it, and here he is. So we're going to just watch some fantastic aviating here. And he's one of two former fighter pilots, I believe. We've got Dozen Aldridge down here. Trevor Aldridge is flying. He was actually a Thunderbird pilot. So you've got some aviators in this group. So
here he is, everybody. If you're in the crowd now from Tennessee, Joel Dobson in the 1956 Cessna 172. Give him a round of applause. Right behind him, they were asking about him in the chat. Here he is, Scott Sweet from Hyannis, Nebraska in the Belanca Scout.
Now this guy competes in this plane on the weekends. And I'm from Nebraska too, so I get to fly with Scott. During the week, this is a working airplane. You can see he's got the wire cutters on that thing. He's checking cattle with this airplane 3, 4, 5 days a week. That's what this plane was rigged up for. He's got every tool known to man, everything to fix fence and wrangle cows. And Scott Sweet is just another one of those amazing human beings, but farms and ranches during the week and comes out and competes during the weekend. Super fun guy.
Let's give a round of applause for Scott Sweet. His performance today is probably going to be very sweet.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Now, next up, in the 2008 Aviat Husky, Jerry Clemens.
Jerry Clemens in the 34 Double D. There's a reason he named that 34 Double D, because he's got huge tires. But now that's one of those planes, I think that's such a pretty plane. Jerry's done a ton of work to that airplane. He's done a ton of work to himself. He is going to come out here and give these guys a run for his money. Just one of the most jovial, fun human beings you'll ever hang out with. He's always got a smile on his face. If Jerry Clemens doesn't wear a smile, something's seriously wrong.
And obviously, you tell him the last name, Clemens Insurance, one of the sponsors that brought National STOL to Sulphur Springs here for Lonestar STOL. So we thank him for that. You're also going to see his nephew compete against him in the next heat of this class.
Yeah, Austin is down here. Austin's another young man that the Clemens Aviation family, they eat, sleep, drink, bleed aviation. Austin, it's a very typical day for him to fly a King Air, jump into a jet, get out of that, fly into his Husky, get out of that, fly a Stearman, a helicopter. If it gets in the air, Austin Clemens is flying it. The Clemens Aviation family, they can't say enough good about them. Not only are they amazing aviators, but if you get a chance, go shake their hands. Just amazing human beings.
Yeah, they do a lot for the community, and we're also very appreciative of that. When Jerry pulls up to the line in that Husky, you were talking about reverse thrust propellers in this heat. If I'm not mistaken, he's the only one that has that technology. In the next round, you're going to see it again with Austin in the other Husky. So that'll be something to watch. Here's Joel Dobson at the line now.
Give it up. Here he goes. Gets that tail up high, rips that stick back. Now you have to be in a pretty shady place in the world to have a takeoff that you need to get off the ground in less than 150 feet.
That's a good point.
I mean, you have to be. He has to be in some serious hot water.
It's interesting because I think National STOL has weirdly normalized these short numbers. We're kind of like, oh, yeah, 150 feet. It's like, no, holy cow, 150 feet.
150 feet. Come on, Scott. Let's see this thing. Fellow Nebraskan. Holy cow. About 100. And what do you think that is?
Maybe 140 feet.
140, 145 feet.
I was talking to Scott last night about his ranching, and he used a term I'd never heard. But I'd heard about, like you have cattle, right? You have bulls, you have calves, you have cows and heifers. But he was like, yeah, he went and delivered a beef to someone.
Yeah.
A beef. He's calling it a beef. Look at how high the tail is for Jerry.
Oh, nice takeoff, Jerry. Nice.
Did he pull a little too soon?
I think he did. I think he got a little overzealous on that, but he still got off 100, looks like to me, about 135 feet, 130 feet. I was talking to Jerry last night. He told me a story. He's got this friend of his, and he was telling me, this friend of mine, he gets to make love twice a day. He reads 2 books a day. He gets 3 square meals. He works out twice a day, and he still complains because he's sitting in prison. Always complaining, he said, about that.
That is a problem. That's a bad place to be. Takeoff for Joel Dobson now. As he's coming around, you can see him there on short final. His takeoff was the best of the 3 with 138 feet. Jerry Clemens 2 feet behind him, and Scott Sweet only 4 feet behind him with 144 feet. So it's a tight first run here in the backcountry class.
Now, here's the thing, though. You'll probably see him on the first run be very conservative because if they scratch here, that wipes everything out. So they
Lexi says she doesn't know. We're going to have to go to review. He's getting it stopped. Stop short in that 172.
Wow.
You mentioned it's an airplane that started with a nose wheel.
Yep.
Converted to tail wheel.
Yeah, if it's too close for Lexi to call, it's too.
Ooh, there we go. Let's wind that up. Oh, what are they going to say? I feel like in the next frame I feel like it touched. I'm wondering what the judges are going to say. Called a scratch for Joel. You were saying you want to get on the board.
Yep.
That was a 100-foot landing, too, and that doesn't count. So he's got 2 more opportunities to get on the board. Here's Scott Sweet now coming in the Belanca.
Now that puts the pressure on. There, he's good. See, he put one in. Now he's got one in the books. Now he can relax and just go have fun. The pressure's on Joel, though, however, because he gets another scratch. And listen, I'm speaking firsthand here. At one of the first events this season, I could not hit that line right, and I scratched 3 times in a row, and I didn't even know it because these pilots don't know what they did right now.
Yeah, you don't know unless someone's texting you from the sidelines. You don't know what you did.
Right.
Here's Jerry Clemens now coming in low. Talk to me about that. I mean, we see some people do more like a standard approach, and then some of you guys like to go real low. Look at him, just tickling the tops of the
come
grass.
on, Jerry. Keep that thing up. And he drops his flaps, hits it down, hits that. There it is. There it is. Nice work. Yeah, so it seems like about every pilot has their own way of approaching. I typically take a lower approach, nose high, add power, and just kind of hang it on there. Now, you'll see in the next group when Austin comes in, he'll take a very steep approach, low, very slow but steady, and he just brings that thing in and kind of lands it. I think it's because he's used to flying the rotor. He's kind of famous for, on his Instagram, he always says rotor, rotor, rotor.
There's Joel taxiing by us now.
I want you to find a cleaner, older 172 tail wheel. He calls that thing Moxie, and Joel's one of those guys that's always out there polishing that thing up, clean it up. I'm actually surprised Scott's plane is so clean. That guy is landing that thing in the mud, in the blood, in the tears. It's a working airplane, folks.
I feel like every time I've seen Scott on the circuit, it's typically pretty muddy.
Yeah. It's funny because when everybody else is out there taking equipment out, tools and seats and losing weight, Scott's out there pulling branding irons, saddles, and ropes out of his. He's and fence fixing tools. So if you see his piles of tools, usually looks a little different than the average pilot out there. The other thing to mention is when you look across the runway, you see all those men and women in the green vests. Those are all pilots. So pilots have to judge each other's class, and that keeps it fair because, you have someone that's used to competing, knows the course, knows where you land, because it's very tricky when you watch these pilots take off. You think, oh, wow, that was less than 100 feet, but at any angle, that could add 20, 30 feet. So you really have to know what you do. That's why we use fellow competitors to judge.
Joel's on the roll, getting that tail up. Seemed almost perfectly timed on that one.
Nice. Yep. All right, so the pressure's on Joel. Like we said, he's got one scratch in the books.
Coming out of that last round, Jerry Clemens currently in first place with 274. Scott Sweet with 359 feet. So he's got some ground to cover. I mean, is the Belanca's the outlier here? We've got two Huskies. We've got two 170Bs we're going to see in the next round. He's off around the same distance, honestly, that Joel was. I mean, is the Belanca an outlier, or is it? What's your experience competing against it or around it?
Well, it's just like anything else, Ryan. I mean, you watch football players. It's pretty much you're flying similar equipment, right? But it comes down to who's practiced the most, who's comfortable getting that plane slow, and who can time that takeoff. Watch Jerry. Gets that taken off, and he pulled a little too early.
Can you talk to me there? One thing we saw, we'll have to get it from a pilot's perspective. The other thing we saw was the flaps drop down aggressively at the same time he was pulling back on the stick. For the folks who are new to this, how would you explain that maneuver, why those flaps are popping down so aggressively?
Yeah, so we do a lot of experimenting with that. And, normal short takeoff, short field takeoff, you add 10 degrees flaps. It's just like they teach you. But if you do that in a competition, all you're adding is drag. So you want to eliminate all the drag you can, get that plane up to a good speed, and by now you've got it felt in your pants, what you can take off. As soon as you think you're ready to rotate, you're grabbing that flap handle, ripping those flaps down, creating that lift, and ripping back on the stick. And it's you watch it on social media, and never fails. People say, why are they slamming their tail down? That tail is not hitting as hard as you think it is. By then, that plane's flying. All right, Joel. Pressure's on, buddy. There it is. Now he drops his flaps. It's opposite when you're landing now because it's not the drag. The flaps are causing lift. Well, when you come in and land, you want to drop those flaps and get all the weight on those tires and brakes so they can stop and let those brakes do the work.
So you're retracting the flaps, removing the lift.
Yep.
And you're also removing drag, but you're under braking at that point.
You're under braking, yep.
Scott Sweet bringing it into the Belanca.
One thing to mention, we released a little bit of pressure from Joel Dobson now because he has one on the board, and it looks like a darn good one. Come on, Scott, hold that thing in the air. Look at how stabilized that airplane is. Sets it down, gets it stopped.
Balancing it there with the brakes.
Wow, nice work, Mr. Sweet.
Right around 150 feet for Scott Sweet there on the landing. We'll see how that all adds up. Joel Dobson just slid into first place, by the way, with that last landing. He's on the board now at 253. Scott Sweet improving pretty dramatically down to 298 on that run, which would put him in third place still behind Jerry, but striking distance of Jerry at this point. Speaking of Jerry, here he is again with that low approach. There's this little hump by this taxiway that I'm always nervous people are going to just touch.
He touched his tail wheel, but you can touch your tail wheel. You cannot touch your mains. He scratched it.
Yeah, I called it a scratch. Yeah. So that's a good point. What Colin just mentioned is you can touch the tail wheel before the line. You just can't touch those mains. I guess technically by that rule, you could also wheelbarrow it in a nose wheel aircraft, but that would be pretty difficult to do to ride the nose wheel in before the line. So probably not going to see that.
Yeah, and then when you watch a guy like Brandon Korn come in and he's got 3 inches of clearance, I think the last thing he's thinking is trying to
gonna wheelbarrow it.
So it's judged off where your mains are. As long as your mains cross the line, you're good. Your tail wheel can cross before the line, and that's not a scratch. So if any of you watching thinking, well, why the heck did he touch his tail wheel? A lot of guys use that tail wheel as almost their hinge. They touch their tail wheel, they release their flaps, that airplane's done flying, and they just hinge it right down. And they let you look at a lot of these planes, they're running the TK1 shocks, they're running the Acme gear. These guys, they're building their plane so it can take this type of landing.
Heading into the third run of the first heat of the backcountry class right now, just to recap, Joel Dobson, 253 feet. Jerry Clemens, 274. Scott Sweet, 298. Now, it's still kind of anyone's race because right after them we have three, honestly, of the most competitive competitors. That's redundant. In the backcountry class. Micah, Jeff, and Austin. I mean, Austin was one of the first competitors that was a breakout star in National STOL when he was kind of showing everyone how to fly a Husky. Things have really tightened up since then. More competitors have come out the woodwork. Here's Joel now. Brakes released, tails up.
Get that thing up, Dobson. Again, I super encourage the crowd after the event. Shake hands with these pilots. Everybody loves to talk to you. Everybody wants to hear your story, and chances are you want to hear theirs. Joel Dobson is one you want to hear his story. The guy just tells he's a genuine human being as you find. Scott Sweet, make sure to talk to him and ask him about Sweet Farms, and he's a cattle rancher, so he's got the sweet beef. Here he goes.
I think that he may be one of the most consistent competitors we've seen so far today. He keeps taking off kind of right around the same place, I feel like. We'll have to look at the numbers. Mentioned his farm, Sandhills of Nebraska, fifth-generation ranch pilot. Grew up flying a Super Cub. And Joel Dobson, again, just want to mention, former F-16 pilot, combat pilot, instructor pilot. Just really great to see what he's doing. Jerry Clemens on the roll.
Get it up. Nice work, Jerry.
They're pointing earlier. The judges are pointing earlier. I think it was over here. Jerry Clemens, who is just super, we mentioned before, supportive of the STOL community. This aircraft, by the way, some of you are wondering in the chat about the stats, 200 horsepower, and those are 31-inch tires.
Yeah.
They're big tires.
And I noticed him in the pits taking some air out of those things, so he's wanting to plop that thing on the ground.
When we talk about that, we talk a lot about shocks, right? We're talking about removing air pressure. What's the theory behind that? Like, why are pilots doing? I mean, it's not just theory; it's numbers in practice.
Yeah, it's proven. Yeah, so you run a low air pressure, it takes your bounce out. I mean, think about a basketball. If you have a flat basketball, it doesn't want to bounce off the ground. So a lot of guys drop their air pressure. They pump up their air pressure to get across the country, get to the event, and then they drop it to get in here so they can plop it in just like Joel's about to. Bloop. See how little a bounce he had? Now, when that's all that weight's on that, look at his air pressure on his tires. Now, if you compare his tires when Jerry taxis, look at the difference.
And by the way, we were talking shop, but that was super short.
That was super short.
That was super short. That was it sub 100 feet? We're going to see. His best so far was 100 feet. Let's see what he did on that third landing. Oh, they're saying scratch?
I haven't heard from the heavens above.
Yeah, I'm seeing scratch on that. I was like, that's super short, but
DQ'd
on the scratch first. So he had one on the board, but that one on the board has him currently in first place. Here's Scott Sweet.
That's so he's a little higher this time, but look at him losing that altitude. He's going to drop them flaps. Boop. There he goes. All the weight's on that plane.
I think we should record that sound effect, and I can play it every time someone lands.
My bloop.
Bloop.
All right, so now this is the third time we've seen Jerry Clemens come in. We know he likes a low approach, but come on, Jerry, this is getting a little absurd. He's about 25 feet off the water out there. He thinks he's on his float plane.
Just taking his time, coming on in. Like the wigwag lights. That's a nice touch.
Just a beautiful airplane.
Yeah, it's real
Beautiful
shiny.
airplane.
I asked him why because he used to have a yellow and black Husky, not too dissimilar to the one that Austin flies. And I was like, why did you change? And he said, because this one's so pretty.
With a huge smile on his face, he said it.
Yeah.
Hit that prop. You're good, Jerry.
So that's a long one for Jerry.
But he's on the board 3 times. So no, he did have a DQ. Okay. Because, again, you got to remember, if you have 3 good landings, you don't want to stop rolling because the most consistent, you cannot get most consistent if you have a scratch on your record.
So that closes out the first heat of the backcountry class. And we're about to have Micah, Jeff, and Austin roll up and really drop the gauntlet. But these first 3 gentlemen, let's look at the scores. Joel Dobson in first place with 253, Jerry Clemens 274, and Scott Sweet at 298. That's a pretty tight grouping. It'll be interesting to see how the next 3 kind of unseat and move those around. Normally, you'd kind of expect de facto, Micah and Jeff Micah, Jeff, and Austin in particular to kind of take the top 3. That's where they usually land.
Yeah.
But I think the work has been made more difficult for them this time with those great performances. Everyone in that heat, by the way, scratched at least once.
So here's the interesting thing about these 3 guys rolling up. Now, I'm from the same state as Scott. I'm from the same myself, Scott Sweet, Rick Boardman. Let's see, who else is from Nebraska? We got a few Nebraska pilots down here.
Patrick
McAteer. Now, the interesting thing about Micah and Jeff, they're not only from the same state, but they're from the same small town of Malacca. So the guy that loses not only gets to hear about it here, not only has to get the rubbing from the fellow pilot tonight at the awards ceremony, but when they go into the local coffee shop, which I don't know how many coffee shops are in Malacca, Minnesota, but
Maybe
I can promise
one,
you not a lot.
Yeah, maybe one.
But they get to hear about it there too. So the pressure is on these 2. Jeff came up to me on the way when I was walking over to the booth and said, make sure you mention that between the pilot and the airplane that Micah's 100 pounds lighter than me. And I said, hey, man, what you guys eat in your off season is up to you.
Well, they're getting ready to go. I want to talk a little bit about sponsors that have been helping us bring this together. First of all, I wanted to talk more about Hartzell Propeller and Sarasota Avionics. Hartzell Propeller at the award ceremony tonight, we're raffling off a Hartzell Voyager prop. Anyone who's finished in the top 3 in their class, I'm imagining you're in this raffle now because you finished top 3 a couple times. Anyone who's finished top 3 in their class at any competition this year has earned entry. So Hartzell Propeller, we really appreciate that. Sarasota Avionics in the unlimited class, 1st through 3rd place, win Garmin prizes, care of Sarasota Avionics. We really appreciate that support. The other people we need to talk about real quick are USA Trailers Direct. You and I are sitting in a broadcast trailer that's been outfit and pulled together by USA Trailers Direct. Go visit them, usatrailersdirect.com. We can't thank them enough for their help. And then last but certainly not least, we have to talk about Lift Aviation.
It's a unique airplane. One of the unique things is the color.
Who's really been great in helping
and then
us
I
out
want to
with prize
say, yeah, we're having fun out here. It's probably the most fun you've ever had in an air, minus your F-16 experience.
All right, so they're cutting us out. We're going to go to the pits and hear from the champion,
like, Stop
Joel.
talking, Ryan. Go to Joel.
And even the sponsors, they're all fellow aviators too. So they're like, hey, we want to hear from. Listen, come see us at the booth, get the products. But let's hear from the champion so far, Joel Dobson.
We're here in the paddock. Great competition out there. You wanted to beat one person out there. Who was it?
Well, the whole crowd would be nice to beat, but Jerry Clemens was kind of a sleeper coming into this, and I hadn't really given him a lot of credence. I looked at his previous scores and I said, well, maybe I can get this guy, which I like the guy, by the way. Clemens Insurance insures this airplane. But I saw his numbers yesterday and I said, man, this guy's going to be tough to beat. I don't even know if I can get close to that. So, yeah, it was a good time to get out there. And I guess if I did a little better, well, it was a good effort. And I enjoyed doing that for sure.
Well, Joel, you have a very unique airplane behind us. It's a Cessna 172, and its nose wheel has been changed a little bit.
Yeah, I went through a little transition and had the nose wheel removed, put a tail wheel on the back end, some big bush tires, some new main landing gear, a couple other modifications, and this airplane is a 172 tail dragger conversion, and with that it's pretty capable in the back country, side country, and here at these competitions.
That's awesome. It's probably the most fun you've ever had in an airplane, right, at these competitions, minus the F-16 experience.
Well, the F-16 was a really good time, but that's why there's another F-16 pilot here today competing as well, and that's why I still fly these airplanes, is they are on par with as much fun as you can have in an American fighter jet. So yeah, that's for sure.
That's incredible. So cool to meet these pilots out here in the paddock. We're hoping you're enjoying the stream back at home. Joel, thanks for being out here.
Thanks, Reese.
And I look forward to seeing you in 2024. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese and Joel, for taking the time to do that. You talked about people enjoying the stream. I want to point out, Angela Douglas says, and I got to say this because you're sitting next to me, Colin Kaniva, People's Choice winner at Rocky Mountain STOL. Nice to see you at the booth, but even more nice to see you in the air. So that's Angela Douglas. Also, we've got someone checking in from Alaska, Sarah Jackson, right now in Alaska saying hello. So, Sarah, thanks so much for watching. Check out who's in front of you, folks. It's Michael Lindstrom in a Cessna 170B from Malacca, Minnesota.
All right, so if you're able to stand for this crew, if you're not able to stand, stay seated. But if you're able to stand, stand up and show these guys some love. You're about to see a rivalry here, folks. You've got Micah Lindstrom and the Jeff Pohl duke out. This is for the national championship, so you know they're going to be going hard.
So there's Michael Lindstrom. Thanks to him for coming and bringing it competitively in another 170 Bravo model called Dirty Bird 00. It's Jeff Pohl.
Jeff Pohl is, in fact, the Dirty Bird. It's not that he's a dirty man, but Jeff says if you wash it, it typically breaks. So he likes to maintain his airplane, but he's not big on washing it. He's the Dirty Bird, and I tell you, he is gunning for Micah Lindstrom. I am so excited to watch this fight. Watch these two duke it out. And then hopefully watch the wrestling match afterward, and followed up by none other than the pilot protege himself, the boy wonder. He's got so many nicknames on the circuit, but Austin James Clemens.
That's right, Austin Clemens from Benton, Kansas in the 2011 Aviat Husky. Here he is, folks. He can hear he's backing up just to show off a little bit. Look at the angry Husky on the tail. Austin Clemens, he can hear you. Give him a round of applause.
Now, I would challenge anybody in this crew, anybody in the crowd, when you meet Austin, I want you to take a picture of him if you see him not smiling. The happiest kid you'll ever see, but how could you not be? He's doing what he loves.
So now we're going to go real quick for another interview out in the field with Reese. He's with Scott Sweet.
Yeah, you're on.
Hey, we're here with Scott Sweet. Man, talk about this airplane and how you use it in the backcountry.
We use this for ranching a lot, man. We move cows, check water. We do a lot with it. It's just really handy running parts. It's literally a ranch pickup. It's great.
Tons of acreage out there in the backcountry, and your dad got you into aviation. Give a shout out to him.
Yeah, my dad's Sid Sweet back home. He's probably watching right now, so thanks a lot. Appreciate everything you've taught me. So, yeah, it's great.
Great to have these family men out there competing. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese. I want to take a minute to talk about how this class could work out in the national championship. They call it the Battle of the 170 Bravos. It's with the bonus Husky in the fight for supremacy in the backcountry class. Jeff Pohl in Dirty Bird, the second aircraft right there, has dominated the class over the past 2 years, and Micah Lindstrom has come to take the crown away from him.
Yep.
I want to be real with you. Any top 5 finish at Lone Star is going to clinch the win for Micah. So he just has to not scratch, basically. He has to just do what he normally does and not scratch.
Yep.
Here he goes now.
Listen to this bird take off. Now, this is a family airplane. Wow, look at that bird get off the ground.
What do you think about how big those aircraft are again?
Oh, my
compared to a
goodness.
Husky, compared to whatever. These are like 4-seat touring planes.
Well, I'll tell you what, when Jeff Pohl shows up to an aviation event, like I said, I talked about Scott Sweet. We unload our tools, we unload our stuff. It literally looks like Jeff Pohl's moving in. He packs the house in that airplane. And watch how fast he gets. Now, you're talking about a Valdez winner here.
Oh, he's dropping the gauntlet.
These guys are going to be duking it out. I am so excited to watch this, and none other than Austin.
Watch the position of the aircraft on the strip. Jeff Pohl cheated to his right a little bit, trying to get a little bit of that crosswind on the nose. It looked like it helped.
I think it did. All right, Austin. He holds that. He holds those brakes. He gets on that power. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
As they loop around, I think the other thing, Pohl is at least guaranteed second place. Austin Clemens currently in third for the national championships. But Sean Johnson, who showed up at Music City STOL, kind of hopped in. That's nice to see a jet fly by every once in a while.
Yeah.
Sean, not here, though, so kind of taking himself out of the running there.
All right, we have. Hold on, I don't want to interrupt you here.
Yeah, you're good.
But we have Micah. We have Micah on approach. I want you to listen to this airplane. I want you to hear the tone pitches of his engine, how he rides that propeller down. And Micah's one of the pilots that holds that thing, hangs it from the prop. I'm going to shut up and let you listen to him. Wow. Now think about that. He's about 135 feet, 100 give or take. Now I can't see it from all the way over here. I don't have my readers on. But you're talking about an airplane there that young man flies that airplane all over the country. And man, in fact, he showed up to Pinedale, Wyoming, over the mountains. He left Malacca, Minnesota at 9 o'clock at night, flew all night to get there. 200 feet for Micah. What was his landing at? He had a 200 feet combined. He had a 117-foot landing. Now listen to Jeff now. Oh, boy, Jeff. Oh, my goodness. Did he scratch that? Jeff just put the pressure on himself. I know he's in there kicking. I would love to have audio in that airplane right now. All you would hear is bleep, 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 bleep. Now look at the difference in approach. Austin takes a really steep approach, and I want you to listen to his airplane now. Oh, doggone it. Austin scratched too. All right, so we have 2 scratches. First run, the pressure is on these men. Now you think about it, I mentioned pressure, and you think, oh gosh, pressure. I mean, these guys are just out having a good time. You have to imagine if you make it to the national championship in any sport. I'm a Nebraska football fan, so I have to tell you, we're not used to that anymore. Any sport you make at the national championship, the pressure is on. The pressure is on these men and women in these cockpits. I can promise you that. So right now, Micah and Jeff are both thinking to themselves, all right, what am I going to do different on this one? Oh, man, they have, or Austin and Jeff. Micah has a good score on the board, so he's set. All he has to do now is fly his plane and have fun.
Yeah, and Micah, with that score, has sealed his championship national.
Yeah, so he gets a belt buckle.
He's sealed his national championship with that score. It's still possible that Jeff could beat him today at Lonestar STOL.
Oh my goodness.
So Micah's first takeoff was 83 feet. Let's see if he bested that this time. It was close. It was maybe around the same.
Folks, you are watching these big airplanes get off the ground in less than 100 feet. Oh my goodness.
Whoa, okay.
All right.
Okay, Jeff Pohl's like still hungry for it. Mowing the lawn a little bit on that one. Let's see. Oh, Micah, look at that. 83 feet first takeoff, 83 feet second takeoff. Someone wants the most consistent award as well.
Yeah, he does. But I tell you what, he is just a very consistent pilot. I mean, everybody, we're watching just some great aviating today. How exciting is this?
Here comes Austin. And that was maybe the shortest of the class.
Yeah, it looks like 77, 78 feet. We have one of the best eyes in the business over there. Keith Lang is providing the optics on that. And I think that's Brandon Korn over there, the pilot of the 206 that you saw earlier with the prettiest paint job you'll ever see. All right, let's listen to see what Micah does on this one. Now he can be aggressive on this one. Oh my goodness. Woo! Folks, what you're seeing here is no easy task.
So Micah's last run, 200 feet combined. I think we're going to see an improvement, further solidifying his first place position.
But I'm never going to, I'll never count out Jeff or Austin, because both those guys, they'll have something that makes everybody, you know, they always seem to dig in their bag of tricks when they know the pressure's on it. I guarantee someone's on their phone texting them and saying, here's where you're at, here's what you're doing.
Micah with 179 feet on that second run, so even further into first. Here comes Jeff.
Gets that weight on the tires. Oh, Jeff.
No, the blue flag.
Oh, Jeff. He would have had 73 feet.
That's 2 scratches for Jeff. The same thing.
Oh my gosh, the pressure.
He did triple scratch yesterday in practice and was not feeling it. So here's Austin now, also needs to get on the board. His takeoff was the shortest of the class.
I have a feeling we're going to hear the bait on this one.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Look at that. Another blue flag.
Oh, no.
Another scratch for Austin.
The pressure is on these men.
It is literally down to the last run. If anyone can unseat Micah, it's Jeff and Austin, and they are, I will say they're doing this for dramatic showmanship. They are saving it for the last run.
Well, if they are, they're doing a darn good job at it, because I'm literally nervous. I don't know if you could feel this energy.
And I want to be clear, that scratch for Austin, we just saw it on the replay. He scratched by 2 inches.
Yeah.
3 inches. It was so close. He's trying to get it exactly on the line. And let's be clear, scratching by 2 inches is still kind of an amazing feat of accuracy.
Hey, listen. In your life, you may hear it. Length doesn't matter, but in this contest, it matters. Length is everything in STOL.
Now look at Micah positioned on the line, grabbing some of that crosswind, that right main sticking out just a little bit further as he's trying to get a little more wind over those wings, a little more lift.
Now for those of you that are watching us on camera, the reason Ryan and I keep looking to the right.
Oh! They're sub 75 is what they're talking about right now.
Oh my goodness. The reason we keep looking to the right is that's where our screen's at. We're just as excited as you folks are, so it's hard for us to keep. This is our replay.
We got a lot of things going on here in the booth. Jeff Pohl now taking a more direct head-on approach. Now, he is probably in his head now, right?
Oh.
2 scratches. You got to really shake it off. Get your head in the game.
Come on, Jeff.
Off around 75 feet.
All right, but here's the thing. If Jeff doesn't scratch, he's landing actually shorter today than he did yesterday.
Right.
Ryan, if I had any more fingernails to chew off, I would be chewing them right now. This is nerve-wracking.
Look at that. Now look at how tightened up. Micah had 76 feet on that takeoff. Jeff dropping the gauntlet, saying, you know what, I can play with you still. 77 feet, just a foot behind him. Here's Austin.
Oh, my goodness. All right, folks, let's set the stage right here. These guys are all within a couple feet of each other. One has not scratched yet today. The other two, literally, if they don't make this run, they don't make the board.
66 feet for Austin, by the way, on that.
Oh.
A 66-foot takeoff in a Husky.
Now, I know your driveway's longer than 66 feet, Ryan.
Yeah, I think my driveway's longer than 66 feet. So things just got real tight real quick.
Yeah.
We were shaving like 20 feet off.
100%.
From the first 2 runs.
And it doesn't look like to me that the wind's picked up all that much. So these guys are just figuring it out. Their engines are warming up. The nerves are calming down. But I can't believe, no, I take that back. Their nerves are full tilt right now. Oh, look at how slow.
Oh, Micah's getting real aggressive.
Oh.
Scratch for Micah.
Oh, took him out of the most consistent.
Okay, so.
Hey, which I'm not complaining about that.
No, I know you're not. Now, here's the thing. That was his best takeoff. Jeff and Austin also had their best takeoffs just then, and they were in striking. If they can get the landing figured out, they could still unseat Micah for Lone Star STOL.
Now, I want everybody to visit all the vendors at this event. They're great vendors. But if you're at a vendor's booth, wherever you're at right now, you have to be watching these 2 airplanes. This is intense.
Jeff Pohl looks super stable right now.
All he's got to do is cross that line and stop that airplane.
Come on, Jeff.
Oh,
no.
My goodness.
Heartbreak.
Heartbreak. Lexi Duncan is raising.
I want to see let's watch the replay of that.
My heart literally breaks for that man. He is a very close friend.
So there's Micah's scratch on the replay, and that was a pretty healthy scratch. Let's look and see. Hopefully we can see a replay of Jeff. And here comes Austin as that's loading up. Oh, it's good!
It's good. Oh, my goodness, people! You just witnessed the comeback kid. Austin, the man he's got to have iron running through his veins. Oh my God. I can't believe what we just witnessed, Ryan.
Insane. That was insane. Here it is again on the replay. Look at him holding the nose off.
Oh,
just over the line.
Thank you.
So short. That's a 68-foot landing.
And a 66-foot.
For Austin Clemens. A combined score of 134 feet. That.
In a certified airplane.
In a
certified airplane.
Yeah, in a Husky
oh my
certified airplane. That's like we've seen unlimited competition in that score range. We've seen sport class competition in that score range. That totally upsets it. All right, let's wrap it out for.
This is why this is the national championship. You're seeing the best.
We're seeing the best here. Austin Clemens in first place with the surprise win, 134 feet. Micah is not going to be happy about that. He thought he had it cinched, 179 feet for second place. Joel Dobson, 253 feet. Look at the spread between those two. That's where Jeff Pohl's supposed to be. Joel Dobson in third place with 253. Jerry Clemens, Austin's uncle, 274 feet for fourth place. And Scott Sweet with 298 feet. Jeff Pohl, sadly, not on the board. That is the backcountry class here at Lone Star STOL.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling Austin's insurance rates are about to go up. He just nudged his uncle out. Guys, thank you very much for letting me sit in the booth and visit with you guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. We've got a lot of fun flying come up. And just enjoy your day, enjoy the aviation, and please come out and shake hands with all the pilots and everybody out here.
Okay, now we have an interview right now. Reese Dockhand is with Micah, Jeff, and Austin. Reese, you got me.
We're, I think, set up. You got good audio?
Oh, we got Jeff in there.
There you go. You're on. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are here with probably the most competitive group of guys you'd ever meet. Austin, Jeff, Micah. Let's go in that order because I think that's how it went. Micah, I mean, the Husky kind of came in. Yeah, there we go. There it is. First, second. But no, actually, Micah.
What? Doesn't the first
this
the
center? I mean, you won this one.
Can I say something? I would love to congratulate Jeff Cole on breaking new records today.
Scratched out all 3 for the first time ever.
All 3 practice. It was practice all over again.
Yeah.
What was your strategy? Why did you do that?
Well, I just wanted them to win, you know? I mean, I'm a giver.
He is a very nice guy. One of the nicest people I've ever met.
Yeah, and this is the best STOL student I ever had.
The student has surpassed the teacher. The teacher just didn't really give him a chance. He just decided to just take him out. And the story about the Husky, come on.
Well, I got some years of experience on you guys. My airplane's a little newer, so the technology has evolved. That's all I gotta say.
It evolved a lot this year. You finally got me.
Well, I didn't go up to 2, so that's why you won the deal.
You were there.
No.
What happened last time we flew together?
Last night I beat him in a drag race for like 30 miles side by side.
No, I was catching up to you.
Yeah.
And I passed you. I had to slip and do some S turns, otherwise I was gonna pass him.
Yeah.
And you got it on camera.
For some reason he never passed me, so.
I wanted to be safe.
Oh yeah.
Austin, Mike, Jeff, you guys are probably the most fun to be around as far as competitors. We're gonna see a lot of you guys in 2024. You win if you continue to lose or not.
To get out there and practice so I can find. But
a couple of years to do that. Practice.
Is it the Bible? Are these prescription?
These are not prescription. No, but
you should get some prescription glasses. You can see the line a lot.
Put some concrete in your tires.
2024, we're gonna see a lot more of you, Austin.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's gonna be fun. Can't wait for next year.
And we're gonna see if he's gonna be able to get out of the. We're having a lot of fun. Take care, guys. Back to you.
Back that way.
Thanks so much, Reese. I don't know if you guys heard that. Micah said to Jeff, you should get some prescription glasses. You could see the line a lot better. Hey, you notice I'm single up here again. Colin Kaniva had to go get ready to fly his 2 classes. So I wanted to thank him for joining me in the booth and bringing that exciting class to you. He, by the way, I've got a little thing to show you here. If you don't know him, Old Green Plane is his show that you can check out on Carbon TV and on YouTube. Really fun show where he interviews people and talks aviation. He actually has some posters and stuff free for kids and everybody at the merch tent. So if you want to go check that out. Speaking of the merch, I've just been informed that all of the National STOL merch, we're running low. You guys at Sulphur Springs are digging it. So if you want that, it would be a good time to go grab that before the next class. One of the things you can get is this, there we go. Oh, they cut away from it. You can get this amazing zip-up hoodie I've been wearing. It's very comfortable, very soft, and has the wonderful National STOL shield on the chest there. So check that out. I kind of can't believe how that ended. That was totally insane.
Yeah, they get more into the wind, and then they get a little shorter run. And they allowed it in Tennessee. They did? Yeah, no issue. He's cutting some of the crosswind out. Well, it seems like they're saving inches, but yeah, that's an inch a game here. Yeah. Of course, they can't get much of an angle, but they get a little bit. Yeah.
I want to talk about, as we get the next planes fired up here, we got to talk about a few more of our sponsors. We want to talk about AirTech Coatings and Factory 10. AirTech Coatings, they've been with National STOL for a long time, and we really appreciate them. You can actually check out some of their work on Kelly Qualls' plane. They make paint flies, what they say. If you want that like wet look, that shiny look on your airplane, if you want to do any fabric covering, things like that, AirTech Coatings, been a strong partner of National STOL for a long time, and we appreciate their support. So check them out. They're just fantastic for all the support that they've given us. We also have to talk about Factory 10, and Factory 10 has been with us, I think, this season, and we really appreciate their support as well. Check them out. Give them a Google, Factory 10. Love everything they've done for us. Aviation Composites is what they do. They're an annual sponsor that joined mid-year this year, and they're a custom provider of limited-run composite parts. So they'll actually help you design, engineer, and prototype, manufacture whatever you need to enhance your craft's performance to single, one-off components all the way to airframe manufacturing. So that's Factory 10 Aerospace Composites. Check them out. Pilot Abe Gaskins, who flew at Music City STOL, is part of that team as well. So appreciate their support. We've got a few more words from our sponsors we need to share with you, and then we'll be back for more STOL action. I don't know how it could get more exciting than that. I have no idea. I'm still in shock. We'll be right back.
It's good. I don't know why more. You ain't seen
nothing. Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Hey, I'm Chad, and I am Legend. So once I decided I wanted to buy a bush plane, a Super Cub, before I began my research, I had never even heard of Legend Aircraft. I had heard of a couple different manufacturers, and that's really what I started with when I started researching. It was only through doing different Google searches and getting on the forums and hearing about this Legend brand that I began to really research them. And what I know today is Legend Aircraft is the best kept secret in aviation. It doesn't appear to me that they spend their money on a lot of marketing and advertising. They spend that money on research and development and into building a great product. Another factor for me, aside from the build quality differences, the willingness to customize, the customer service, their willingness to sit down and almost do kind of a ground up one-off creation. On top of that was the other manufacturer that I was looking at. If I were to spec out this plane as close as they could get, I was getting less value, a less rugged, less sturdy, not as well built airplane, and an airplane that ultimately at the end of the day was not exactly what I wanted. That plane spec'd out at about $100,000 more than the Legend aircraft version. And what I ended up with here with the AmeriCub was exactly what I wanted out of a Bush plane and out of a Super Cub. And Legend Aircraft was willing to build that for me.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's right, that one's right here. And then there's another one 50-yard line.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas for Lone Star STOL. I'm going to introduce this guy next to me in just a second. We'll keep you as a mystery guest. I want to pop over to Reese Dockhand, who's with Luke Spohr in front of a MOAC. Let's hear what's going on down there.
Off the trailer. And we got the drone.
Reese, you got us, Reese?
Right, babe.
Luke Spohr looks like he's ready to go.
Uh-huh. One guy looks at where it lands. There they go. And then his helper verifies.
Yep, we're good. All right, we are here in the paddock, Sulphur Springs, hometown of American Legend Aircraft. How cool is it to be back home?
It's great. I moved to Kansas about a month ago, so it's nice to be back home, be able to compete in my own backyard and with the family, represent the company.
That's awesome, and you got a lot of representation of the legends here. Actually, a lot of aircraft showing up, showing their support. It's cool because like you can get a little tour of the factory while you're here.
Yeah, we've been giving tours in the mornings and afternoons after, before and after practice competition, showing around the shop, the production, how we weld, how we cover paint, all that, how the airplanes are kind of put together. So.
One of the coolest paint jobs of the paddock here, you can see behind me this green and black paint. What was some of the inspiration that went behind this?
It was supposed to be a demo for the Army, or it was a demo for the Army, so kind of the South gray, the black, the Punisher star, kind of have that Army look to it, and then I think it says Army on the top. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
It definitely has some great graphics.
I haven't looked at the top of the wing at all. Yeah, and then we got the kneeling soldier on the back, and we got a beast over there. Beast over there with the firemen. So we kind of like to support the, the forces and the service members.
That's awesome. Well, you had a tough time at practice. You're saying that the scratching.
I was scratching about one front of the line every time. So all I gotta do is move forward a foot, and I'll have like less than 50-foot landings and beat everybody. But that's gotta hit that line.
Well, hometown favorite Luke here. Good luck out there in the competition coming up soon. We got a lot of action. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese. Thanks so much, Luke, for taking the time to do that. Let's talk about the adventure class. Here's the lineup. Trevor Aldridge in the 2023 Patriot. James Barkheimer in the 2009 Cub Crafters EX2. Adam Gordon, Cub Crafters EX2. Brian Steck in a Legend AL-10. Brian Shirley in the 2023 Legend MOAC, and Luke Spohr also in a Legend Cup. They make them here, and that's probably why so many of them turned up, although honestly, Brian, and Luke have all been on the circuit the whole time. I'm joined right now. You saw him competing in another Legend aircraft.
Trying to compete.
Oh, and I've just been told there's one follow-up, Keith Lang in the Super Cubs also in this class. But yeah, so for people who watched you fly in the rookie class, who are you and what do you do?
I'm Danny Goggins. I'm local. I was the test pilot for Legend Cub in the very beginning with a little aircraft like I was flying. I call it the little standard Legend, the AL3. And it has the open cowl on it. It had, of course, the doors and windows on both sides, which I had open during the landings. It's only 100 horse 0200 engine. Doesn't have any flaps on it. So
yeah, we saw you slipping it. We saw you slipping it. I want to introduce our pilots for this first heat. In front of you, folks, give a big round of applause for Trevor Aldridge. You might know him as Dozen. Former F-16 U.S. Air Force Thunderbird pilot. Give it up for Trevor Aldridge in the Super Patriot. He can hear you, folks. Next up, in a 2009 Cub Crafters EX2 from Iran, Texas, it's James Barkheimer. Give him a round of applause. With the belly pod at the bottom, it's another Carbon Cub EX2, piloted by Adam Gordon from Oakdale, Louisiana. That'll be the first heat, and then, Danny, we're going to be digging into the second heat right after they go, where I just see Legend Aircraft, Legend Aircraft, Legend Aircraft, and then also a Super Cub. So we'll talk about that. So they're getting positioned on the line. Trevor's on the line right now. Again, I mentioned F-16 pilot most recently flew with the Thunderbirds, and now he's transitioned to general aviation after leaving active duty. Also has time in the F-15C Eagle. Wow. So he's put in some time for us. We thank him for his service. I got a chance to talk to him last night, and he was kind of regaling me with all the great custom things you can do with that aircraft. He's only been flying it, I think, about a week, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he does with it. Getting the throttle geared up.
Here we go. Look at that tail come up. Got a lot of power there. Bounces off. Nice.
Somewhere around 80, 90 feet.
Yeah. Looking good.
Next up, James Barkheimer in that silver and orange Cub Crafters. He's been a pilot for nearly 3 years, almost 1,000 flight hours in that
that's
time.
a lot for a young pilot, isn't it? Here we go. Let's see what he can get. Oh!
Kind of had that right main stick on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like he's about 120 there, isn't it?
And then last in the heat, we've got Adam Gordon in this red and white Carbon Cub. This one's powered by the Titan 180, 29-inch bush wheels on it, a little bit smaller than the one that just went before him.
Oh, yeah. Nice takeoff.
Same.
About 80 a fielder again, looks like.
Yeah, let's see how they all lined up. Looks like we got the scores coming in just a second. So right before we introduced everyone, I was saying, man, you were slipping it like you meant it out there.
So can you see
That's my flaps.
Yeah, you don't have flaps on that airplane.
I just consider my flaps as what my bank angle is, and then my slip. So I probably had a equivalent to a 35, 40 degree flap in that with that bank angle coming in. Plus, I'm riding in the back seat. That's the way I could see the runway where I'm supposed to land.
Sure. And is that aircraft, you have to solo it from the back seat like a traditional J3, or can you go both ways on it?
You can go both ways on that. If you'll rig up some controls from the back, like my carb heat and stuff's in the back and the fuel shutoff valve is reachable, then you can solo both front and back. As you noticed, the original Legend can be really tail light and nose over, you notice, from my first landing. So me riding in the back seat, I had a better chance of braking action from the back seat to give me more aft CG. And even at that, you saw when I really got on the brakes and locked them up, it could go over on its nose again. So I had to back off after that a little bit. It's just not really a competitive airplane against some of these guys.
I think it depends on what you're flying against. I mean, obviously in the rookie class, you kind of get all mashed up together, and you were flying against a Chinook, which is like a very specific and unique aircraft.
Yep.
But a lot of times in the rookie class, we have J3s, we have vintage airplanes that are similar to the one you were flying. So that, I think it just depends on who you're competing against.
I really was only competing against myself.
Well, you did a great job. I mean, that first landing was a little exciting, but it was also your shortest.
Yeah.
It's the best competitive one.
And then that scared me from almost putting it on the nose, so the next one I backed off. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, here's Trevor now coming in. He said he's been dialing it in. Again, only had the aircraft about, I think, a week or two, he said. And so he's been dialing it in. But obviously someone who's spent a lot of time flying. I'm not sure what it says. We were talking about it earlier. A lot of F-16 pilots flying STOL right now. Here he is. Flaps all the way down. Very stable.
Oh, what is she going to give him? Oh, yeah.
She called a scratch for that for Trevor.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
He was close. It was close, real close.
His takeoff was the best of the heat so far, 85-foot takeoff, but a scratch disqualifies him for that run. Next up, James Barkheimer with 120 feet on his takeoff. Let's see what he can do as Trevor taxis back to get ready for his next run.
Okay, here comes James. He's got the full flaps in. Looks like he's going to try to drag it in a little bit, doesn't he? Oh, there you go.
Safely over the line.
Safe. That's the way I'd want to do it. Make sure my first one's good. He's going to get it.
When we saw that in the last heat, or the last class, the pressure really builds.
Scratch.
Here we go.
He scratched.
Another scratch for the Carbon Cup. The pressure really builds as you scratch.
Yes.
You continue to scratch, you continue to get more and more stress. I've never seen Jeff Pohl scratch 3 times in a row. Total heartbreak for that. This class, what's going to be interesting is we're starting with the Cup Crafters, the Patriot, some of the newer pilots to the circuit.
Right.
And then the next heat's going to be all the veterans of the circuit. We've got Brian Steck. We've got all the legendary craft.
Yeah.
We've got Keith Lang, who, flying that like 1956 Super Cub. In a way, this class is, as I'm looking at the field here, I don't know why I didn't put it together sooner. It's kind of like you can see the Piper Super Cub heritage flow through, right? All of these airplanes have been derived from that design and improved over the years.
Here we go. Let's see if he can beat his first 85. Oh, he did.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Oh, yeah, that's, what do you think? So,
60
60. Yeah, I'm thinking close to 60, 62, 63, somewhere in there. Mr. James here, he's going to need to beat his 120 or 60.
Right. And he improved a lot.
He did. He weighed in.
Now, and to be clear, James is in first place right now because the other two couldn't clean it up in the landing.
That's true. Go, Adam.
Yeah, I thought we got a little tight spacing-wise there. That was super short, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
okay.
This is going to be a close heat if they can keep it all together.
You're right. It is super close. Trevor with 81 feet, so improving by a few feet for him. James Barkheimer, massive improvement from 120 down to 83. And let's see where Adam is, too. This might be super tight, this run.
So now the pressure's on.
Especially for the guys that haven't put a score on the board yet.
So the pressure's on. They've got to come in and get the shortest landing. And, they've got to not scratch again. So what do you do? I mean, so you be safe or do you go for it?
I mean, I was about to ask you the same thing. I think since it's the second run, I think you'd be safe still because you still have a third one. But I don't know. When you're putting down numbers like that. Yeah,
70.
Adam Gordon was 70
feet. Wow.
I mean, you've been a flight instructor for a long time. You actually mentioned yesterday that you were the one who signed off Luke, who we're going to see later.
For his private pilot.
For his private pilot.
I didn't instruct him all the way through, but I gave him that test prep at the last.
Got it. What advice do you, so for instance, like Trevor, obviously he's been flying high-performance jets and all this stuff, but this is a different kind of flying. Like, what kind of advice do you give him as someone who's been flying the Patriot for a couple of weeks?
Well, advice for him is he just needs to relax and focus on what he's going to do, get that up there. And he was real close last time. He was probably within a couple of feet last time. So just try to correct it and then get on it and stop it. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's going to be a little long on that one.
A little long, but safe.
Yeah, safe.
And stop pretty short there.
Yeah. Well, 130 or so on that.
We have 3, right?
That may be enough because obviously James.
He needed that. He needed that to get on the board. So I'm thinking he went with a safe route on that one.
Saw him pulling up and asking, was that a scratch or was that on the board? That's how close he was.
Well, it's real hard for him to tell in the seat. I mean, you really don't know. And when you come in, you think, boy, I was close, I was good, you know. And especially if you're really close to the line, you can't tell.
James looks like he's fighting a little bit to keep it straight out there. Maybe a little bit of
gust in there, I think.
Variable wind. He's safe over the line.
Safe one. Oh, I think he thought he scratched. Do you? Because he added the power.
He added power. I wonder if it was also just to keep some wind over the tail or something. You know, like it felt like he didn't feel stable.
I guess.
And we always say, folks, for people who, if they, 500 feet, he didn't ever stop there, which is a bummer because that was a really good takeoff for James Barkheimer. Never stopped. Maybe he did think he scratched.
Maybe he did.
132 for Trevor on his landing.
Good. Here we go. Let's see what we got here. He's dragging it in. Dragging it. Oh, I think that may be a scratch there. That's real close.
Lexi's saying she doesn't know. He stopped somewhere just beyond 75 feet. Let's go to the replay.
That is close. Oh, what do you call it?
I need to see that frame by frame. I have no idea. Oh, I think it's good. Oh, I think it's literally right on the line. Are they going to call it good in race control?
Let's see what they say.
They called it a scratch? No way. What do you guys think of that? Oh, I see some thumbs down in the crowd. I don't know if I agree with that, but that's why we're the announcers.
Yeah, I would have had to give it to him.
All right, so we just
close counts, don't it?
Close counts, yeah. Something about horseshoes.
Yeah.
So Trevor Aldridge now. Here's what's interesting.
2 scratches.
Trevor Aldridge on the board.
Trevor's
Trevor's on the board with 213. James Barkheimer, I think, could have held on to first place if he had stopped. But I think you were right. I think he thought he scratched and he rolled out, which is such a bummer. We always say to folks, don't do that. Oh, wait.
Whoa.
Oh, but the scratch.
Okay.
Adam Gordon would have slid into first place, but scratch. So, that's a heartbreaking fall.
Oh.
Woo! There we go.
Man, it's back about, what, 60, isn't it?
Give or take.
Give or take a little there. That was an exciting heat right there, really.
Whew. Yeah, I hope, now here's what I hope for James, right? We know he had a great takeoff last time around. He needs to do that again now.
Yeah.
But he needs to actually stop no matter whether or not he thinks he's scratched.
Tail up, bounce it.
Felt like a little early on the pull.
Wasn't as good as his last one. He's back to about 110. Someone on 105.
That's going to be one for debrief. And James, I'm sure you're going to watch this after the fact and you hear it. Like we really wanted you to stop. Okay,
Adam.
Look at that. Trevor, 61 feet.
There you go.
Really short again for
70. Are they going to call it about 70?
Somewhere on 70.
That's in the ballpark to play.
Now, I want to go to social right here because we have some cool comments. We've got the Watchman with salt heads. I don't know, but that's a name, a social media name. Hey, Roy and Miriam from the Florida Keys. I can't wait to compete in STOL competition. We have a Legend MOAC on order.
Oh, wow.
And they've been watching all the funs. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry I made fun of your name. I'm just going to call you Saltheads, Roy and Marion. That is, I get it, because they're from the Keys.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, it's all coming together for me. So they've got a MOAC on order that'll be built just a couple hundred feet from where we're sitting right now.
Right now.
Coke, even.
And there's some that's completed out there that are
Coke
probably
is
fixing to
good.
go
A
home.
nice cold
So
Coke.
they're kind of stayed here for the show. Let's see, we got Adam coming in. Come on, Adam. Give us another close one. Can he do it again? Oh, I don't think so.
Scratch for Trevor. So he scratched on the first and the third with that 61-foot takeoff. That is a little bit of heartbreak for Trevor, the former Thunderbird pilot. He still is in first place.
Yeah.
James is going to have, if he was going to strike, it would have been on that last one that I keep talking about.
Yeah.
109-foot takeoff. He's way out there right now over, it looks like he just came over the beach. I don't know if it's actually a beach.
Beach.
Is that being generous?
Yeah, that's being real generous. That lake's not very deep. If you went down in it, you could probably walk out.
The nice young woman that sang the national anthem for us said she was paddleboarding out there recently, and there's like a 5-foot water moccasin, and she said nope, and she went home.
All right, come on, Adam. Oh, hang on to it. Put it on that prop. Come on, up there.
He's good over
He's
the
good.
line.
Oh, nice.
Get it stopped, James. Get it stopped, James.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
That tail up in the air, you got to back off the brakes a little bit just to keep it from coming over.
Okay, that was pretty short. Was that short enough? That may be enough to unseat Trevor. We'll have to see here. I'm waiting for the scores to pop up there. 213, the score to currently beat, as Adam Gordon now coming in over the approach end of the airport in that Carbon Cub.
Okay.
He's not on the board yet, so the pressure's really mounting for him. Oh, that's a healthy scratch for him. So that's 3 scratches for Adam Gordon, which is a bummer. Also, while he was coming in, the scores updated, and James Barkheimer, redemption, 189 feet, pushing him into first place against Dozen, the F-16 Thunderbird pilot. So I'm gonna out you for that. Eric Farewell, one of the owners of National Soul, said he came up. He's like, "Oh, 3 scratches. You know what we call that? A Jeff Pohl." That's too soon, Eric. That's too soon. Let's go to the pits now. We've got Trevor Aldridge in the pits with Reese Dockhand.
And we're here with Trevor, no stranger to the air shows and performance and going fast. But what about this going slow thing?
This is a completely different game. I mean, you're slow, you're coming in at 30, 35 miles an hour, trying to land in 100 feet, take off in 100 feet. It's a different game.
You said you didn't feel it today. You weren't feeling it. You could do better.
Yeah, I can do better. I wasn't really happy with my performance today. You know, I've had this airplane for about 4 days now, and so I've just been trying to feel it out. And today I had a scratch in my last one, I know, and came in too high on the second one, so my numbers aren't going to be the best, but it was a good time. First competition out here.
Let's talk about this Patriot. You don't see a lot of Patriots out here. Can you tell us a little bit of the details on this aircraft?
Yeah, so Patriot's a new airplane manufacturer. They're out of Bibbs County, Alabama. I'm out of Bentonville. I'm one of the dealers for them. And Patriot, really, what it brings to the table is it's got a little bit bigger wing than a traditional Cub. We try to keep everything as light as possible. So we've got an IO 320 from Lycon, pushes out 197 horsepower with that constant 3-blade prop. So I cruised on the way here at 130 miles an hour. 8.5 gallons an hour, which was pretty impressive for a Cub. And if I did a little performance today, you know, I could stop and take off both within about 75 feet. So everything about Patriot is just a custom bespoke airplane to whatever you're wanting. If you're wanting to go fishing or hunting, or you want to put bikes on the racks or whatever it is, you know, they will custom make whatever aircraft you want, tailored for whatever your mission set is. And so I just haven't really seen anybody else in the market that is putting this level of an attention to detail to it. And so I'm excited to help support that company.
And attention to detail, let's talk about your detail, your history of aviation. You're flying some really fast movers, some really cool stories. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I flew the F-15 for the Air Force in the Pacific, Europe, and 16 for the Thunderbirds. I currently teach introduction to fighter flying, the dogfight and drop bombs, T-38. for major airlines as well, and do this kind of stuff for fun. This is the fun fly.
Well, excited to see you out here having fun, and I know it's the end of the season, but we'll see you in 2024.
Okay, I'll definitely be back, and I'll have some time to practice over the summer, so watch out.
All right, guys, you hear it right here. Fastest little Thunderbird in this competition. If you're at home and you want to do this, National STOL is a place to do it. Back to you, Ryan.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Trevor. Thanks so much, Reese. And yeah, he he said he's been flying that for 4 days.
Yeah, that's
what?
amazing.
61-foot takeoff in 4 days? I don't know. Give yourself some credit, Trevor. He's like, I wasn't too happy with that 61-foot takeoff. Owning an airplane 4 days. So that was the first heat of the adventure class. Now we are headed to the second heat in just a minute, and this is where the MOACs are coming out to play.
Yes.
And you, former test pilot for Legend Aircraft, we talked about this during practice yesterday. You came and shared the mic with me a little bit. What, for people who don't know when they see these things taxi up, what sort of things differentiate the MOACs from the airplane you were flying earlier today? Because that was the airplane you were flying today was like one of the OG kind of Legend Cubs, right? Like it's like the second.
It was the first one.
The first one, and then it's the second one ever LSA ever certified in the United States. Yeah. So a lot of time has passed since then.
Oh yes, that's more than 15 years now. 19 next year will be the 20th anniversary.
Woo! Okay.
Wow, time flies. One of the big, actually the fuselage is almost exactly the same. There's some extra bracing that they put in there for the bigger engines. Another brace up from the firewall down is what Darren told me they're adding to that to give, since you got a bigger engine, heavier weight on there, they need a little more brace in there. So they actually add 1-2 brace to each side. But the rest of the fuselage is exactly the same. Now they go in and they do different things on the wing. The wing is just totally different. And they do some customized stuff on the wings for people too. People that's got their own idea. I know the Beast, they put a whole new leading edge on the wing, extended the ailerons, the depth of the ailerons, so they gave them larger, longer cord line to the wing, which it produces more lift.
Sure.
They took the leading edge slats off of that, so they're still experimenting. I mean, they're always experimenting with stuff. When you can't just pick one thing about what they're changing, because they're constantly changing. They're like everybody else. Let's see this, let's try this, let's try this. It's like when we were doing test pilot stuff over there we did over 15 props. You know, and it was just every day we was putting on different props, trying this prop, trying that prop, checking the RPMs, checking how much power we're making out of it. They'll actually do pull tests on these, and they change props on these planes. So they'll do a pull test and see how much they're pulling, and then they'll try to readjust the prop and they can pull. And back in those days, we didn't have the torque meter to read that, so we actually just got out and did it in the airplane. But now they're getting more technology. They're able to just hook it up to a truck and just do a pull test on it, and they can find out how much pounds that engine and that propeller is actually pulling and how many RPMs they're turning. You know, the RPMs turning is develops, tells them how many horsepower. The engine is rated at 2,750 horsepower at X amount of RPM. I mean, X amount of horsepower, maybe 200. So you want to reach that point, and then you want to pull on that torque weight sensor, and then you want to see how much pull you're getting out of it. So can you turn that RPM? So a lot of times they'll pitch it down or pitch it up or whatever they get. And then there's all different designs on propellers. I mean, the sky's the limit on propeller design, on the company and how because a propeller is actually a rotating wing. That's how they produce. Sure. So the propeller is doing, the work there. So
that is that's a lot of work, but you get a lot of performance out of it.
Yeah.
So I understand the value of doing all that testing. It's cool. I never thought about how you just hook it up to a truck. We got to take a quick break, and we're going to go talk about some of our sponsors, and we'll be right back for the second heat of the adventure class.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges, and all specifications. We dyno each completed assembly. Each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas for Lonestar STOL. We're at the home of Legend Aircraft, and we're getting ready to see some Legend Aircraft fly. Right now, let's go to the lineup for the second heat of the Adventure class.
Yes, unless it's the wrong call. No one's in final.
Up front, in front of me right now, Brian Steck. Everyone, give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
All right, hometown boy.
Hometown boy, and let's talk a little bit about what he's flying here. He's flying a 2020 MOAC from Mineola, Texas. He's got actually a new Legend aircraft under construction. I don't know if we can talk about that.
No, it's all top secret.
It's all top secret. But anyway, give a round of applause for Brian Steck here from Texas.
Brian flew out to my house yesterday in that plane there, and we did some photo ops with my old-timey vintage military hangar.
Next up in the gray and orange MOAC, it's Brian Shirley. This one's brand new, 2023 from Dodge City, Kansas. Brian Shirley, everybody. Taxing in front of the booth. You signed him off for his private pilot license.
Yes.
It's Luke Spohr, everybody. 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC from Emory, Texas. Give him a round of applause.
Go, Luke.
Luke Spohr, by the way, started competing in 2019. First place at Swamp STOL this year with the MOAC. He's flown the STOL demo at Oshkosh. And he's aiming to beat Brian by 10 feet today is what he said.
Yeah.
That's Luke Spohr, everybody.
That's always a good battle between their little rivalry going on between those two local boys there.
And we talked earlier about how this class is a little bit of an adventure in the heritage of what's happened since Piper designed the Super Cub. Well, here's kind of the granddad, the plane, not the man, the granddad of all the airplanes you've seen in this class.
The real McCoy.
The real McCoy. It's a 1956 Piper Super Cub flown by Keith Lang, everybody. Give him a round of applause.
Well, I don't think Mr. Bill Piper had that type of landing gear under the original airplane, though.
No,
the hydraulic shocks and all that, and the big tires.
Yeah, I think that happened later.
It was only probably because they didn't think about designing them back then, because they did use the airplane for about the same thing when the Super Cub was built. Matter of fact, the first Super Cub was built with actually a 90 horsepower engine on it.
I think I've ridden in a 90 horsepower Super Cub. Yeah, isn't that crazy to think that the performance you can get out of 90 horsepower?
They kept working it up and working it up. All right, here we go.
So Brian Steck's texting up to the line. Right now, 2 competitors are on the board in this class. We've got James Barkheimer in first place with 189 and Trevor Aldridge right behind him with 213. Brian Steck.
All right, let's see what Brian can do on the takeoff. Here we go. Oh! Where are they going to mark it? Man, that looks like a 65-footer. Okay.
Here's Brian Shirley. He spent 30 years of his life doing off-roading, race circle track and stock car. Grew up with an aviation influence with his parents. Started flying in a 180. Here he goes in the BOAC. He's off short, maybe not quite as short.
Not quite as short,
Steck.
more like a 80. But he knows what competition's all about then, if he was a racetrack guy.
Yeah, he's been in and out of national STOL competition for a couple of years, and he's flown in everything here from a Rans S21 to a Carbon Cub.
Yeah.
Now he's on the BOAC. Here's Luke.
Here's Luke. Let's see what he can do. Tails up high, flaps popped in. I think
that was
Brian. I don't know. That's close to call from now. Who got the best takeoff, him or Brian?
All the way from Wasilla, Alaska. Here is Keith Lang. He's owned 27 different aircraft in his life.
Wow.
He's flown over 60. His favorite, though, is the line of Piper Cubs. He calls this one Pepper. Look how high that tail is.
Oh, look at the old original hung right in there.
Great, thank you. Start to get some of these scores in. Brian Steck, 69-foot takeoff. Yep. Brian Shirley with 80 feet. We're waiting on Luke's and Keith's. Oh, Luke's 61 feet.
Oh, the competition is rolling there.
And Keith with 78 feet. So it's real tight this second heat already.
So now it's down to not scratching. But the first good one on the board and get you a good run before you. So let's see. I always felt like the pressure was on me on the first one. Because if I could get just a good score in, then I could relax on the other and concentrate on putting something, what I call good, on the board. But it didn't happen. It happened.
I think you did. I mean, we were talking about when Colin was here about how almost never in flying do you need to land this short, like outside of competition. So
here we go. Ryan's working those ailerons, keeping it straight. He's dragging it in, Ooh, it's good. She called it good. And look at that stop.
That is worth the applause for Brian Steck.
What do we have, 4?
That was, well, I don't know. That looks like a 60 maybe. I don't know. Let's see what they call it.
Brian Shirley on short final.
He's going to need a short one. Hang in there. Here we go. He's hanging it up there. Oh, yeah, good one. See, they're all going for the good solid.
That was just over 50 feet. See Austin Clemens there, who's on the line right now, cheering for Brian. Brian Steck's landing 65 feet. So at least for now, he'll be the first place competitor. I looked right to try to see where, where Luke was.
Luke likes a low drag in, doesn't he? He's doing the low and slow. Get it slow coming in and slow it down.
Was that part of the private pilot prep you did with him?
No. This had nothing to do with private pilot's stuff.
Luke's over that little hump in the taxiway there, holding it off.
There you go. He's
good over the line.
He's going to be competitive. Looks like they got his mark.
Saw him grab for the stick and make sure it was fully back there.
Absolutely. Let's see. We got Brian Steck had a 65. Looks like Brian Shirley got a 61 there. That's going to help him. And then Luke, a 65. Oh,
a lot of changing up in the places right now. Keith Lang for his first attempt to get on the board.
Here we go. Oh, she's called it good. It's gonna be a good one. How about that?
Yeah, a little bit of showmanship.
Yeah,
here
didn't ever
Keith.
have to put his tail down.
So let's see where that puts us as the final scores get entered. Right on the line, by the way, as we watch the replay there for Keith. And I think the judges they may call it a scratch. We'll see. That was under review by race control. And they did actually end up calling that a scratch.
Yeah, scratch.
So here's where we stand after the first round of the second heat of the adventure class. Luke Sporer up into first place with 126. Brian Steck second with 134. Brian Shirley third place with 141. Alpha Music in the chat. I'm watching Brian Steck heart emoji. Love that. Alpha Music 10, thank you for watching. Mr. Barkheimer 189 in fourth, and Trevor pushed down into fifth place now with 213. So obviously the
second half is dominating the first half.
Second half a little bit dominating, but without Keith on the board yet, it's still a bit of an uncertain. Whoa, there we go, Brian. Saw him easing those flaps off once he got above the obstacle, so to speak.
Looks like the wind's giving them a little bit of crosswind, doesn't it? Looks like it's even died down a little bit.
I was going to say, it feels warmer in the booth.
Here we go. See what we can do.
Brian Shirley, that was a
good one. Nice takeoff. Now this is Luke's turn. Can he do it 2 times in a row?
He does have the unfair advantage of the gun cases on the struts.
Yeah.
I asked him if there were weapons there. He said no, he fills them with helium. Okay.
Oh, wow.
We might be sub 60 feet on that one.
Man, I think he did have helium on that one.
Now look at Keith Lang right now. He's cheating into the wind. Not everyone does this.
Yeah.
He's trying to get every ounce of that crosswind, and it actually looks like there was more crosswind when he taxied to the line. Now it feels like it's a little bit more down the runway.
Yeah, it does. Even from the windsock, I see you way over there. Oh!
Keith!
Go for it.
What are you doing, Keith? Whoa!
Man.
Look at So replay on that. That was what I think the kids call a full send.
Yeah.
That was intense.
Watch him
Oh, wow.
and just slam it on and bounce it off.
Woo. Okay, that got my heart pumping
Yeah.
a little bit. That was a 65-foot takeoff for Keith Lang. Luke Spohr improving by a few feet, 59 feet.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, Brian Steck not shorter that time. He was
a little long on that
A little
one.
bit longer on that takeoff. He's on approach now, higher up, flaps down. Something you didn't have working for you today.
No flaps.
There is nothing like slipping a Cub type aircraft.
That's true.
Especially you had the both door. You can
I
just,
had
like,
both doors open. I could look out either side and see the white stripe to land. So, because there's no looking over the dash. Here we go. Oh, yes.
Whoop. Get it stopped, Brian.
Easy.
There we go. I wonder if you're right about the wind dying out a little bit, because I think when the wind dies out, you start to see the tails go higher. They have less control authority.
Absolutely. I had to wait on the wind to go. I teetered in balance, and I was going, oh, please, wind blow, so I can put the tail down. All right. We can go with Brian again.
So for Brian, not an improvement. That was 183 feet, so he's still best at 134.
Here he comes, dragging it in. Is he going to look at that? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
this is a good one. He's
precision.
in. Good stop. Look at the wind, see?
Now looks like they've got a right crosswind a little bit.
It's shifting. You see the windsock out on the main runway there. Look at the tail of the windsock shifting. And here comes Luke with his famous drag it in approach.
You guys are getting one heck of a show right now in the adventure class. Here's Luke.
Hold on, Luke. Hold on. Oh, yes. A little bit longer for him also, I believe.
I got to
than his
wonder if
last
he's
one.
watching them from above and going, oh, those guys are struggling a little bit.
You see his door on his plane
Yeah.
go up and down? I used to teach in these, and I tell them the left door is the power indicator, the right door is the stall indicator.
Okay, I mentioned this earlier, but I couldn't remember which door was which.
The left door is the power, so when you power up, the left door will come up about halfway. And then when you stall, the right door will come up halfway. So you can watch the left door come up on your power up, and it should go back down. And then the right door will come up when you're about to stall. Here we go.
Now Keith
Here
had
is
that. Yeah, he had that.
he's going to do. He's going to hang. Oh gosh,
No,
the wind got him.
Keith!
He had it set up there, and the wind just died on him.
That's a second scratch for Keith Lang after that amazingly dramatic takeoff. It's all down to the third round for him. Here,
So-
everyone in the crowd, you got to give a round of applause to these pilots. They are putting in work right now, and they're putting in work for you.
And I'm going to say for Keith, he's working harder because he's in the older style aircraft. He doesn't have all the advantages that some of the others have. He has to really work that aircraft hard to get it to even compete at this level which he's doing. These guys have all the new gadgets on, more horsepower and all that kind of stuff, and he's staying right with them in the competition by just wringing everything he can out of that original old Super Cub there.
We asked him about that, and we said, hey, like, why you have the preference for the, he's shaking his head as he drives by the booth here. Why do you have the preference for the more vintage Super Cubs? He's like, I just like it because they're simple.
Yeah.
They're really simple. He flies up in Alaska, needs it to be simple, uses them for work,
Yep.
conservation work.
All right, Brian. Has he got any wind? Pretty much wind will calm down. So see, his takeoff's even longer than it's been. That wind has died on him right about the time he started to take off.
Over the course of the heat almost, right? We had 69-foot takeoff, then a 90-foot takeoff. We'll see what the third one is.
And I'm looking at the wind socket. See, it's just almost limp out there. So this one probably be a little longer also. Oh, it wasn't. He worked it out of there. Look at that. Well, it picked up, I think, right about the time
Oh, yeah,
we
look
went.
at the windsock now.
Yeah.
See, this is the part of the day I noticed in the forecast that we were going to start having,
Gusty.
and heat was going to be coming through.
Yeah. All right, Luke, let's see what you can do. You're going to need to squeeze now that you got a shift in the wind there. He's going for it. Yeah. Good takeoff.
And we have live weather on the stream right now for those of you in the crowd. The wind has been variable. It's currently 7 knots at 216, but we've seen gusts up to 11, the highest one I saw so far. Also, we talked about density altitude this morning. It was negative 300. Now we're up to almost 2,000 feet of density altitude.
Temperature's coming up, yeah.
So
Here we
there
go,
goes
Keith. Yeah, look at that. All right.
Humidity's coming up a
So-
little bit as well as part of that. But sorry, what are you going to say about that with Keith?
Looks like, I can't tell, they may have moved him down a little bit. They're talking about it out there. So I see the line guys.
Brian Steck's takeoff that round was his longest with 105.
Yeah.
Brian Shirley on the flip side with shortest takeoff with 69.
Yes.
Waiting for Luke's takeoff numbers to come in. He's still in first place with 126 feet. Brian Steck.
Oh, look at there. Luke got a 59 on that takeoff.
Another 59-foot takeoff for Luke, so he's been super consistent on his takeoffs. Keith Lang with 63 feet, which is his best, so he could still upset the apple cart at the end here.
He's hanging it on the prop. If the wind don't drop him, look at there. I mean, he's good in it.
That was
there we go. Nice short stop. That's going to be another good one for Brian. Well, his takeoff was longer, though. May hurt him a little bit.
I Love Aviation says, full send. Keith, that was the fullest send. Yeah, that's going to be on TikTok tonight. That's going to be everywhere.
How about the Bonanza back taxi? I thought he landed, but I guess he's back taxi.
Brian Shirley coming over the taxiway.
Look at that. He's getting it slow. Oh, is it going to? It's
Gotta
close.
Really hold it off. He's got a scratch
Flat.
for Brian
Man.
Shirley.
It just got slow on him. When you get a certain level behind the power curve on that, it takes way more power. And then if you get further behind it, then it just almost gets impossible. Here comes Luke with his low approach, float plane style. Oh, Luke, hang on there. Up.
They're calling that a scratch too. He's gonna roll out. He knows.
Yeah.
That's a bummer for Luke. That was another 59-foot takeoff.
Man, that was a really good takeoff there.
So now here's the things are gonna hold pretty standard here. It looks like, but Keith is the wild card. He's the one who hasn't been on the board yet.
Yep.
He has his best takeoff of the heat. 63 feet.
63.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
That's just a little bit longer than an F-14 Tomcat is nose to tail. I try to work that in every stream.
He's working that engine. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think he got it. She scratched him again. Oh man, it was close.
Oh, he triple scratched for Keith Lang, the legend from Alaska. Yeah, and I don't know if you just heard Eric Farrell was trying to make that joke a thing. Jeff pulled it. Jeff pulled it. So that is going to. I want to watch that replay. That is going to wrap up the adventure class here at 2023 Lone Star STOL. Let's take you through, obviously presented by Legend Aircraft. Luke Spohr in the MOAC 126. And he almost beat Brian Steck by that 10 feet he wanted. Brian Steck in second place with 134 feet, also in a MOAC. And for the hat trick for the Legend Cubs, Brian Shirley, third place with 141.
All
James
right.
Barkheimer in the Cub Crafters with 189. Trevor Aldridge in the Patriot, Super Patriot, fifth place with 213.
All right.
We're going to head over now to Brennan and Reese. They are ready to talk to Brian Steck.
10 seconds.
5.
All right, we're here with Brian Steck. He's he's not really too happy with his performance.
It was good. The first one I think was my best one. I'm not real sure. I was trying to watch it and listen at the same time, but man, after I landed and come in and saw those other guys land, I was like, holy cow, we got our work cut out for us here. I'm gonna have to do better. And then the second one, I didn't do good at all in the second one, but man, I tell you, I think Luke did pretty well. It looked like he did, and Brian Shirley, all of them. I mean, everybody did great. And Keith Lane, he did awesome. And that's the one I really have to worry about beating is Keith for the season, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
The score came in 20 feet between all the Legend aircraft. Luke did get you. You were in second.
That's okay. I kind of knew it. I watched his landing and I saw he did great. And, he went on TV last night, I think, and told him he's come here just to beat me. And, I'm happy for him. Luke's my brother. I love him and very happy for Luke.
And happy with the Legend aircraft, so much so that you're building another one. Talk about it.
Oh, yeah. So, like I said before, when I built this airplane, it was never built for competition. I didn't even know what STOL was when I built this airplane. So, I got into the STOL drag, all of the different, STOL aspects, and just love it so much. I was like, man, I think I want to build one for competition, for more, just lighter, a little bit stronger, things like that. So building the exact same airplane, just building it a little stronger, a little lighter, and a lot more power. So.
Well, we're excited to see you in 2024 with a little bit more performance, man.
I'd go talk to the winner.
Yeah, we're on our way. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese. And I love seeing not only the camaraderie, or I was going to say the competition, but also the camaraderie between Brian and Luke. I mean, they definitely supporting each other out on the circuit. Any, observations as a instructor, as someone who's Colin told me a funny story yesterday. Actually, I'm going to do this. Colin told me a story yesterday. He told me that you actually, they want us to go to Luke now, but there's a story I want to ask you about. I guess you took Colin flying to your house or something like that. All right. So, Reese, we're ready for you, Reese. You're with Luke Spohr now.
All right, Luke Spohr, you took home the win for your class right now, and over the Legend Cubs, you're the number one. You beat Brian, you beat both of them.
Yeah, that's surprising. Brian usually wins, so that was fun. Yeah, the first round we all did really good. Wind felt really good. We all landed really short, took off really short. Second one, I kind of got screwed and got some weird gusts and balloons real far. And then the third one, the wind died on like all of us. So I think Brian was the only one not to scratch on the third run. So I was hoping to get at least second, but it was kind of like right in the fence because we all did really good. So it's fun to see that one.
Yeah, right? Great way to close out the 2023 season with a W.
Yeah. So hopefully I caught up in points to beat them in the season.
Man, I don't know if you got me in points. You got me this time though, brother. You did awesome. Great flying, man. When I watched you land, I turned around and watched. Oh no, he got me. He got me how he did. Yeah. So it was good. Congratulations.
I thought I was gonna know. I was like, you know what? I'll brake hard for once. Try to like you. It scared me a little bit. I came over.
Yeah. Right. Good job, buddy.
Yeah. Good job.
So taking pointers from Brian over the season, watching him compete, you changed up a little bit of your strategy going into this?
I just braked harder. He always gets me on landings because he brakes real hard because, he breaks something on his plane. He just can, write a check and fix it. I can't do that, so I fly a little more conservative, but I guess I did the brakes a little harder this time, and that's what got me.
Well, you got it done. Congratulations.
Thanks.
We'll see you in 2024.
Yeah, see ya.
Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks, Reese. And I want to make sure, by the way, you love those guys as much as I love them, and I love them a lot. Everyone, you should go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote, and you can actually vote for your favorite pilot. And the person you'd vote for, whoever wins favorite pilot, gets some sort of prize. It's a good one. I think it's
a good prize.
Big, it's like shocks. What is it? Do you know what it is? I don't know.
I don't know exactly what it was.
It's probably good though.
Yeah,
it's probably good.
There's also one for kind of the pilot of the day that did the worst or did something dumb. And I didn't want that one. I think they
No,
give
yeah,
a
you don't want
whiskey,
that.
yeah.
You definitely don't want that. So that's nationalstol.com/vote. nationalstol.com/vote. Go check that out. Some notes in the chat here. Someone said, "Oh no, Keith won the style competition at least." So if you think that Keith won the style competition, go vote for him.
Go vote
guess
for him.
what? nationalstol.com/vote. Okay, I was going to ask you about this story before.
Okay.
Colin was here sitting in one of the breaks. He said that. Oh wait, no, we're not. We're going to get to that story eventually because guess what? Reese is over with Keith and Brian now. Man, he's getting all the interviews. I promise we're going to get to the story because the build-up's going to be not worth it by the time we get to the punchline. So, okay, I think we're almost ready to go over to Reese. He's standing in front of Pepper, Keith's plane, the Lone Wolf Super Cub. They're untangling a cable. I'm just narrating this for you now because I don't want to start anything until we are ready to go.
Guys that you kind of want to see. This is the exciting part. We get to hear from Keith Lang about his competition. How do you think he did?
Well, I just had a little wind problem, but otherwise I did best I could. That's just kind of how it works. The weather's what it is. You take what you can get.
Right. The weather is just an alternate that just you can't really predict. So in the cockpit, what are you doing?
I'm just working it, just trying to watch the flags working, and I'm coming in and I noticed the wind kind of gust for a second, and I started to slow down, and all of a sudden it just kind of dropped.
Yep.
I tried to add a little power, but at that point you're committed, so there's nothing you can do about it. But that's, man, great day for having fun, huh?
Yeah, and it's lovely to see that you're having a lot of fan base back at home watching. You want to give some shout outs to that?
Oh yeah, Mom, my daughter Taylor, the grandkids, man, love you. Thanks for watching, all my friends out there. Looking forward to another year next year, so hopefully we'll be here for it.
Right on. Thank you for being out here. We'll see you next year. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese. Okay, I got to get this story out of you.
Okay.
Okay, you took Colin flying yesterday.
Well, he actually took me flying. I was in the back seat.
You're in the back seat.
Yeah.
You took him to your home strip.
Yeah.
And the story I heard was that you guys were on approach. He thought it was looking good, and you're like, oh, it's already, you got to go.
Well,
does that sound about
well,
right?
I actually said he came down low, and we came over the power lines. We came in, and he started sliding down. First, he was a little fast, and then he came over the power lines. He slipped down in there, and he got slowed down, and he just kind of hovered along there, and he went down. And I have a halfway point that I kind of know on my field because it's only 1,850 feet long. And so we got to the halfway point, and he was still going, and I said, are you going to land or go around? I want to know. I want to be with you here. He goes, I'm going to land. Okay, land.
Then do it.
Then do it. Because I've got a barbed wire fence at the end of it. And, I didn't want to run there. Of course, in his defense, he was thinking about the guys behind him. There was Brian, and the two Brians were behind us, and we were going down there for a photo shoot. So in his defense, he was trying to land long for them, and I wasn't aware of that. I would have landed and then took my exit to my hangar and got out of the way, and that's my thinking because that's my home field. He wasn't thinking that way. He was thinking landing long and give them room to land. So It was a miscommunication between the backseat driver and the front seat pilot. So next time I told him I will keep my mouth shut, or he can either brief me before we land.
Maybe do the second one because you shouldn't have to keep your mouth shut because there's no room for egos in cockpits.
Yeah.
They're all too
Yeah.
small. Hey, I don't have a good transition out of this because speaking of small, let's talk about something big. Scott Sweet, he's a farmer, rancher guy, doing all sorts of cool stuff with cattle. We have a little package that was pulled together. I want to play for everybody about how he uses. We talked during his class with the Belanca, how he uses that to actually work.
Yeah.
And so let's see a little bit about that now. Here's Scott Sweet on his home turf.
All right, we're getting packed up here. We're at the hangar. And the Scout packed up for the Lonestar STOL, and this is going to be a handful of things you're going to need. It's not much. These are some of the basic essentials you're going to need for a STOL competition, or if you're just coming to hang out and watch the STOL. We got, honestly, just a feed tub of random stuff, flashlights, extra tie downs. We got fuel bladders, which are Jeff Daly's. He's probably going to want those back. We use those to drain some fuel to drop some weight. Lawn chair, another one of Jeff Daly's. He's gonna want that back too, but yeah, and you got your bag, extra clothes, tie downs. You gotta have a Sweet Edition Cowie hat. It's just how I roll. A tent, Mexican blankets, and some pads. And that's really all you really need to do to go to one of these things. It's that simple. The Cowie Scott Sweet Edition hat was, it's a company based out of south of Lincoln. My buddy started it. He was a bull rider, and I started wearing his stuff. And this hat in particular was one that no one wanted. It was they labeled it limited edition because they couldn't sell it. It's brown and white. And I started wearing it to every show, and it just kind of it just snowballed. Everybody started wanting one, so I gave my buddy a hard time. I said, "Man, you ought to call it the Sweet Edition." So one day he messages me and says, "Hey man, I made it into the Sweet Edition. I hope you don't mind. I put your last name on the side of it." And of course I didn't care. It's his company, and voila, we have the Sweet Edition Cowie hat. That's how it all started. To get on Cowie and get yourself one of these Cowie Sweet Edition hats, it's gonna help you compete. It's gonna be the best thing you ever did. Hey everybody, Scott Sleep from Hyannis, Nebraska, and I fly Bronca Scout and National Soul.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
And we are back. I got a mouthful of cookies. So
that's not a euphemism, guys. It's actual cookies.
We've got Eric Farewell with me. Let me finish swallowing this. You tell him who you are, Eric.
Guys, my name is Eric Farewell. It's been an honor to be here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. What a great weekend we've had already. We are going to have some great interviews going back and forth here. One of two things is going to happen. We have some arguments about this right now. Either you're going to hear from Reese and one of our other pilots in the adventure class, or you're going to hear about another one of our pilots in Nebraska. One of those two things is going to happen right now.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you up to today?
Just in the shop screwing around.
Hey, you want to do me a favor? You got your airplane back, did you?
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, could you fly down to Oglala and pick up some parts that are at the airport?
Yeah, that's fine. Are you out in the hayfield?
Yes, sir. I'm just south of town in the hayfield.
Okay.
South of the airport.
Yeah, I'll run down there and grab them. Just shoot me a pin where you're at, and we'll drop them off here in a little bit.
It's pretty smooth up on the high ground, but it's just a spring and a couple air filters for the tractor.
All right. Should be able to get that in the Cub.
Yeah, I would think so.
All right. Perfect. We'll see you here in a little bit.
Appreciate it.
All right. You bet. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's go get these parts.
Pretty normal out here. All the airports pretty well know that we live in the middle of nowhere. We're gonna come in an airplane. So they delivered them to the airport for us. Here's Scott's parts. He said it was just a couple little parts. Not much to it. And, Jesus. You lied to us. The spring weighs 30 pounds. All right, good to go. Off to the hayfield.
That's good. I'm gonna get him that one. They're like, thanks, bud. We're back in business.
And we are back. I know for those of you guys live here, you're not seeing the video. Make sure you check out nationalstol.com where you can pick your streaming service and just enjoy the rapturous beauty of Nebraska. I never thought those words would leave my mouth. But that said, Ryan, who can we thank right now for this event happening here? Who's someone we haven't thanked enough yet?
Well, it's been an awesome day so far, and we need to take a minute to thank all of the sponsors that have made this possible. So, without further ado,
we wait for the technology to catch up.
Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, Legend Aircraft, Hartzell Propeller, Sarasota Avionics, USA Trailers Direct, Duke Propellers, Lift Aviation, AirTech Coatings, Factory 10 Aerospace Composites, Aero LEDs, Rugged Radios, FlightHelmet.com, Flight Outfitters, Committee Coffee, Avination, Flying Eyes, Acme Aero, Pappy, Behringer, McFarlane, an MT Propeller, Aviator Paramotor, and that is just the beginning, because we also have some local sponsors we need to talk about. We've got Etas Inc., Clemens Insurance, Nottingham Sulphur Springs Dodge. We've got Lima Bravo Aviation, Fix and Feed. I think I've got some Fix and Feed water down here. Garmin Aviation, Thrust Flight, CNB Bank, Texas Heritage National Bank, and Grocery Supply Company. So obviously, Eric, we couldn't do it with all of them. Now, in the field, we've got Reese with another one of our competitors in the MOAC. It's Brian Shirley.
Out here in the paddock, it's just the end of the season. You were pushing the limits out here, Brian.
Yeah, I was trying. I was kind of going for it. I didn't have anything to lose. You know, of course, you want a place, but I didn't have anything to lose. I was kind of wanting to get in there and mix it up and see if I could sneak in a second, maybe.
Yeah, you said you put on a little note to yourself on the dash. What did it say?
Don't do anything stupid. You still got to fly it home.
And it's still flying home. Now, where is home?
Home's Dodge City, Kansas.
And you use this just for fun?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I check some cows in it, but I could do it in the pickup just as easy. But, you know, you find reasons to use it.
And will we see you more in the 2024 season?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just kind of got started this year. This airplane was brand new. Just got finished in June. Pinedale, Wyoming was my first one. And the one in Tennessee was my second one. So then came to the Nationals.
How are you loving this Legend MOAC?
Oh, it's a blast. It's fun. It kind of fits my style of flying. I can kind of abuse it a little bit, splat it on. You know, it's a lot of fun.
Well, great to see you out here and pushing the limits. So looking forward to 2024.
I hope so.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese. Again, we are getting ready to kick off the sport class. I'm here joined with Eric Farewell. He's kind of a big deal. Luke Spore is poking his head in the booth. If you're going to do that, at least walk in front of the camera so people can see what we're reacting to.
That said, guys, we are lining up now for the sport class presented by Duke Propeller. We've got Kelly Qualls, Chris Miller, Chuck Olmstead, Daryl Hickman, David Curley, Jeremiah Stapleton, our chef himself, Patrick McIntyre, Anthony Sanchez, Levi Nogas, Wes Houston, Justin Tisdale, Joe Milloway, Nick Ardillo, Colin Kaniva, and of course, Rick Borbin. Wouldn't be the same without him. Super excited to see this incredible lineup in some of the most competitive airplanes that we can bring to the field. our resident social media extraordinaire right now, Kelly Qualls, right in front of you. He is from Hot Springs, Arkansas, and he is going to put that Sport Cub to the test.
So everyone give a big shout out to Kelly Qualls. He can hear you in the cockpit with that open door. Let's kick off this sport class in style.
Now from Pecan Gap, Texas, the great, the mighty, Chris Miller in his Carbon Cub SS. This is definitely one of the most loved planes for this class. This airplane is incredible in its abilities. And Chris is here to show off for the hometown fans here all the way back in Pecan Gap, Texas.
Pecan or pecan?
I'm from the South, so it's pecan.
All right, here we go. Let's give it up for Chris Miller. Next up, Chuck Olmstead. Saw him in practice yesterday. He's in an American Legend aircraft AL-18. Started flying in 1972, sold in a 150 in just 8 hours on his birthday, and now actually constructed this current aircraft, and he founds and owns East Texas Airframes, which provides service to American Legend aircraft. Everyone's get a round of applause for Chuck Olmstead.
Next up, guys, in another beautiful American Legend AL-18 light sport, we got Daryl Hickman. He's coming from Ormond Beach, Florida. And this airplane has some style to it. I love the orange and red play. Absolute beautiful plane. Daryl flies balloons, gliders, you name it. He is a repairman and maintenance guy for all light sport aircraft. And he's a Gold Seal flight instructor for all types of aircraft and gliders. He's trained over 300 pilots through their Sport Pilot. And that is just an amazing thing to do. As a flight instructor myself, that is one of my passions, is sharing flight and being able to inspire the next generation to get out there and do this thing. It's just absolutely amazing. So Daryl, put your hands together for Mr. Hickman.
And last in this heat, but certainly not least, David Curley from Spicewood, Texas, in that olive drab green just aircraft Highlander. He's competed in the STOL classes all over the national championship air races. He's raced in the 1 mile course race and finished 14th place. That was an unintentional poem. Anyway, David Curley from Spicewood, Texas.
So ladies and gentlemen, that is your first sport class heat. Things here will be starting with the folks who have the lowest points in our current national standing, and then going higher and higher until we get to the guys who have real rivalries. We've seen it with Jeff, Pull, and Micah. We've seen it with all of these guys. Just, they're getting antsy, right? There are belt buckles on the line. There are big prizes on the line, including a Hartzell propeller. Again, much love to all of our sponsors. And I always do this every time I get on the mic. I say, hey, look, we're in a new city, in a new state. We have an opportunity for you. If you know a brand or you have a brand that would find value in 100 million people seeing it, we'd love to work with you. We've got some great sponsorship opportunities right here at National STOL, and you can just email me, eric@nationalstol.com. We'll talk to you. We'll get you all set up and find a package that helps build your business while you give back to aviation and continue the love for the STOL community. Love to have more brands doing more things so these pilots can have better prizes and just really more excuses to come out and have more fun with us, right? That said, I've heard that we are about to release these guys, Kelly Qualls and that 100 horsepower Sport Cub leading the pack.
Kelly pulled me aside last night and he said, he's so humble. He's like, could you under-promise and on my performance? But look, how can you under-promise that? He's like, I've not been flying very long. No, that was great.
Fantastic performance from 100 horsepower. Right behind him, 180 horse to 200 horsepower. I don't know what engine he has in this Carbon Cub SS, but basically the same airframe, very similar airframes, but the light weight of that Sport Cub just rips it off the ground. Kelly really impressed us at Swamp STOL. Here comes, dragging that right tire. He's got a Titan 340, 180 horsepower. Ripping her off the ground indeed. Now on to the legends.
Chuck Olmstead's got a Titan 320 in this one. Lots of number 3s for you.
Definitely a different sound. Pulling the flaps in, rotating a little early, gave up a few extra feet there. He could have been off sooner. We talk a lot about the energy management of these takeoffs and looking to see that perfect moment where you bounce off the ground, but you don't go too high and we don't pull and then drag and drag. It's definitely a delicate balance and art, not a science. Daryl Hickman, all the way from Florida. Just flying it off the ground. No big pull there. Very interesting difference in style for the same aircraft. And now for a completely different style, a different aircraft, this Just Aircraft Highlander, flown by David Curley. I don't know what engine he has in there. It's interesting. Looks like it's a Rotax 912. You can see that shock monster gear. I believe it's shock monster gear. It may be. I may be wrong on that, but you can see it unloading for quite some time before he left the ground.
Yeah, and you'll see that later with Levi Nogas as well. That gear kind of extending and extending and extending. Want to go to the internet, the chat real quick. Kathy Joe R says, complete bummer. We didn't make it there. Watching from Florida, though. Thank you so much for watching, Kathy. We really appreciate it. Also, Katrina saying, Keith so far winning the doing it with style, but the day's not over yet. That's right. I'm still thinking about that takeoff from Keith. Here's Kelly now on short final. He said he don't overpromise my performance, but look at how stable he is coming in.
Super refined, super balanced, nothing over eager. Getting it down across the line, jumping the flaps, and heavy on the brakes, trying to get that airplane stopped as quickly as he can, just past 150 feet.
And he had the second best takeoff.
Losing by 1 foot to an airplane with 80 more horsepower. What an incredible performance by Kelly.
I think Kelly is being a little humble.
Seeing a little burble there just past the taxiway. As that sun heats the taxiway, we'll see that more and more throughout the day. Chris Miller getting it across the line, giving up about 30 feet before touchdown. But we see it a lot from these pilots. You want to get one on the books. We saw Micah in his first landing. Very happy to get across the line, touchdown around 20 feet, get the score on the books, clinching the points for him to make sure he wins the national title. And this year we had 8 events all over the U.S. Next year we have more events planned. We're hoping to come to new airports, new states, new people, new places, and introduce pilots all over to this sort of flying.
Chuck Olmstead now in the American Legend AL-18 from Texas. 135-foot takeoff. He's coming in low. Oh, tickling the tops of the grass there.
Very close. He is across the line.
A lot of energy there. Came in a little fast. Around 250 feet-ish, plus or minus. Daryl Hickman next up.
It's neat to have these two aircraft of the same type being flown in very different ways. Touch of power there saves him across the line.
He's got a lot of speed to dissipate as well, but he's going to bring it in about 25 feet shorter than Chuck. And David Curley's out over the lake, bringing it in for us.
I love the look of this airplane. He really has done a nice job. But during the practice yesterday, I was out of the line judging, and I have to say I've never had more trouble finding an N number on an airplane. The airplane is camouflage color, and the N numbers are N numbered on the rudder. Definitely a challenging location.
A little bit of crosswind from the left.
Oh, he's across the line. Nice smooth landing. Getting heavy on those brakes. Again, it looks like he has Behringer brakes on that airplane. Behringer's a new supporter of ours we're really excited about because they came to us and said, we want to help. We'd like to see you guys doing more.
Here's what's interesting. you know, a little deficient on horsepower compared to some of the other aircraft, but he's, I believe, also lighter. He had the longest takeoff, but also just short of the shortest landing, only
2 feet.
losing landing out by Kelly Qualls.
Which puts Kelly actually as our leader right now, which is just fantastic to see with a combined score of 246. Kelly taking that lead from Chris Miller, who's currently at 270, and then David Curley at 299. Impressive results for an airplane that most would say is certainly not at the same caliber, but the numbers don't lie, do they?
Daryl Hickman and Chuck Olmsted rounding out 4th and 5th place with 348 and 379 respectively. And yeah, that is just a beautiful plane, David Curley's plane there.
Can you find the end number though?
I did, yeah.
As we get ready for round 2 here, I want one more reminder to all of you out there not enjoying the shade under the National STOL tent. Make sure you get some water, guys. Stay hydrated. I know y'all are Texans and you're used to the heat, but you might as well have a reminder. Kelly Qualls now on the roll. Ooh, my goodness. Look at that energy movement. Fantastic.
You notice there he released the flaps a little bit faster than maybe he had previously. Had a little bit of sink, but had tons of altitude, well, relatively speaking, at the time to offset that. So we did sink down, but did not touch the runway again. Chris Miller
pulling flaps early and gets off the ground just after 50 feet. Looks like about a 60, 65 foot takeoff for Chris. Fantastic performance. Really using that little gust of wind to his advantage, timing things correctly. He felt the airplane was ready to fly, and fly he did.
91 foot takeoff for Kelly Qualls.
Chuck. Looks like it was a bit shorter than his previous. We'll see here, but we got the numbers back. 60 foot takeoff for Chris Miller. Fantastic performance. Daryl Hickman now. Pulls early and away he goes. Sensational takeoff. From 130 feet last time, this one was much, much less.
Even an improvement there for Chuck Olmsted with 101, down from 135. So could be playing the wind a little bit better. Looking at the wind side, we've got a little bit of a gust happening right now.
This is exactly what David Curley's looking for as he dives the airplane toward the ground, throws the flaps in, doesn't even smack the tail, away he goes. Beautiful Comanche taking off there. Member of the Manchi gang. We've actually had a Comanche competing in our series, which was pretty wild to see. Timothy Fonseca back at Sun and Fun playing around.
That's been a while. That guy knows how to live.
He does live life pretty well. I'll give him that. From the right, Kelly Qualls once again on approach. Super stabilized. This is becoming very symbolic of the type of flying that Kelly does. He is very predictable. Not pushing the edge. Not hanging on the prop. Just calm and smooth. Looks like he's cheating the runway a bit to the left-hand side to work that quartering crosswind. Getting the right wing down. Flaps out as he touches down. Fantastic performance again from Kelly.
During practice yesterday, Kelly was really working to time that removal of the flaps, right? Like killing that lift. And he scratched a bunch during practice, trying to get that exactly timed right. I think he's trying to find the sight picture at a certain altitude. He can ditch the flaps and just fall to the ground right on the other side of the line.
That's actually exactly what I was talking about with Trevor Aldridge as well. Same idea. He wants to pull the flaps as he crosses the line, allowing him to descend vertically. Sadly, a scratch here for Chris Miller. Fantastic takeoff, lost. Overall improvement here from Kelly of quite a few feet, in fact. It looks like 13 feet overall improvement. And now we wait to see what the other standings will be. A scratch from Chris Miller. Mr. Olmsted's up next. This is one of the most picturesque places I can imagine having a STOL competition. These drone shots just look stunning. And for those of you guys on the ground, make sure you pull up the nationalstol.com website where you can find the live streams and get a ride-along view, because it really is pretty incredible.
Good, but giving up a lot of footage over the line there. I was going to say kind of channeling his inner Luke Spore. We saw that from Luke a lot, that low tickle the grass
and
blades.
It does work well. It's a bit of a challenge, though, because as we've talked about before, you always want to transfer as much energy into the ground as you can. We see the 170 guys really slamming them in vertically, reducing that forward roll. Momentum has to go somewhere. And if your shocks can take it, oftentimes you'll see much better performance, much like we have seen here from Kelly, dropping it in from a couple of feet up versus dragging it in low, like we see right here in front of us. That risk of dropping it in before the line. It looks good. Oh, it's a scratch.
Called a scratch by Lexi there. Otherwise stopped at about 150 feet. Watch you get on the replay here. Yeah, touching just a few feet in front of the line. That's a little bit different than the Austin Clemens missing by an inch.
Indeed. That's right there. We've got to see some sporty lights come in, and now we have our friend David Curley. David's flying, got a 98-foot takeoff, 7 feet longer than Kelly's last takeoff, but he's trying a very different approach. You guys can see the speed he's carrying across the line right now. Carrying lots of power. Looks like the winds have just died on him. He's going to get the float, carry the energy in. Very nice control from Mr. Curley.
Currently in third place. I think he's going to shorten that one up.
Yes, indeed. We've got some good scores. We've got a couple of scratches. And things are just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. Sport class has a lot to offer with folks like Colin Kaniva rocking it out with us here later on this afternoon. It's going to be a wild time as we move into our third takeoff of the heat. Who do you have your eyes on most for the sport class? Obviously we have some contenders like Nick Ardillo and Rick Boardman. Rick is one of the most consistent pilots I've ever seen. Who do you have your money on for today?
Well, Rick Boardman's the current leader in the series championships, so you got to pay attention to him. But the other stories to watch, right? You've got West Houston coming back in the Chinook. That's going to be fun to watch. Levi Nogas kind of coming back to the circuit is always fun to watch. I'm going to say I'm always rooting for Patrick McIntyre because he gave me a ride in his plane once. So
that's really all it takes to get to your heart, right?
Yeah,
cookies, muffins, or airplane rides.
Yeah, and then Nick Ardillo did the same thing. Nick gave me a ride in his Cub Crafter plane once. So I think those two guys I kind of want to win just because they gave me a lift, showed me what it's all about. The other story, we'll talk about it more. Justin Tisdale putting in work this season.
Justin is an incredible human being. Ooh, Kelly pulling a bit early there. Looks like it's going to have around the same score he had last time. You can see how the airplane just struggled and held to the ground there after the application of the flaps.
By the way, Mopar92 on chat is correcting both of us, but I don't know how to say it's pecan.
Pecan. It's pecan. All right, we're getting corrections on nut names here, guys. This is getting serious. This is what you should expect for professionalism in National STOL. Oh my goodness. Chris Miller making quick work of that takeoff. We'll have the numbers back here in just a second. Looks like Kelly Qualls had a 104-foot takeoff versus his 91 last time. Chuck Olmsted now on the roll.
Just over 100 feet for him there. That tracks his best takeoff so far, 101 feet. Here is Daryl Hickman now. Best takeoff was 100 feet, but a scratch. So if he can do that again, he has another shot to get a little bit higher in the board.
The winds are working in his favor, translating all that energy in for a really impressive sub 90-foot takeoff. our volunteer line judges out there. Some of those guys have been out there all day long. You can't get them to come back in. They have the best view in the house for Davey Curley now in his Highlander. Floating it off beautifully. That may be our shortest takeoff of the day, beating Kelly Qualls at 91 and Daryl Hickman with 92. Looks like Chris Miller had a 91 in the first takeoff as well in that beautiful maroon and silver Carbon Cub SS. The behind the scenes right now, texting with our volunteer chef, making sure that Jeremiah Stapleton makes it to his airplane and away from the kitchen so he can fly in the next segment.
Well, you do that. I'm texting with a YouTube web celebrity.
YouTube web celebrity. All right, that's a word I've never heard.
Here. He's saying, how long are you guys going to be going? He's going to fly from Denton, Texas.
Ooh, it's a scratch, which is disappointing because that's a phenomenal result of just over 75 feet for Kelly Qualls. I know he'll be very disappointed, but he's got some great scores on the board. Chris Miller, wig-wag lights a flashing, making his way toward the line. If I had to pick a color for a Carbon Cub, this would be it. Absolutely love this and Nick Ardillo's airplanes. Just truly beautiful. It's the same color as my truck, let's be honest.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, matching Carbon Cub and truck.
Woo! Very nice. They got the number. The line judges are waving them away. Great result there.
So that'll wrap up the first heat. Let's see how the scores come. Oh, it will not wrap up the first heat.
There's more airplanes, Ryan.
There's a lot more airplanes. What am I doing? Where am I looking? I am.
There's 5 over
I'm
there.
fine.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
I'm fine.
It's been a long day. It's okay.
It's getting warm, and I'm wearing this fleece still. I like it so much, but I'm getting a little warm. All right, let's go. Don't forget nationalstol.com/vote, and don't forget nationalstol.com. Get some merch.
Yeah, get your latest
nice
merch.
Nice and toasty warm. This is my favorite thing that's been made by National Stol.
Well, we've got some new stuff coming that you're going to like even better, I promise. That said, guys, low and to the right, again, dragging in his wheels just inches above the ground. Starting to make that transition now, getting the nose up. He gave up about 70 feet before touching down. Not the result he's looking for, but honestly, that's the kind of landing that I'd be proud of because it was smooth.
Smooth is nice. And again, I was saying this earlier talking to Colin, we've kind of normalized these super short landings.
We have. We really have.
But these are all incredibly short. I fly a 172. I can't land in any of these distances.
Well, with a little bit of work, basically anyone here, no matter what they're flying, can start to really refine the precision of their pilotage. And that's one of the biggest reasons why National Stol exists. We wanted to create a venue where pilots could come out together, learn new ways of flying, and work to perform better under pressure. It's such a powerful, powerful tool to have a little competitive edge and to work your way into it. Look at this approach. Beautiful approach. Dropping it in just past the line. He still has the flaps in, which is an interesting move. Not something we usually see.
Normally you'd retract the flaps to kill the lift on the wing.
Correct, but he was slow. I guess he felt he didn't need to.
This is fine.
That was Daryl Hickman. 92-foot takeoff. We'll see what his 160-foot landing. Curley. Chopping the power across the line. Very consistent here. Brakes are grabbing nicely. They've got his number just over 150 feet from where the judges were sitting, or standing, I should say. And that will bring us to the end, finally, of this
I was
heat.
just excited for the next heat. Sorry, I was like, sorry, guys.
You can be excited about whatever you want to be excited about, but I'm excited for our chef of the day to be joining us in the next heat. Why don't you introduce these guys?
Well, let's talk about Jeremiah Stapleton. I'm excited. I haven't seen his new plane yet.
Yeah, he was competing in a Cessna 172 last year here at Lonestar STOL, so having him back out here in a sport class is a huge transition. He's flying a Rans S20. He's from Lake Dallas, Texas, He'll be joined by Patrick McIntyre at McIntyre. In his Rans
Lincoln,
S7.
Nebraska.
Now, Patrick is actually the returning champion. At our last event in Nashville, Patrick recognized that there was no one running in Unlimited. And he said, you know what? I'm going to take this. I'm going to register. I'm going to throw in the extra money, and I'm going to race Unlimited. And he was joined by another local, and Patrick won out. So he is our current reigning champion of the Unlimited series. He did not choose to fly Unlimited today. When he saw the other people flying in Unlimited, he said, I'm going to stick with sport. And he's got people like Anthony or Tony Sanchez. And Tony, I've watched fly many times before. What I'm seeing out of Tony today is unlike the Tony of a year ago. He is flying the absolute heck out of his Super STOL. Really impressive. I mean, the airplane's amazing anyway, and his piloting of it has just improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, you'll have Levi Nogas flying the Storch, and of course, Wes Houston in that Chinook. So the Storch is got to be one of your favorite airplanes here.
Yeah, super unique. And we were just talking about Chuck Olmstead in this past heat. He's standing by with Reese right now. Reese, can you hear us?
Chuck, you were saying that you might not have anything nice to say, but we'll try to keep it PG.
Well, we'll keep it for the kids, I hope.
Yeah. Well, it's just fun flying your airplane.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing like flying.
And a Legend Cub at that.
And a Legend Cub. Bet.
Talk to me about this one.
Well, I started building it after I had heart surgery.
And it appears we are back because we had a bit of a challenge there with the technical difficulties. This is the joy of an almost completely volunteer crew, right? We have so many people here who put this event on. You've got Tom and myself who are trying to finance it and make it work. And sometimes things just don't work the way they're supposed to. But that's okay because we do have another heat coming up in just a few minutes. We've talked about the pilots. We talked about the planes. What should people expect? Where do you see this heat lining up with the last heat?
Well, like you said, basically the order that they qualify in is the inverse of the national standings, right?
Correct.
So as we go heat through heat, the competition's going to heat up even more, no pun intended. And yeah, so we've got, in the next heat, I'm excited to see Tony Sanchez. I'm always rooting for Patrick because, again, he gave me the airplane ride, and that's all it takes to get into my heart. But also, it's going to be interesting to see what Wes Houston does. So remember, he flew earlier.
And he won the rookie class. Yeah.
Won the rookie class. Now he's in the sport class. It's going to see what he does. Going to be interesting to see what he does against some of the more. I mean, Levi's been in the national STOL circuit for years.
He has indeed, and he's a very talented pilot. With that said, we're going to take just a minute to watch a few commercials to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
I'm John Mickey from Albuquerque, New Mexico, flying a 1953 Cessna 180. Got the Norland conversion on the engine. Fairly rare mod, helps a lot. MT prop is wonderful.
Hi, my name is Michael Lindstrom. This is my Cessna 170B, all 360 in it, and then 83-inch MT propeller, that's amazing. It tops a cake on this airplane.
At Pappy Aero, we take pride in being the curators of aviation with our line of high-quality washes and waxes. Proudly made in the USA, we believe in preserving our aircraft to be passed down to the next generation of aviators and caretakers. But our mission goes far beyond the horizon. That's why we are proud to dedicate 10% of every sale towards aviation scholarship programs that empower and uplift the next generation of pilots. Visit us today at pappyaero.com and get the best fly. Use the coupon code National STOL for 15% off at checkout.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We love to share these words from our sponsors and the pilots who fly the products themselves because, this is real world. These are guys who are using McFarland, aviation products every day. They love them. They can't live without them. So with that said, where are we going from here, Ryan?
Well, next we've got the next two heats of sport class, and then the one thing that everyone's been waiting for.
Can't wait for.
The unlimited class. We're going to see Eddie Sanchez, hopefully. I know he was having a mechanical earlier this morning. Colin Kaniva, who shared the mic, he's going to be in the sport class and the unlimited class. Frank Knapp.
Oh, the legend.
One of the legends of STOL flying is going to be flying later today. He's from Alaska. And Dan Reynolds, all the way down from Canada, in his Chinook, which it's going to be interesting. You can compare. We've got two Chinooks.
They could not be more different. They look similar,
right?
Until you put them side by side and you realize they are not the same airplane.
They're not the same airplane, but they're very unique, and it's pretty rare to have two of them in one place.
It is indeed.
So that'll be really cool to see. So you're going to see them. I mean, Dan Reynolds, earlier in the season, we saw him land shorter than his airplane is long.
Yeah, when he touched down, he was just past the line. And when he stopped rolling, his tail was still on the other side of the line, which is pretty tremendous if you think about it. Like, the airplane is, 24 feet long, give or take? And I think he stopped in 6, 8, 10 feet, something in those numbers. Yeah, it was
kind of almost stupid.
Yeah.
I just heard that we've been seeing these pilots at their home airports, what they do at home when they're not competing. We have another one. My favorite, I guess, because I keep joking.
You got
about the
too many
airplane
favorites.
No, they're all my favorites. It's like, which child is your favorite? They're all my favorites. No, I just got to give Nick Ardillo particularly and Patrick McIntyre, you're about to see now, credit for giving me the airplane rides last time in Nashville. Here we go. Here's a little package about Patrick.
Doing STOL competitions is new to me, and I figured out at my first competition that hitting a spot was a new challenge. So I bought some cones so that when I practice, I can practice hitting a spot. It's been helping me quite a bit. Good morning, I'm Pat McIntyre from Lincoln, Nebraska. This is my good buddy Joel Rourke. I just started competing in National STOL this summer. I got a Rands S7 here, and my buddy Joel just bought a Rands S7. My airplane's gonna get the flap handle relocated and a leading edge cuff to try and help it fly slower. Joel's airplane already has those upgrades. And his plane is down in Kansas, so this morning he's gonna fly my airplane down there, leave it, and fly his airplane home. Joel is a soon-to-be National STOL competitor, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You gonna make Texas?
That's a great question. Can't wait to see it when it's done.
Dude, thanks for taking it down.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be awesome.
I can't wait to
Have
see
a great
it.
trip.
Thanks, buddy. See ya. See ya.
So that's great to have friends
It is
that will
great to have
fly your
friends.
airplane for you all the way. I don't have any friends that are like, hey, will you fly my plane for me to a place for me?
I mean, I have offered a few times.
You've offered. I guess I have one friend that's done that. So yeah, let's look at the lineup now as we move into the next heat. We've got Patrick McIntyre. Let's go back a little bit. We've got Jeremiah Stapleton, who's going to be in this heat. Patrick McIntyre, Tony Sanchez, Levi Nogues, and Wes Houston. And I hear the rumble of engines headed our way. They will be followed by Justin Tisdale, Joel Milloway, Nick Ardillo, Colin Kaniva, and Rick Boardman in the final heat of the sport class. This sport class is deep.
It is. We have 15 competitors for the first time ever in one class. Absolutely awesome to see the showing here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. This is what it's all about, guys. Getting together, great weather, great food, great friends, and now some great flying about to happen. As the pilots are being released, we'll introduce each of them. Make sure you get your hands together, especially for those guys with their doors open. They can hear you, and they are excited to be here as a part of this event. Looking like we got Sir Duckles online. These names are great. Rooting for Tiger Shark from Idaho. He told me it was a 16-hour flight. 8 hours in each day, 2 days to get here. Quite the adventure indeed. Here's our chef extraordinaire, Jeremiah Stapleton, your hometown boy from just down the road in Dallas. Make sure you guys give him a wave.
Started flying in a 1947 Cessna 140. Great to see him competing It's been great to eat his food. Here's Patrick McIntyre.
Hey,
Yay!
it's your favorite.
So you just saw his home life as he's getting ready to get his airplane tweaked. He does have that flap handle changed now, so it's exciting for him to see how that. He's a part-time veterinarian specializing in orthopedic surgery for dogs. He's also a part-time professional pilot offering flight lessons and contract flying. Over 2,000 hours of dual instruction. From Lincoln, Nebraska, it's Patrick McIntyre.
I love hearing the pilots cheer him on. You can always tell the pilots in the bunch, they're all grouped up, and they'll be the ones that are the loudest for their fellow pilots for sure. We talked about him earlier from Montgomery, Texas. Tony Sanchez flying this beautiful Super STOL. On the side it says, "God bless John Wayne." Tony has over 40 years of experience in the airlines. He loves Southwest. He's been there for over 31 years. And today he is flying the heck out of this Super STOL.
So from Montgomery, Texas, everyone give a round of applause for Tony Sanchez. Someone's got an amazing whistle in the crowd, and I just want to say I respect that and appreciate you. Here comes Levi Nogas in the Storch.
Now, I have not flown this one, but I have flown a full-size one, and he says that he thinks they probably fly very similarly. I'm looking forward to trying this one out sometime soon.
So from Belton, Texas, enlisted in the Navy back in the day, seeking adventure, he says. Flew helicopters in the Army, he's flown King Airs and Citations. He's a certified flight instructor and very enthusiastic about aviation. From Belton, Texas, Levi Nogas. And making his second appearance of the day. I like that visor he's got there. It looks very 80s.
He might be welding something later. You know, you have to be prepared. You never know what's going to happen. We've got Wes Houston in the yellow and black 2007 Chinook from Sanger, Texas. He has a Boeing Stearman, a Taylorcraft. He's got it all, man. And right now he's out here competing in National STOL in the wildest looking aircraft we've seen yet.
So that's Wes Houston from Sanger, Texas. It's time for the second heat of the sport class.
Bonanza back taxiing as Jeremiah prepares. You'll see him take the line there with Lexi, our wonderful line judge, who's been at every event this year, just pouring her blood, sweat, and tears into being here and being a part of this event. And this week, her mother and sister joined her all the way from Virginia to be able to see what the fuss was about and why she spent her whole summer on the road with us. So shout out to them. Duncan family, thank you for being here. We couldn't do this without our volunteers, and Lexi has been a crucial one for us as she's learned the sport so well and it seems to just have fallen in love with the community.
Yeah, Lexi's a fixture now, and man, if I were in competition, I don't know if I'd trust anyone else to judge the line the way that she does. She's very fair and very precise.
Very precise indeed, and here she is allowing the guys to move to the line right now. Notice how Jeremiah has kind of placed himself on the left-hand side of that runway, cheating the edge, as we call it, so he can get it more into the wind as he races down the runway into that slight quartering crosswind.
A little bit of a shift for the first time this weekend to a right crosswind for the competitors. They've mostly had left crosswinds to deal with, and I don't think that really impacts anything other than it's just different.
It is different, and different's fun, especially for some of these guys who practiced so much yesterday. Jeremiah not being one of them because we kept him nose to the grindstone, or in this case, the Blackstone, cooking up food for hundreds of people, which was a huge blessing. And it's been a great fun every one of these evenings. You think about the conversations that we get to have with these people. It really is about the people. You come for the airplanes, you stay for the people, and that is the truth.
Just waiting for that Cirrus, I think it was, to take off, and then Jeremiah will be off into the wild blue yonder.
After the Bonanza, probably.
Oh, there's a Bonanza back there, too. Look at that.
We're just stacking them, guys. This is the beauty of our, again, volunteer air bosses. They know how to make things happen right, keep them safe. Jeremiah pulling a bit early, gave up some extra foot, footage, some extra footage. I'm not sure.
Extra foot. Jeremiah, extra foot. Okay, here we go. Somewhere between 125 and 100 for Jeremiah. Good first takeoff. Patrick on the line now. We've got the Bonanza pulling its gear up in the background.
What a sight. Patrick, very aggressive.
Whoa, there we go.
The lightweight of an aircraft.
100. That was 111 feet for Jeremiah. Patrick's score will be coming in shortly. Tony Sanchez now at the line in that 2014 Just Super STOL.
Getting a bit of a torque there. You can feel it. Pulling her off the ground in a hurry. Sub 125.
Now this is interesting because I'm looking at the takeoff distances from the first heat, and so far, actually all of them many of them are shorter. So for me, it's interesting because you think someone like Patrick, who's very competitive, someone like Kelly, who I think is more competitive than he thinks, he's putting down shorter numbers. Maybe that has to do with the conditions?
Conditions definitely can play a role. And here, a very unique role. Levi has a challenge because he has such a long suspension travel that the airplane may very well be flying for 6-8 inches vertically before the landing gear comes off the ground. So one of the most unique challenges for sure, something that is not shared by the Chinook.
Wes Houston ready to go in the Chinook Plus 2.
You're in the roar of that 912.
I saw when he pulled back on the stick, he also pulled his body back, just trying to get every ounce of backward momentum there. If you like these pilots, folks, you got to check out nationalstol.com. That's you too, you at home, nationalstol.com/vote.
We've heard on good authority that only 1,200 of you have voted, which means it could be anyone's game. Anyone could win this right now. And the prize that the pilot gets is pretty exceptional. So if you like any of these pilots, you think they're cool, you like watching them fly, make sure you get out there to nationalstol.com/vote. It's free. You don't have to give an email, nothing like that. Just come in there, click a button.
Go click a button.
I know some of you guys are programmers. Go program something to click the button lots of times.
Maybe don't do that. Can they put me in?
You got to fly and STOL at least once.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremiah now on low approach, getting the power to it. Looks like it was a scratch. Great number, though, if it was a good landing.
Can we say what the prize is that they get?
If you know what it is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I'm at. But you're the boss, so I thought
I don't
maybe
remember. I just know it's really good because we don't give away
really
bad
good
prizes. We give great prizes.
Nationalstol.com/vote. Go check that out.
Please. All right, Pat McIntyre. I keep saying his name wrong. Patrick, don't hurt me. That's all right, though. He is in a very stabilized low approach. Always interesting to see the difference in their styles. Getting it slowed down nice and deep. Touches down around the 40-foot mark. Gave up a lot of space there, but he's got a score, which is better than he can be said for the next guy on the totem pole. Tony pulling the nose up very high here on approach. You notice about 5 seconds ago, he was still carrying a lot of speed, and he likes to pull the nose up, gain about 30 feet in altitude, scrub off the speed, and then stabilize for his final approach. And that's exactly what he just did here. I told him, I don't mind that you do it, but it does look a little scary, so please tell me you're doing it on purpose. High alpha now, big power to get across the line, pouring all the energy into the gear legs, and he stops in less than 75 feet.
That was textbook. That was a really solid one by Tony Sanchez. His takeoff was 119.
As compared to Levi's 89 and Patrick's 98, but that was a 64-foot landing as compared to Patrick's 132. He's going to be thrilled with that score.
That'll put him in third place.
Third place overall. There's still a lot left on the table, though. This sport's going to keep on going. Levi and the beautiful, if ugly, Storch.
I like weird airplanes. Case in point, I've been talking about the Chinook all day. Now the Storch 2.
Super safe. He got a score on the board here. Got it stopped just around 100 feet. You can see the gear legs lifting as his aircraft is preparing to take flight just in a taxi there.
And now Wes Houston coming in with the Chinook +2 from Sanger, Texas. He's only been flying this a handful of days and putting in good scores. Takeoff this time around was 138 feet.
Now this airplane has a lot less wing than Dan's does. It has a lot less engine than Dan's does, even though it has a larger displacement. It is a 4-stroke instead of a 2, but it's really neat to see just how different the airplane can go from a stock configuration like the one we see in front of us to the crazy outlandish unlimited one that we're gonna see here in just a few, I guess probably about an hour, right? We'll see that unlimited class roll out. And that's just really exciting because that's the whole point, right? Racing pushes things forward, and that's what Dan has done with his airplane. That's what we've seen from Eddie Sanchez. We've seen these outlandish aircraft doing remarkable things, and that's just, you can't help but say that's a lot of fun.
Well, we are getting ready for the next heat, or next round of this heat. Eric, we should talk about some of the sponsors. I wonder if you want to talk about our friends at AeroLed.
Oh man, I could talk about AeroLed for ages. They have some of the most innovative aviation lighting on the market. They're bright, they work, they're light. I'm getting told by the booth it's Aero LED, not AeroLed. We can't say that anymore.
No, they changed it.
They changed it. It's Aero LED. So it's Aero LEDs. Big thanks to them for all they do for National STOL, supplying many of our pilots and winners with gift cards to get new lights and bring new sight to them in the sky. That was a weird sentence, but I'm going to go with it.
No, you stuck with it, and it was good. Rugged Radios, too. I want to talk about them. Obviously, they have a background in off-roading and motorsport racing, but now they've been coming into the aviation market. We can't thank them enough. They provide all of the radios for the air bosses, the production staff, the line judges. We use them at every National STOL event. Their products, he's got one right here.
This thing has not left my side all weekend. I use this radio every day. Probably 300 times a day I get a call, right? It's a fantastic system, and it's all, what I like about it most is it's all easily programmed. So we have like 18 different channels that we're able to talk to different people and make sure that the line judges have a channel to talk to the back office. Everyone is coordinated because of Rugged Radios. Huge thanks to them indeed.
Here is Mr. Jeremiah Stapleton on the line in the S20, ready to go. Full throttle, a little more aggressive bite, maybe a little early on the pole because it didn't bounce right into the air.
It didn't, but I feel like that one was a bit more aggressive in a good way for him, putting it in a position where the airplane was able to rotate a little bit nicer than the previous. I'm not sure what the score will show, but his previous
111.
111.
Shaved a foot off.
Saved one whole foot. All right, guys, we're one step at a time. Here we go. Pat McAteer.
Okay. Pat's putting down work.
He is indeed. It looks as if the winds are lighter as Tony takes the line.
Yeah, winds, I just saw a little peak of them, 3 knots right now. So
super light breezes. We're pulling the parameters out tonight for sure. Watching Tony fly in the practice yesterday against his brother, Eddie with this crazy fire-breathing airplane, and Tony putting down numbers that were very similar in a much more traditional STOL aircraft. Quite
with a lot
impressive.
less horsepower.
With a lot less horsepower, exactly. He was telling me this morning he's looking at upgrading some edge performance parts to push it up to 160, 180 horsepower, and then even then he'd still have less than half the horsepower of Eddie.
So Patrick's takeoff, also very consistent, just down a foot, 98 to 99. Tony Sanchez, also very consistent, 119 up to 121 that time.
Levi just floating it off. We've got 3 different line judges pointing at the same location. It's always a good sign. Everyone is in line with where they believe it should be. And something we talk about occasionally, I should probably mention again, is that if you look at those line judges out there, many of those gentlemen are not just volunteers, they're actually our pilots. And so pilots from each class judge each other to make sure it always stays fair. The roar of the Chinook.
Oh. Did he settle back down onto the runway? I'm seeing a lot of pointing.
That one's coming out. This one's coming in.
A lot of discussions out there. I can hear the guys.
That Cub.
I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. Shout out to my wife, by the way. She's brought me coffee. My whole family's here volunteering this weekend, and you want some coffee? We could share.
No, it's okay. I'm good. I believe the discussion is that we definitely had him settle down there, so they'll have to get a 250-foot takeoff for Wes Houston there.
Not the numbers he was looking for, that's for sure. But Jeremiah here working to get a score on the board. He had a scratch last round. This takeoff was 1 foot shorter. We're seeing a lot of consistency between the flights. Jeremiah is a very capable pilot. When he was flying the 172, we saw really great consistency there as well. He is across the line, getting those brakes down. You got to stop, buddy. There you go, just past the 150 and on the board.
Next up, Patrick McIntyre, currently in 5th place with a best combined score of 230 feet. His takeoff was just a foot longer than the previous one, so room to improve on the landing, previous 132 feet.
Patrick's across the line, dumps the flaps, then touches down. That's textbook, just what he wants to do. This will be an improvement on his score for sure.
Improvement on the score, and I guess the next note, if I could armchair pilot, armchair quarterback from here, is he gave up at least, 25 feet probably?
He did.
Coming over the line, and that's safe. That's better than scratching, but that's the next place he can shave some distance off.
And that's what I expect he'll do. He wants to get a good score in the books. He's got one now. I think the next one we'll see him pushing much harder as Tony's really working the edge of that runway. Great control from Tony.
There we go for Tony. Our drone pilot liked that one. He was getting some fist bumps to Tony there.
That's another great opportunity to highlight how volunteers make this sport so much better. Our drone pilot has been following us from event to event, just having a blast. And every time that an airplane does something well, we can hear him cheering outside the booth, and it's just awesome because we're cheering inside and hearing other people get excited about what we're excited about. There's just something special about that.
Well, I have some heartbreaking news for him and for you, and that is that Tony Sanchez scratched that time.
No!
So I apologize for that. Here's Levi Nogues, good over the line, gave up some footage.
Turning
a little bit to the left there. But he stopped short. Probably just under 90, like 98, 99 feet, something like that.
Quite the performing airplane for sure. Definitely gave up some extra area there on his braking. I don't think he wanted to go any further left than he had.
Right. Here comes Wes now in the Chinook. This takeoff was kind of a bust for him.
It was, but it's another great opportunity to practice, and that's exactly what he came here to do. He flew in the rookie, and he's flying in sport because he wanted more opportunities to fly and to perfect his skills. So even though he didn't like that takeoff, he's going to be out here doing his best.
With a scratch.
Hey, sometimes the best you got is a scratch. That's all right. That's why we're here. We're all trying to learn.
So here's what's interesting to me now. Kelly Qualls, who literally pulled me aside at dinner last night and said, you're saying too nice things about how I'm flying. You need to not be so nice. I'm not good. He didn't use that. I'm paraphrasing here. He's currently in first place.
It is showing as first place. I'm looking to see, I think that our on-screen graphics are a little bit off because they haven't added the landing to the takeoff, but we'll find out here in just a moment. Looks like run 2 is missing the addition because of the apostrophe. So that is messing up our on-screen graphics right now. We'll get that fixed. For our team in the back office, there's an apostrophe in line 1 of the spreadsheet. As with life, everything in National STOL runs off of a spreadsheet.
Well, then everything I just said is probably wrong.
It does change things slightly for us. Instead of a 142 total score, his total score is 233. And we'll take a look here to see who else might be edging him out. Chris Miller looks like takes the lead with a 171. Tony Sanchez with a 183. Levi 193. Pat McIntyre 209. Kelly now in 5th with a 233. And Jeremiah is back on the roll. Very aggressive, diving the airplane toward the ground, bounces the tail.
Wasn't quite ready to fly when he did it. It kind of bounced down in the runway a little bit, but definitely loving the aggression there. So now that I've said all those nice things about Kelly, he is in 5th place once we got the math fixed up.
So you're saying he should have been humble?
No, he shouldn't be. He should still be proud because he's an excellent pilot.
And it really, honestly, if you look at the power that he has in that airplane versus the Carbon Cub SS that he was flying against, his result is absolutely incredible. Something to be proud of, to be sure.
Tony Sanchez on the line. You know, I really like this kind of vintage-inspired paint scheme he's got on this Super STOL.
Yeah, he definitely could put this on any Belanca Super Viking and fit right in. There's one out there in the field just dying, and it's been parked for years. It's making me sad, but Tony's on the roll, snatching it off the ground.
Woo,
a bit
there
longer. Bit longer than we've seen from him so far. Previous takeoffs at 119 and 121. We'll wait to get the result back. Patrick adding 24 feet to his previous score on takeoff. He went from a 98.99 to a 113. And 132 for Tony, but Levi about to levitate. Watch the rotation, off he goes. It doesn't look as dramatic as some of the other aircraft, but it just seems to float away.
Floats up. Ken Dodson in the chat saying, thank you for the stream.
Thank you, Ken. We appreciate you watching. We got some reports that our internet wasn't working. We should stop the races until everyone can watch. Well, don't worry. We've got 2 Starlinks on the roof. We'll find a way to make it come back.
Wes Houston now. There we go. That's a cleaner one for him compared to last time.
Nice.
Not settling back down.
Really nice energy management there. You saw the airplane just spring into the sky. That's exactly what he's hoping for. And that follow cam shot is just absolutely beautiful. This picturesque Texas sky welcoming all of us. Last year it was raining, it was cold. This year it is just stunning.
Oh, I remember that. It was raining. There was like a leak in one of the hangars, and there was like a giant pot just filling up with water. Yeah, it was raining a lot. Did we even practice on?
We didn't get a practice in, not the traditional practice we had here yesterday, but we did get a great competition in despite the conditions, carrying on the never have we ever not been able to compete. Nice and safe for Jeremiah, well across the line before touching down. Gets it fully stopped, somewhere between 160 and 175. Patrick now, again, that super stable approach, the same thing we've come to expect from him. He's going to stay about 40 feet off the ground, track it down to the last moment, slowly pull the power back as he raises his nose, and ideally transfers all the energy he can into those giant tires and the shocks beneath them. Pull that nose back. Here it comes. It's good. Nice. Super short for Pat.
There we go, Pat.
Excellent. Our one-man cheering section from the drone crew. All kinds of excited about that one. Tony Sanchez currently in 2nd place, just 12 feet behind Chris Miller. He is slow. He is low. He's got his nose as high as it can go.
Oh, it looked good to me. Looked good to Lexi. Look how short he is on that one.
He has a lot to make up for with a 133-foot takeoff. Excuse me, 132. But that was quite the landing.
Love seeing the Storch just letting it all hang out.
He's just ambling through the sky. I want to give a big thank you to Deep Roots Coffee. They're set up over next to the hangar over there, and I'm drinking a bourbon pecan roast, which I wouldn't think would normally be my thing, but it's quite tasty. So big thank you to Deep Roots Coffee. We appreciate you guys coming out and supporting your local airport. /aviators. Very kind.
Nice.
Levi's across the line, locking up that left tire.
There we go. Okay. Little bit of brake fade, little lock up hack. I guess the opposite. A little bit of lock up happened on that left one. That's
it's okay.
fine.
You wanted to give our cameras a great shot, and we got the shot indeed. If you're watching the live stream, that looks sensational. A little bit scary, but safe and beautiful.
I was not scared.
Well, you weren't the guy holding the camera out there.
That's true. That is totally accurate.
Wes on approach now.
81 feet for that landing for Levi No Guess. Wes now got him locked up. Getting it stopped.
This may be his best landing yet. Well, I guess it's not. He had a couple really exceptional landings earlier that I must not have been paying attention to the distances, but still 133-foot takeoff. Quite comfortable. I'm sure he'll be quite pleased with 144 for a total of 277. That was Wes Houston. Our current standings. Chris Miller with 171. Pat McIntyre stealing out second place, which is fantastic to see. Tony Sanchez in third. Levi No Guess in fourth. Kelly Qualls down in fifth, still holding his own. And Wes Houston at 245 feet, taking sixth place.
And I want to point out Patrick and Anthony are tied right now for, I guess, second with 183.
They are indeed, and a tie can result in a runoff if that tie remains. But there is another heat, guys, the craziest of them all, the one where the most points are already being held. That heat is going to be very, very fun with Justin Tisdale, Joel Milloway, Nick Ardillo, Colin Kaniva, and Rick Boardman. These guys are going to rip it up, and I'm sure that very shortly here we're going to have a great interview with some of our pilots. But for all of you who are here live and in person, thank you once again for coming out. Make sure to tag us at National STOL in any of your posts on social media so we might be able to share them or at least see what this event looked like from your view. It's a lot of fun for us to be able to go back through and make new friends through social media.
So you mentioned Justin Tisdale's up next, and there's kind of a cool thing going on with Justin. We at National STOL have published a Microsoft Flight Simulator livery for his airplane. So nationalstol.com/Justin Tisdale. I'm going to spell that for you. JUSTINTISDALE. So nationalstol.com/Justin Tisdale. You can actually download that livery at home and play like you're Justin Tisdale in
Microsoft
Flight Simulator.
And what's cool about this is we have partnered with some awesome flight sim folks to build out the real world places that we have these events, right? Real world places, we have these events and we're recreating them online with pilots from all over the world. So the eSTOL series is super fun, and you could be a part of it. Make sure to check out eSTOL on nationalstol.com. I think our next event's coming up in like 2 weeks.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll hop in.
You should definitely hop in. I don't want to have to announce the whole thing myself again.
Oh, I was going to fly in it.
You could do both.
While I announce.
Announce and fly.
Here I come, heavy on the brakes, stick full back. Oh, I knocked over my Cheetos. I am a bit of a gamer. Legitimately, I do play Flight Simulator a lot, so I was thinking that would be cool. And I noticed yesterday, particularly during practice, a lot of the eSTOL folks were in the chat of the live stream, making sure that they were cheering on all their favorites. So cool to see Justin Tisdale having that livery, and that sounds like something that might be expanded as we go.
That is the plan, that is the goal, and what's been really fun is talking to these eSTOL guys, people who are deeply passionate about flight simulators because it's their only access point to flying, right? It's much cheaper than buying an aircraft. You could buy a computer for $1,000 or an Xbox that would be able to run this, and this gives them an opportunity to actually feel as if they're a part of the real world aviation. So really exciting for us to be able to cross-blend these communities, and we're really excited to see what the future brings, because what happens almost universally is that once you start surrounding yourself with aviators, all of a sudden you become one in real life too. So a lot of those eSTOL guys, I believe, truly in my heart, over the next couple of years, we're going to see those guys competing here with us in their own real life aircraft. So very exciting stuff for sure. And with that said, where are we going from here? Are we going to a break or are we going to keep going?
I say let's just talk about what's going on, because we have, I think, some airplanes coming up. So I think we're getting ready for the third and final heat of the Lonestar STOL Sport class. I wanted to mention something that I think is you're passionate about, but you made me want to ask you about it. National STOL, there's a STOL demo at Oshkosh every year, and what I put together during that demo, it's also when paramotors fly, it's also when RC airplanes fly. It occurred to me that this is about accessibility.
It is.
And here we go, the Mustache Flyer, Justin Tisdale, you can get, it'll look just like his plane in Microsoft Flight Simulator. These are people who are making it accessible, right? Justin built that plane with his own 2 hands.
He did.
He's rebuilt it every time it's broken throughout the season,
which
with
seems
the help
to be
of other
frequently.
people. Yeah, he's want to talk about someone who's overcoming adversity. So there he is, Justin Tisdale, everybody, from Siloam Springs, Arkansas, in the 2021 Zenith 750 STOL. Give it up for Justin Tisdale. Justin's got the weight on the tail, by the way.
He just picked it up at Walmart this morning, so now he's got extra tail weight and he can use it for a dumbbell later. He's got things lined up all the way, though, from Idaho. Joe Milloway in the Tiger Shark.
That's right. Tiger Shark is a 1996 Rans S7. Everyone, give it up for the Tiger Shark, piloted by Joel Milloway.
Joel flew 16 hours to get here and said he loved every minute of it. He said that autopilot is too heavy. He says that airplane is designed to be light as can be. One of our crowd favorites over this season has to be Nick Ardillo. At Swamp STOL this year, he arrived to fly in the rookie class. Normally flying 737s for Southwest Airlines, Nick didn't know anybody. He had no clue what this was all about. He just said it looked cool on the internet. So here he came, and he has been to almost every event this season. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Ardillo from Dallas, Texas.
My other favorite pilot.
See, there you go. You got lots of favorites.
He also gave me a ride, so he's my other favorite. Speaking of favorite pilots, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention he was in the booth with me earlier today from Old Green Plain. It's Colin Caneva.
Colin is amazing.
2011 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska. That's Colin, everybody. And last, but certainly not least, the one to be feared in this class, Rick Boardman.
Yeah, guys, Rick Boardman is the man, the myth, the legend. He can fly it if it's got wings, and probably if it doesn't. He has been flying since 1980, lives in Henderson, Nebraska. Put your hands together for Rick Boardman.
That's Rick Boardman out there, everybody. Check him out.
And now with that, guys, we're going to cut to Reese to get a few more pieces of information from Tony Sanchez. Reese, take it away.
All right, Tony, it was a tough competition out there. Currently sitting in third.
Awesome.
How was it out there?
It's a little windy, but I tell you what, it's a fun little deal. I'm enjoying this more than anything. I mean, it's a good rush. It's different from flying 737s to coming to this thing that goes 100 miles an hour and landing in 60, 70 feet.
Yeah, you got a long, stable approach on that 737, and now you got to hit this.
It looks like we lost the connection there to Reese out in the field, but we're getting ready for the final heat of the sport class. Here's Justin Tisdale taxiing up to the line in that Zenith. Unique engine on the front of this.
This is a Viking engine. It's 130 horsepower, if I recall correctly. It could be the bigger one, but it's a Honda car engine, and that also explains the Honda Racing Series sticker on the side of the airplane. In fact, that airplane has a lot more stickers than it had the last time we saw him. Justin's on the roll, hugely aggressive, using the flying body of that aircraft to get it off the ground in just over 125 feet. Great control from Justin. And now Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark. This aircraft is as light as he can make it. He does have a horn or a siren on there somewhere. Off the ground in no time at all. Looks like they're marking around 60 feet.
He's going to be happy with that one. 144 feet for Justin Tisdale.
Quite clean for Justin, though. I have to say, even though the number is not as low as he'd like to see it, he has flown at almost every event. He has put his blood, sweat, and tears, just like Nick Ardillo, on the roll now, rotating early. Holy cow, we've got a race here, ladies and gentlemen.
Nick was so kind last night with Wes, actually, since they're both airline pilots. They were trying to get me to come to the dark side.
I think it's time. Leave the production life behind and go sit in the cockpit.
Go be an airline pilot. All right, here we go. Colin Kaniva. Woo! There we go.
Hyper aggressive from Colin, trying to use the wind as he had it. Exactly as we'd expect. Rick Boardman now, his aircraft fitted with those leading edge slats and the belly pod, which he is convinced gives him higher performance.
That's what I've been told. I've had Steve Henry's crew chief, John Trishling, said that he thought the belly pod gave him an advantage.
I completely can see it given the performance of this airplane. You're about to see as he mows the lawn and pulls it off.
That's a loud one, too.
Scott Sweet's out there judging right now. He's not drumming, but his hat just about got blown away by Rick.
So now, Eric, look at the scores that we have coming in for these takeoffs. We have some dramatic improvements compared to the other two heats. We have Justin Tisdale at 144, but then we have Joel Milloway 60 feet, Nick Ardillo 65 feet, Colin Kaniva 62 feet, Rick Boardman a little bit longer, but we know he can bring that shorter at 79 feet.
And Rick really likes to win it on the landings. If you watch him land, he is more aggressive than any pilot we've seen out here in this category so far. It's going to be wild to watch. And speaking of wild to watch, we have seen some wild landings from Justin. He has had his rudder pedal snap off in the middle of a
That's true. In Nashville, I believe his rudder pedal snapped off.
Yeah, but he has it all together now thanks to the kind folks there in Nashville. And he has flown the airplane across the country since then and went to Reno and back. And now as he's setting up for the super stabilized approach, the extra weight in the tail helping him just make it look calm and simple. Adding a touch of power.
I was going to say he's going to have to touch a little power there.
But he's got it nice and slow. Across the line, it's a safe one. Very nice for Justin Tisdale. What a score.
Nice.
He's hyped in the cockpit. You can see him. He knows that was a great score for him.
Yeah, watch this guy.
Joel Milloway now in that super light Tiger Shark. In our spreadsheet, the color above him, it says silver and white. Below him, it says white and red. And in the middle, it says Tiger.
Here comes the Tiger now. He's bringing it low. A little bit of throttle to get him over the line. It's good, and now he's got to get it stopped. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Nice job, Joel.
That's going to give him a combined score in the low 110 feet. Phenomenal performance there. We'll have to see what the final score is. Looks like we're playing a little shuffle here with our pilots, making sure we get the right spacing in.
Nick Ardillo hovering it in that Carbon Cub.
Look at all the wigwag lights, guys. I love seeing all these lights off in the distance.
That is an excellent ad for the wigwag.
It is
Look how
indeed.
noticeable, so far out.
Nick is getting it stable. In practice, he had a bit of a challenge from keeping himself from scratching, but this one looks good. Tail's coming up under braking. That means you know he's doing it right. And away he goes.
Justin Tisdale with an 88-foot landing. Joel Milloway, 69 feet. Nick Ardillo is going to be up around the 125 mark. Colin Kaniva.
Across the line, super heavy under braking here. Colin's getting more and more aggressive, gets the airplane stopped in sub 100 feet.
Lexi said it was too close to call for her.
Watching the replay now. Oh, it looks like a scratch.
A scratch for Colin. Leaves a bit of an opening early in the heat for Rick Boardman, who is now on short final.
But Joe Milloway has taken first place with a score of 129, leading by almost 50 feet now. If you consider 42 to be almost 50. Rick now super slow. Look at the aggression. Look at the nose coming up, flying the slats alone.
What?
Is he across the line? No, it's a scratch. Scratches from two of our highest ranked competitors in the field on their first run out. You know, generally speaking, pilots are trying to get one in the books. It can be a little bit of a safe one just to make sure that they have something to be scored on. They need a score to get points on the board for their national standings. Nick is driving by us right now, taxiing by, shouting something about being number one, and he was holding one finger up, but it was the one finger, not the bad one finger.
Yeah. Colin's happy. He's getting riled up. He's going to do better next time. Rick Boardman should be taxiing by any second.
Here he comes, cruising over the speed bump like it's nothing. Those slats flapping in the breeze.
Nothing like a good old slat flap.
Slat flap. Who let you in here?
You did. Yeah. Here's Justin Tisdale. Big wheels, big weights.
No wind, but off the ground.
Joel Milloway now cheating just slightly to stage. I guess stage left, if it were a stage.
The wind's starting to stabilize. Watching these flags, you can see that as Justin started his roll, there was basically nothing.
Whoa!
And Joel's off the ground.
All right.
Before the
50 feet. That is bonkers. You guys, that's why things are getting tight.
Things are getting tight. Things are getting pretty wild, guys. Nick Ardillo taking the line. Has found his family in aviation here after many years as a Southwest pilot. Now knows the joy that is flying with the Stoll family.
Sub 75 feet for Nick Ardillo. I'm curious, I would love to get the S7 that Joel is flying on the scales and compare it to something like Crafter SS.
I would have to say it's going to be a lot lighter, but these guys have the power to back it up, like Colin Geneva here.
49-foot takeoff for Joel Milloway a few seconds ago. 74 feet for Nick Ardillo. And
just over 50. We're getting mixed reviews from the line judges. Yesterday during practice, whenever I saw Rick Boardman come out, I'd walk over to the 25-foot line just in case.
Just in case. Colin Geneva, I'm going to guess they're going to call it right around that 75-foot mark, maybe a little bit short of that. Rick Boardman now getting the tail up.
Oh,
it was off.
Slightly early rotation there for Rick.
So loud. So loud. All right, 70 feet for Colin Geneva. And Rick, we're waiting for the score to come in. While they come around, actually, Justin Tisdale's on short final. But real quick, Eric, could you talk to us about Flight Outfitters?
Oh my goodness, can I ever? Man, Flight Outfitters gear is some of the best on the market. I actually have a story about this. I got a beautiful jacket made that Tom, my partner in this business, bought for me. I was really excited about it, but I was wearing two jackets in France a few weeks ago, and I was sitting around a campfire, and it was raining, and it was cold, and there was a gentleman from Brazil across the fire from me with a T-shirt on. And I said, do you want to borrow my jacket? I said, sure. So he borrows it and didn't give it back and wouldn't give it back. It says the only way I get it back is if I go to Brazil and get it from him. So Flight Outfitters jackets are so good, people might steal them from you. Use caution, but definitely check out their merch. If you go to flightoutfitters.com, you can find all sorts of National Stoll merch as well.
Justin really hanging it tail low right now. He's got it. Yep, he's applying that power to hold it off, hold it off, hold it off.
Oh, it's a close one. It's a scratch.
It's a scratch. Not enough power to hold him off the ground there. Sometimes you commit too hard. We heard
me for a second.
Some of the co-announcers, both of them actually, that earlier today talked about how sometimes you're past a point of no return with that behind the power curve approach.
Absolutely, and if you get to that point, all you can do is hope that your engine's throttle response is enough and you have enough horsepower to save you, and sometimes it's just too far. So definitely a challenge. Joel Milloway now just floating in like a butterfly here across the line.
Ooh, okay. That's short.
That is extremely short to pair with his 49-foot takeoff, if I recall correctly. 49 feet on takeoff. This is going to be an exceptional score, really an unlimited class score from Joel Milloway. It's just absolutely awesome to watch, guys. Nick now wig-wagging his way in.
You can see the seriousness on our faces as we watch the airplanes.
Can't help ourselves. Nick really wants this. He has been pushing himself, practicing day after day at home. He's got to bring the power in now, get across the line. Oh no, it's a scratch.
Scratch for Nick Ardillo. Well, he's on the board with the first one, so second one scratch for him. Woo! Things got a little sporty there for Colin.
Things are getting a little bit wild out there. We're seeing the wind quartering more and more from the right. Ooh, what the heck, Colin?
Diving for it.
It was like he was seeking the line out there.
See that? You see, he's kind of like, what was I doing?
Colin, you're supposed to land the airplane, not dive the airplane. That's all right. Rick Boardman.
Wind's picking up, by the way. We've got 11 to 13 knots now. We had that spell during the day here, like near nil wind, 3 knots.
Indeed, and it's definitely becoming a bit more chaotic. If you watch the flags out there, things are getting weird, and Rick Boardman doesn't look like it's affecting him at all. He is super, super stable. Coming across like he's done this 1,000 times, except he's probably done it 10,000 times. Getting it slow, really slow. Basically no power added across the line.
Oh, keep it right side up.
Brake control, holy cow. Rick Boardman showing us why he's your current points leader in the National STOL Series.
That was intense. Every time you watch, it's like, it's the legends, right? You've got the Rick Boardmans, the Colin Canevas, the Keith Langs. Keith Lang still, I think, wins the most with style points. Nick Ardillo getting himself jazzed up in the cockpit. You can cheer for him. He can hear you with that door open.
Get those hands together, ladies and gentlemen. A Texas boy, Nick Ardillo, showing us how it's done, bringing a lot of joy. The happiness that aviation provides us all.
There goes Colin Caneva. Give him a cheer.
For Ryan, my friend, Ryan's the biggest Tesla fan I know, and we have our friend Kenneth Stapleton says he's watching from his new Tesla.
Yeah, you can do that. It's the car of the future. I don't know why you're being making fun of me for that. You can watch YouTube in your Tesla.
But you can't burn dinosaurs.
No. I burned the dinosaurs. I burned the dinosaurs in the airplane.
That's right.
All right, here's Justin Tisdale getting ready to go. Rick Boardman, I think. Yep, there he is. He's taxiing up past us.
Here comes the smoke from Rick. You guys have to enjoy that. And remember, this is EPA friendly, kid friendly smoke, guys. You can breathe it all in. It's really okay.
I heard it was chemtrails.
Hey, it could be anything. Rick has spent his life in agricultural flying, and he knows how to spray them. And I'm excited to see his final takeoff. He does this at every event. You guys will get to see him smoke him if you got him. But first, Justin Tisdale on the line, awaiting release. Very aggressive from Justin. He's off the ground already. Holy cow. That was incredible. Whew! I wasn't sure when he left the ground. That was just like, okay, he's levitating. What just happened?
Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark.
Speaking of levitating, current score of 124 with Rick Boardman in second place at 139. Away he goes just before the 50-foot mark once again.
Nick Ardillo on the line, ready to go now. Woo! There we go, Nick.
Very aggressive and very consistent. You know, we've seen Nick just really keeping it smooth. He had a 65-foot takeoff, a 74-foot takeoff, and we'll see what the score is here in just a moment. But it would seem to be right around the same position, right at that 75-foot mark. Looks like 81 feet for his third and final takeoff of Lonestar STOL. Colin Kaniba, though, trying to put Joel to shame. Kaniba currently combined score of 211. 214. I'll get my math eventually, right? The fours and sevens are hard.
Waiting for that takeoff number for Rick Boardman. Kaniva off with his best so far of 60 feet.
Rick's got some wind. He forgot his smoke.
Woo,
That's an amazing takeoff. Again, just an absolutely massive airplane to get off the ground at that much space. Incredible.
Eric and I are just staring at the spreadsheet. 62 feet for Rick Boardman on that takeoff.
So our best takeoff of the day right now, 49 feet. Times 2 for Joel Milloway. Run 2, 49 feet. Run 3, 49 feet. Run 1, 60. He gave up a little there. But having 2 back-to-back could lead him to that most consistent, probably the most coveted prize of all, right? Where he can show how little the differences are, no matter what the winds, no matter the conditions, just getting it all dialed in.
And that's one of the awards that is a great equalizer, because anyone can win that.
Absolutely. Unless you scratch 3 times in a row.
You can't win it then. Yeah, here's Justin Tisdale. Remember, nationalstol.com/Justin Tisdale. Download the livery. Speaking of delivery.
Justin's gonna love that score. Cross the line, dropping it in. He's pumping his fist, we're pumping it back. Great control from Justin Tisdale.
Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark. His best landing so far, 69 feet.
69 feet for the best. Previous one was 75, but he did tie his best takeoff here, so we'll see if he can improve his score. Currently 124 is his lowest. You can just hear him milking the throttle, nice and gentle. So controlled, almost effortless. It looks like it's a scratch. Oh, for Joel, how disappointing.
I mean, only so much, because he's currently in first place with 124 feet. Rick Boardman is the next closest with 139.
139, 15 feet to make up. If he gets the right cycle of wind or just able to hang it on the prop just right, this will be the moment. But Colin Kaniba is always a dark horse. You never know what to expect. And Nick Ardillo, you know, he's got the takeoffs down. This is anyone's game still.
Here's Nick.
Power's out. Touch of power across the line. It's good. He's got to get on the brakes. Beautiful. Nick doing much better here in the actual racing than it was in qualifying. 1 scratch, 2 good ones. He's on the books and he's got some points. And that makes a big difference for pilots like Nick who've come to so many events. You know, it puts him in the running for a much higher placement overall. Colin dragging it in.
Colin has his shortest takeoff to pair with here.
Just got to keep it over the line. The winds are low. He's diving the airplane once again. Getting her stopped. Sub 100 or just around 100? Colin had a 60-foot takeoff. Certainly puts him in contention for that third place. Be very interesting to see what happens here. 160 feet is his final score.
That's going to push him up. Into third place.
Third place with Rick Boardman leading by 21 feet and still 15 behind Joel, who is locked in at 124, having done his final run. Rick, final landing here. His last takeoff was 62 feet. So he needs a landing of less than 62 feet. And if anyone can do it, it is Rick Boardman. He looks like he's hovering. He's going to give it all she's got. Dropping the left wing a bit, then the right. Getting the speed blood off.
It's good. Now he's just got to get it stopped.
Oh. Fantastic performance from Rick Boardman, your second place finisher for sport class at this event. Smoke him if you got him, Rick.
Some discussion happening with the judges over there. Maybe they're just taking pictures of themselves with the smoke.
Anything's possible. But that said, guys, there's still a lot coming up in just a moment. A lot to experience, a lot of noise, a lot of incredible flying. We have legends like Frank Knapp and Dan Reynolds. We've got up-and-comers like Eddie Sanchez flying incredible airplanes. But first, the man who's won our hearts is with Reese right now, and we want to pass things over to him to have a great chat with Justin Tisdale. Here we go.
Well, you've probably heard his name in the paddock with Justin Tisdale. One of the most unique stories, his dad wanted to fly. You're doing that. You're living his dream. The season's over. Talk to me. What's your feelings?
It's surreal. You know, it's a whole year dedicated to this, and I know that these were my best takeoffs, my best landings. Jeff Pohl, Joel, all the guys that were helping me last night during practice, thank you. It really started clicking, and I could feel it. I could feel the difference. I want to say thank you to them because, man, the mentorship out here at National STOL is absolutely amazing, and those guys are what make this event so good for rookies like me. So thank you to each and every one of you guys that are teaching us. But when it comes to me and the plane, man, you know, I'm ready to get it back home, rip it apart, get everything squared away, and get back out here for next season. You know, after Reno and then here, I just want to get home. I want to get home and do it, you know?
Yeah, the Zenith had a lot of problems. You've worked through it. You've overcome tons of adversity. You know, what is your goals for 2024?
I mean, I'm finally clicking, so hopefully let's get a little better. Maybe we can see our numbers increase and we can get into that top 5 and stay there. Eventually, hopefully, maybe go to unlimited if we can figure that out. But most of all, I'm just out here competing against myself, and I know that I beat myself last time, and you know, it's kind of surreal. This is actually the day that we buried my dad, and so it's kind of weird. But you know, I'm out here. I love it.
It's absolutely a family. Enjoyed watching your season grow. You as a pilot, you as an aircraft operator. You know, you're working on this thing, seeing it through, and I'm so happy that you made it to the end.
I appreciate it.
Looking forward to 2024.
I appreciate it, man.
Back to you, Ryan.
Reese, thank you so much. And yes, go to nationalstol.com/Justin Tisdale and download that airplane, and you can fly around like him.
Maybe not just like him, but close enough.
I mean, fly around it however you want. It's a Microsoft Flight Simulator. We need to recap the scores for the sport class. So let's pull that up right now. We're going to look at how things ended up with 3 heats of sport action. In first place, Joel Milloway with 124 feet. Rick Boardman trying his best, but not quite. Second place, 135. Colin Kaniva, you said never count Colin Kaniva out, and look what happened. Boop, up into third place with 160 feet from the first heat. Hanging on. Chris Miller, 171 feet. Patrick McIntyre, 5th place, 183. And Anthony Sanchez, Tony Sanchez, tied for 5th with 183 feet. So that is the Duke Propeller Sport class here at Lonestar STOL. And now, Eric, What's next?
We are going to kick things back over to Reese in the paddock with none other than Rick Boardman.
Tiger Shark, yeah. Joel from Idaho.
It's time, Reese. You can have a conversation.
Go ahead when you're ready.
You're going to count me in? I'm live?
You're live, brother.
Oh, we're live. Here we are. How'd you do out there?
Well, I scratched one. Otherwise, it felt pretty good. I got a couple of nice headwinds when I needed it, and I think I had a couple of short ones. It felt pretty good.
Yeah, your name is pretty synonymous with the top of the pack, but you're saying it's getting pretty tight out there with the competition.
There is. There's several of them in our group now that they're making us work for it. They're good. So you just got to keep trying.
Well, Rick, off of the in the off season, now that we're towards the end of our season, what are you going to be doing?
Working in the shop, getting ready for next year's spray season. Working on the airplanes, office stuff, meetings for our furthering education for our ag stuff. But yeah, just hanging around my hangar and working on stuff.
Will we see you in the 2024 season?
I believe I'll be there. Yep. We'll see if there's any changes to the airplane.
Yes, that's what we like to see. Some tweaks might be made too. The belly pod might be getting bigger, right?
Well, it seems to be working, so maybe I should.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, back to you, Ryan. We're having a lot of fun out here.
Thanks so much, Rick. Thanks so much, Reese. That's Reese, Dockhand, and Brennan, who've been out running around getting those interviews for us. We thank them a lot. Also, while we're thanking them, I should say thank you to all the volunteers. I saw a list of all the volunteers, all the people that make National STOL happen, and it was like a lot of people.
It was actually over 60 people this week, which is incredible. It's the most volunteers we've ever had. It's been an incredible turnout from the local folks to the CAP, you name it. Just an awesome group of people who've been here to support everyone who's enjoying watching, whether they're in person or online.
So big thanks to them, and also big thanks to all of you, either you watching on the camera or you watching in the crowd. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah. That was
They're like, we don't want to applaud ourselves. We just want to see the unlimited class.
I believe they do. But before they do, let's take a couple minutes to talk about some of the people who've helped support us. Because, again, we could not do this without the support of these incredible sponsors. A new one for us is Behringer. Behringer makes some incredible landing gear, brakes, wheels, you name it. They make incredible products, and Behringer has now stepped up, and they're supporting us. In fact, one of our pilots at this event is going to win a $1,000 gift card to Behringer, which is pretty cool. That's a pretty good gift. So huge thanks to Behringer. Huge thanks, of course, to Acme Aero as well, another one of our recent sponsors. They're throwing down as well. It's awesome. It's great to see these people really stepping up and pouring back into the community that loves their products.
Absolutely. We also have to talk about, you talked about prizes, flighthelmet.com.
Oh my goodness. Flighthelmet.com has some great stuff, and I'm really excited because this year, for the first time ever, we have just an incredible prize package for our winners of the national title. It's not just event prizes, it's national title prize time.
So flighthelmet.com, check them out. They've been really supportive with you can probably guess,
for Flight Helmet. Yeah, that's
also, we have to talk about Flying Eyes. Flying Eyes, supporter of National STOL, really appreciate their help. You can get those. They're very popular. Look at that. Here's Eddie Sanchez coming up. Flying Eyes, really great glasses for pilots, sunglasses, things like that. And they slip in behind your headset really well, so appreciate them. You talked about Acme Aero. Pappy Aero, that's a new one.
Tell me more.
I don't know anything about Pappy Aero other than I like their logo. So that's so new. That's so new that I don't know anything about them. Let's see. They're a new prize. The season award winners are each winning their best glide product.
And the cool thing is they're a cleaning product, and they have given us a huge amount to give to our pilots to keep their airplanes as clean as the one we see in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, Pappy Aero is awesome, but just as awesome, if not more so, is Eddie Sanchez in the Devil Girl. This is an incredible airplane. And should we go through and just introduce him and kick things off, or do we have more to go?
Awesome. Let's go. I mean, we should actually, no, let's stop for a second because I don't want to leave anyone on the table. Committee Coffee.
Committee Coffee makes great coffee. It's for everybody. It's small batch roasted. If you're a coffee snob like me, check out Committee Coffee. You're going to love it.
And Avi Nation.
Of course, we have copies of their magazine right there in the merch booth. You guys can pick them up for free. Avi Nation's awesome stuff as well.
Okay, now let's get back to Unlimited Class. It's what you've been waiting for. Here's the lineup. Eddie Sanchez, Colin Knieva's back in the MOAC. Frank Knapp in a Legend Super Cup, and Dan Reynolds in the 1983, it's only 1 year younger than me, Chinook Valdez Special. First up, right in front of you now, number 48, Eddie Sanchez.
Eddie's got this crazy airplane built out. He has put his heart, soul, and tears into it, and we're excited to see it fly. Unbelievable horsepower, crazy performance. Eddie hails from Willis, Texas. Put your hands together for Eddie Sanchez.
Are there 5 or 10?
Next up, you just saw him in the sport class in a Carbon Cup, but guess what? He's back.
He changes airplanes faster than he changes clothes. Colin Kaniva in the mother of all Cubs. This is the Beast.
That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC. Colin Kaniva from Lincoln, Nebraska. Let's give him a hoot and a holler.
And now the legend himself, a man who doesn't really need an introduction in the world of STOL. Frank Knapp has done things that no other man could do, and today he has arrived to show us all just how it's done. From Palmer, Alaska, Frank Knapp.
And last, but certainly not least. Look at this thing. It's another Chinook. A lot more wing on it. It's got slats. It's got all sorts of stuff. But most of all, at the controls, it's got Dan Reynolds.
Dan has been flying this airplane since 1983. This is the Valdez Special. This is the airplane he won Valdez in. What an incredible opportunity to have Dan here with us all the way from the Yukon. Welcome to Dan Reynolds.
They are gearing up, and I hope you in the crowd and you online are gearing up for some short takeoffs and some short landings. Things are gonna get super tight.
Super spicy. I'm excited because, you know, normally we have just the same lineup. We know who's going to be in there. We know we're going to have Hal. We know we're going to have Steve. This time we have neither. But we have some really unique competitors out here. Frank Knapp flying in the Limited for the first time ever, right? Seeing that giant propeller, watching him practice last night, just the sheer amount of experience he has is incredible. Eddie Sanchez is in an airplane that's very similar to Steve Henry's, right? It's the same basic platform, a little bit smaller wing, same engine, huge propeller, and he's taking the line right now. Of course, you can't leave out Colin Kaniva in the Beast.
You could leave him
can't
out.
do it. That airplane is insane. It's rocking a brand new wing platform that they are saying incredible things about. Apparently, you can cruise at 110 knots in a Cub, which is nuts.
Well, that's something.
And it's landing shorter than ever. So really excited to watch that. And of course, Dan Reynolds, he's just A, one of the nicest people on the planet, and B, one of the most talented pilots I've ever seen. He will be floating down like a butterfly. Keep your eyes on him. You've got raw power, you've got raw wingspan. You never know what's going to win it. This is going to be the most exciting race of the day.
Thinking about Frank Knapp, that's a person that it's been a real honor to spend time with him. When I was just learning to fly, he was flying in his other aircraft, Little Cub, at Valdez, and that's kind of what got me turned on a little bit to STOL.
On the roll, pulling early, away he goes. Yeah, those Lil Cub pictures that were posted all over the place in every magazine article blew my mind. I wanted one more than I wanted any other airplane. Just a sensational aircraft and a great legacy that Frank has built. But Colin Kaniva now at the controls of the Legend MOAC called Beast.
You've got to say MOAC. It's the mother of all Cubs.
That is the one.
You gotta do it like that.
All right, from now on, that's the one.
I'm gonna patent that for the Legend Cub people.
Well, next up is a 2016 Legend Cub as well. This is a Super Legend. And Frank it is just beautiful. Apparently he had someone come out to detail this airplane after he got here because he wanted it to look proper. So super excited to have Frank here. He was not on the schedule. We didn't know he was coming. When I saw his airplane arrive yesterday, I was in shock. He's ready. Oh my goodness gracious. Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. What an incredible showing. Gee, many Christmas.
There was a conversation yesterday between Frank Knapp and Dan Reynolds. Dan Reynolds is like, so what do you think? Am I going to win? And I said, depends on this guy across the table from you.
And with numbers like that, that's absolutely the truth. 66-foot takeoff for Eddie, 79 for Colin, 56 for Frank, and Dan is in the air. I would say sub 35, sub 30. Holy cow. This is a race, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's all about. "34 feet for Dan Reynolds, currently our very clear leader. Frank Knapp right behind him at 56 feet. 22 feet separating them. 10 feet furthermore is Eddie Sanchez, and then 13 feet past him is Colin Caneva in the Beast.
The landings are all going to be that varied as well, and I think you're going to see them piece together like a jigsaw puzzle.
It's just going to become more and more crucial to not scratch, and that's what Eddie just did. He did not scratch. He's getting out of the way. Great landing for Eddie. Waiting for the scores to come in. His first takeoff 66 feet, his landing 75 feet. Exactly the kind of performance he's hoping for. Colin Caneva, the patented style, low and slow. I love that lime green on that airplane. It just pops on the horizon.
Here he comes in the MOAC.
Starting to get that nose up. He's going slow as can be. Look at that.
Oh, no. The blue flag came out.
Ah, we got a scratch, our first scratch. That's a bummer for Colin. He's been flying this airplane since Swamp Stole.
Let's watch the replay here. Bringing it in. Oh, yeah. You can see the dirt kick up about a foot or two before the line. You know, it's interesting. I asked Colin about this, and I'm curious what he said he wasn't sure it was a big deal because he flies both planes a lot. But I was like, is it hard to go from one plane to the other mid-competition stream?
You know, you have to imagine that having to shift from one aircraft to another, you really have to change the way your brain is thinking about things, because X does not equal Y anymore, right? X might equal L or M, and it's all different. But Frank here, flying the same airplane all weekend, he can't get it much higher angle of attack than that. If it's good, it's a scratch.
No, that was still amazing. Now the question is, does that, and let us know in the chat, does that outdo Keith Lang's style point takeoff?
Man, I don't know. That is a challenge right there. The two of them together, just incredible skills, both hailing from Alaska, both coming with decades of experience. And right behind him here, just like a leaf in the wind, Dan Reynolds in the Valdez Special. If he can make it past the line, I think we have a clear winner. A 34-foot takeoff. It's going to be hard to beat. But making it past the line is everything here. A very different line, very different approach. Dan likes to say that he puts it right at the edge of a stall all the way down to the line. Touch of power there. It's good.
Good, and stop.
And stop.
That's dumb. That's dumb.
That is incredible. Sub 30 feet. These are the kinds of numbers that Dan is hoping for. And this is what you all came here to see. Make sure you get your hands together as they go by.
Currently, we've got Eddie Sanchez on the board in first place. Nope, no, not anymore. Dan Reynolds has just updated 34-foot takeoff and a 30-foot landing. for a combined score of 64 feet. That's better than second place Eddie Sanchez's takeoff. Just his takeoff.
It's incredible. I mean, it's absolutely incredible.
He's happy. Dan's like, woo, look at me.
You know, there's a lot of talk between the pilots and fans. They're like, oh, it's not a real airplane. Well, guess what, guys? It is a real airplane. It's far too heavy to be an ultralight. It is two-stroke, but no one's saying that all these other guys could be using two-stroke too, right? We have the opportunity to start pushing things forward, and I am really excited to see some of the developments in rotary engines. That, yeah, they burn a lot of gas, but they're light, and they make a ton of power. There's a lot of new opportunities out there that I think we're going to start seeing more and more competitors look at. Here's an interesting little tidbit. Frank keeps shutting off his motor. I wonder if he's overheating.
Or if he doesn't want to overheat.
That's a very good question. So, hey, as we get ready, guys, for the second round, this is going to be wild. Here we go. You can hear the turbo spool and the nitrous hit.
Came off, settled back down just for a brief second, then back up into the sky for Eddie Sanchez there.
Fantastic control. Eddie is going to be happier to happier with these results improving. Looks like a 61-foot takeoff, 5 feet shorter than his last one. And it looks like we have some breeze for the beast. He's away.
That sucker's loud.
It is loud. 79 feet for his last takeoff. We'll see what the score comes in at. Frank Knapp had 56 feet. Can he pull it faster?
Already with the tail off the ground.
Cheating to the side of the runway. He's away pre-50.
If anyone can give Dan Reynolds a run for his money, I guess I'd put my money on Frank Knapp.
100% agreed. Colin Kaniva, 79 feet last time, 79 feet this time. That's incredible.
That was 48 feet for Frank Knapp.
Dan Reynolds priming the nitrous bottle. Here it goes.
What?
34 feet last time on takeoff. It looks sub 30.
That's bonkers. What?
You want to try using some words there, Ryan?
I can't use, there's no words. I don't even know what to do. It's been so short.
It's so short. It is indeed. And that is the beauty of this, guys. It is meant to make you marvel. Dan Reynolds is making us all marvel. And now we have Eddie Sanchez. Hear the power of that motor. Listen to the turbo spool. Big old intercooler hanging out beneath the cowling. Super high deck angle. Across the line.
There we go.
Incredible performance from Eddie.
Previous landing was 75 feet. Look at that, just hanging the tail down right over the line. Maybe only gave up 4 or 5 feet.
It's exactly what he's hoping for every time. If you can make him that consistent, I think that he would be a very, very happy competitor. Speaking of consistent, same approach every single time for Colin Kaniva.
They call this plane beast mode.
Across the line, sucking up the flaps. Getting her stopped, sub 125.
So now we'll start to see how the class is actually going to shape up, right? Because we have Colin Kaniva, who had a scratch first time around, and Frank Knapp had a scratch as well, and he is now very low and to your right. got some aerial images here from the drone in the sky, and I'm just watching him hover it in.
That's a clear description. Hovering is correct. And behind him, Dan Reynolds taking hover to another level. Dan is super slow. Frank is hovering, really walking the light edge. Watch his rudder. It's good.
Good. And it said, holy cow.
Wow. Woo! Incredible performance from Frank Knapp.
I'm watching the replay of that one. Look at that huge high alpha there. And like literally touching down an inch beyond the line for Frank Knapp.
Great control. Dan Reynolds already has an insane score on the books of 64. If he's able to match his landing from last time, this will be a score of 60. The winds seem a bit higher. He could go considerably shorter. We've seen it. Now might be the time. Riding the edge. Touch of power there. Lets it fall out of the sky and gets stopped. Looks like it's
maybe
26. Yeah.
I don't.
Unbelievable
Wait, did
control.
we check that in this game we're all playing, we turn the physics on?
The physics are on.
Okay, cool.
Otherwise, I'd be floating.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Look at that. Just bringing it down and stop. His tail just feet from the line there. That was a 28-foot landing.
Total score of 58 for Dan Reynolds.
Now let's look at how it shakes up because all four competitors are on the board. Dan Reynolds currently in first place heading into the final lap with 58 feet. Frank Knapp, second place, 88 feet. Eddie Sanchez with 120 and Colin Caneva with 197.
Can we just speak for a minute about the fact that there's a Legend Cub that is at 88 feet combined takeoff and landing? I mean, that is staggering to imagine how much skill it takes to take an aircraft of that size, modify it the way it's modified, and then fly it that well. Absolute sensational flying here from Frank Knapp, from all of these pilots.
I have another theory about Frank turning his engine off.
What's that?
Like minimum fuel.
That's a good point. I mean, these guys are all flying with enough fuel to be able to stay up for at least 30 minutes longer than they anticipate being in the air. But I suppose if you leave it off, you're probably saving yourself a few liters here and there. Not worried about saving liters. Eddie ripping it off the ground somewhere around 65 feet.
I mean, he started it right back up right there. So I'm not implying that he'd be running out of gas. But if he's got that buffer, you can calculate it down a little bit.
Absolutely.
Save a few ounces.
And these guys are always looking to save ounces.
Colin Caneva now in the MOAC. Okay. That was like 54 feet, 53 feet, I'm gonna guess.
That's a pretty acceptable takeoff distance, you know, if you were flying an RC plane.
Yeah. Right. We were talking about taking off in people's driveways. I think that definitely counts.
That would qualify for sure. Frank Knapp, the legend of Palmer, Alaska, giving her all she's got and rotating early. Sub 50. He's had a 48. I think this is closer to 45.
That last takeoff for Colin Caneva, 60 feet.
You'd almost think we've done this once or twice since we can see it. It's pretty good. I'm proud of you, man.
Yeah,
well done.
well, you know, 45 feet there for Frank Knapp.
All right.
So he's improving every round. Watch everyone walk forward to judge Dan Reynolds.
You might as well walk behind the airplane at this point. Away he goes. Looks like around 30 feet. Maybe even as little as 28. They're radioing back to race control. He did have a 28-foot landing last time. It's a 31, yeah.
So not his best by a foot. Okay. So just to recap the takeoffs for the third and final round of Unlimited class, Eddie Sanchez, who's on approach now, 87 feet. Colin Caneva, 60 feet. Frank Knapp, 45 feet. And then if that weren't enough, Dan Reynolds taking off at 31 feet. Here's Eddie now, dangling that tail down. Hold it off.
Oh,
Lexi
it's
says
too close.
she doesn't know. It's got to go to review in the booth.
Incredibly short landing either way. We'll take a look at the replay here on the stream. Just absolutely carrying it over, touches the tail. Ooh, it is close. It looks good.
I don't know.
That one's going to have to go to race control to determine. That's a super close one. But right now we've got Colin Caneva right before our very eyes.
Over the line. Whoa,
oh
nose
my
down,
goodness.
tail down.
Gee, Merry Christmas.
We got it stopped.
Showing just how much prop clearance a Legend really has. Whoa, that was legendary.
That was legendary. They're calling that a scratch for Eddie Sanchez.
That's a super close one. Oh, Eddie's upset. He just got the news. I'm letting him know out the window. It was close, brother. It was close. These pilots do have the opportunity, if they wish, to disagree with race control and go back to review the footage. I believe right now we have something like 12 cameras pointed at the field. We'll go through frame by frame. If the pilot is correct, we overturn the decision. If the pilot's wrong, they have to pay a small fine for doubting the legendary race control.
Speaking of legendary, look at Frank Knapp now. That is art. That is poetry.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, when you see an aircraft flying this slowly, you never see them using the ailerons, but Frank's not afraid to. He's rocking the edge of that stall so closely, and he feels confident. Look at how much energy he's putting in, dropping it in.
Oh, look at that.
Unbelievable for Frank Knapp, 33 feet. That is brilliant flying. Legend aircraft really are just making, these competitors are making Legend aircraft look great, right? Or the other way around, your choice.
And the final landing of the day.
I keep thinking he looks like he's faster, then all of a sudden he stops midair. Speaking of stopping midair.
Oh, there he goes.
25 feet for Dan Reynolds. What a display. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd have enjoyed this, we are so grateful you've been here with us. These pilots are going to hang out right here, have a little celebration together. We want to thank you all for coming out and being a part of the Lonestar STOL. What an incredible experience for everyone.
Let me give you the final scores for the Unlimited class here at Lonestar STOL, the final competition of the 2023 season. In first place, in a jaw-dropping 57 feet combined, it's Dan Reynolds. Second place, Frank Knapp with another jaw-dropping combined score of 79 feet.
Unbelievable.
Eddie Sanchez, let's be real, all of these scores are jaw-dropping. Eddie Sanchez, 120 feet combined, and Colin Caneva in the MOAC with 161 feet combined. I think we're going to get some planeside interviews in a second, but before we do, Eric, man, that has been absolutely intense. Look, let's go right now to Reese. Dan Reynolds isn't even out of the cockpit yet.
We're all over.
Yeah.
And we're
all right,
live.
back to you, Dan. We're on live. Dan, you crushed it. I mean, nothing can touch this. Yeah, you did great.
Seriously, I beat up.
You did it. It was pretty incredible.
Well, I just tried to do what this girl justice. I mean, this plane can do it. It's whether I can do it, because yeah, some days I can and some days I can't. Today was my lucky day. Yesterday I wasn't on my A game, but that's okay. I'd rather have it today.
Well, welcome to America. This whole competition has been taken over by the Chinook. Now, what's going to happen in 2024?
2024, I've got this plane down here, and I intend to hit as many as possible. I'm any younger, and yeah, I'm going to try as hard as I can to come down here and just have as much fun as I can. And what a great crowd. Hats off to everybody that puts this on, and all these incredible pilots. This was the best I've ever seen.
Let's hear it for your unlimited champion. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great crowd out there at Sulphur Springs. We're going to keep going down the line. We got Eddie Sanchez coming out the plane. We got Devil Girl. Congratulations again, Dan. What's going on, Eddie? How was it out there?
That was nice. It wasn't too bad. The winds were pretty steady. I didn't have any issues other than my abilities, apparently. So,
plane was running good?
Yeah, actually it did. We got it fixed up today, so I got that throttle cable fixed, and it seemed to be working great. So,
when you're competing in the unlimited class, talk about the pilots that are in your class.
Yeah, this is a new one for me, stepping up to this level. This plane got me to this level, but it's going to be short of someone like Dan, but it's good to watch and it's good to follow behind these guys. They keep pushing me further, so it's good to chase them.
And who's pushing you back at home? Let's talk about some of the people that are supporting you.
Yeah, my family at home's watching, and they are supporting us like crazy. They're always cheering us on and texting me during the middle of the race, so it's good to hello everybody at home. So.
Well, right on. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing more of you in 2024.
Thank you, Reese.
All right, take care. Colin Knuba! Beast Smooth. Let's talk about it. You got a new wing on there and everything?
Yeah, man. New wing. This thing's flying like a mug. I mean, did you hear that thing?
Yeah,
it's ripping.
That's awesome.
It's ripping. Just learning the plane. It's my second day flying it. It's so fun. Such a capable airplane. I had a blast competing against these guys.
Legend Cubs, legends. Shout out to them,
Cub,
right?
Man, our sponsor. This is awesome. This was fun stuff. So
great crowd here at Sulphur Springs, right?
Amazing. This has just been an amazing event. I can't say anything more. This was fun stuff.
Will we see more of you in 2024?
Absolutely. Come out, watch the planes, watch the pilots. Let's have a ball. And now tonight's the celebration, so let's party.
Yeah, it's non-stop partying here, but let's talk about the future. Where do you think the National STOL is going to be 5-10 years from now?
Well, I'm excited about the series because now they're going to start doing series where we're not going to have to leave from where I'm from, Nebraska, and go all over corners. We'll be able to make a loop around the country. I'm really excited about the series. I'm really excited about new pilots coming out, and I'm just excited about all the advances and you're seeing turbochargers and you name it, you're seeing it out here. So I think the future's exciting.
Yeah, the competition's going to get tough. Great seeing you out here. Good energy. All right. Colin Kniva.
Thanks, guys.
Right on. Another Legend Cub. Let's talk about it.
All right. Well, it's a fun plane to fly. It really is.
Are you having fun?
Well, I guess I wouldn't be here if I wasn't having fun. Yeah, it's awesome.
You are hanging it on the nose. I mean, this is some incredible numbers. This is a big airplane.
It's about 500 pounds. Just to say on the radio, I said Dan cheats.
He's got a lot of cheat codes.
He doesn't, but it's a different airplane. Yeah.
You have a lot of modifications done. You're stripping weight where you can, no cowl. What are some things that you have done to it?
Just what you see. Yeah, I've got the slats on it. I've changed the flaps a little bit, but to center it up for CG, we've got a lot of weight in the back. We've got 30 pounds in the back of this thing, with everything stripped out of it, in order to keep it close to what is a reasonable CG for this.
Yeah, CC Pocock will always say that ballast is a big thing when you're flying this slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And will we see more of you in 2024?
Yeah, well, we're around. We're in Arizona. We fly up in Alaska a bit. Our plane up there has the record. Dan could say what he wants, but that plane has the record. He's itching to get it. He will. So it was 24.5 foot for a full lap. So,
how was the competition out here? And just talk about the overall experience as a pilot on this level.
Yeah, midday, of course, it's blistery. It's not as dependable. You're kind of pushing it over the edge to parachute in and that sort of thing. There's places are, when it's gentle, solid air, it's a lot safer.
Anybody you want to thank back at home, keeping you in the air?
Well, I think my wife, she asked me the other day if we need to get 35s. I had already bought 2 sets of 31s, She's into flying, so I guess I'm a lucky guy.
You are. We're all lucky guys. Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all the volunteers, the staff that make this happen. And we'll kick it back to you, Ryan.
Well, guys, we are super excited because this is a new tradition at National STOL.
Yeah, nerves of steel.
Eddie Sanchez has a surprise for Dan.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You got a surprise for Dan?
Man, what was your name one more
Yeah?
time?
How good's the surprise? I don't know.
Okay. And this, I haven't seen too much of you, yeah? You wearing a lot of them. Well.
Little champagne shower for Dan. Congratulations, Dan. Congratulations to all of our National STOL pilots. Thank you to everyone who's come out. Ryan, what's on the docket for tonight?
Well, at 6:30 tonight, we hope you will join us back on the live stream.
Stay that close to me.
Oh, hang on. Let's see what's going on there.
Oh, it's been fun.
They're having a blast
Thank
out
you
there.
so much
Blast
for coming,
out there.
sir. You made
6:30
my
tonight. We
year.
hope you'll chime in. Oh.
You don't know how much. You do not. The honor. I never thought I'd fly up against you again, and here we are.
Yep,
So never say never.
bud.
You trying to get in my head on that second round? What the heck were you doing there? Take that, Dan. And I'm like, what did you just do? What did you just do? And I'm like, I can't see. Somebody tell me.
See me. So.
Yeah. Well,
All right,
you
congratulations.
You had that thing when I was watching you, and you come over the line. It's like, holy, how does it fly like that? And like, then they go back, and I'm like, oh, that's gonna be tough.
You did good, Dan.
Oh, this has been such a thanks for everyone.
I'd give you a
thanks
kiss
for my
if you're
family
watching,
back home. To support me to do this. This is just, and this location and this event, this has been the best one I've been to since I've started coming down here. It's just such an honor to be here.
Congratulations, man. That smile on your face says everything. Thank you, Sulphur Springs, for the hosting us.
All right, with that, we are going to call it, but a quick reminder, everyone, tune in at 6:30
Central Time.
6:30 p.m. Central Time to watch the awards ceremony. We can't wait to see you then. In the meantime, oh man, this has been intense. We had major style points by Keith Lang. We had newcomers dropping it like it's hot. And of course, finishing up with the unlimited class.
That's the best way to end it, my friend. I love watching these guys do what they do what we all love to experience. It's been a wonderful honor to be here. Honestly, Brian, thank you so much for all you do for us as well, man.
Oh, thank you. It's been an incredible year, and we can't wait to see what happens in 2024. The guys are firing up to move their aircraft right now. We got to thank a lot of people. Look at this list of people, this list of volunteers right there. Cam Walton, Kathy Wright, all the prize considerations. We can't name everybody right now, but this list right here on the stream is everyone that puts this together.
And the biggest one we have to thank, guys, is, of course, Legend Cub. Having this event here has been just transformational. We had the best weather, the best location, the best views, and just incredible support from their entire team. Huge thanks to Darren and Randy. We love you guys. We're so honored to be here, and we cannot wait for next year. This year at National STOL has been a big one. We've made a lot of changes. We've grown a lot, and we are looking forward to next year as we continue to bring STOL flying to the masses around the world. To each of you watching, thank you so very much. And my name is Eric Farewell. This is Ryan Dabrowski.
We'll see you guys next year.
Take care.
Today's the day. Got up early. Didn't party late with the boys last night, so got some practice in this morning. Airplane's running good. Just got to get it across the line, and there's a chance.
Kind of jumping in there cold. Didn't get to practice much yesterday, so just hope I have a little luck today and give it what I got.
Every landing got better, so that was a good trend. This year the plane was mostly being worked on, so I missed Wayne, I missed Louisiana. Those were the ones I was going to try to make, but should be set for next season.
You flying? Oh, not bad. It's nose heavy like every Cub. Just cleaning up brakes and taking off extra weight.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Aero, the ability to fly. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges. We assemble, torque every component to their desired spec. The correct amount of fluid is measured each and every time and poured into the shop. We complete the assembly and recheck all specifications once again. And after a minimum of 50 inspections, the shock is now ready to be lasered. We dyno each completed assembly. We clean and inspect once again. When it is then determined that it is complete, each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
Justin is putting down improving scores every time, and he's dedicating himself to the sport this year, from my understanding, and that's exciting to see. If you want a really relatable story, start following some of these rookies now at the start of the season and see what they do through the end.
Yeah, I've really only been able to practice for about 5 months in the airplane that I built. And so the Zenith 750, it's a hand-built airplane that they sell. It comes match hole drilled, and you get all the pieces, like a big Lego kit. Yeah, a lot of people know I fly an auto conversion, and so I have a Honda 1.5-inch engine for Viking aircraft engines. It's different, you know, I don't run on avgas, I run on regular unleaded and has a gearbox, all that stuff, and so it's been fun, and so I've been learning it. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's been awesome. Aviation gives you a family. When you come into this world, you have a family, right? For me, aviation has kind of been my pickup family. You know, I don't have a lot of family still out there, and so the first event that I came to, they took me in, started talking to me like I'd known them for years. And what I've noticed is that's just how aviation is in general. Everyone struggled somewhere in their life to get into aviation. You didn't have enough money, you didn't have the training. And so I want people to know that, man, I did it. You can do it. I don't care about first place, third place. I want that most improved. I know it sounds silly, but for me that means, man, we've got something that I'm gonna wear around with pride and just say, look, man, I was there. I know you're scared to maybe get out here and compete, get there, because you never know where you're gonna be. My name is Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the Spark class.